Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride, but to ordinary professionals, she was as unattainable as the heavens. No worries, Minnie will select some gifts later, and I'll pay a visit to Leader Lilith tomorrow. Understood, Master. After dinner, the maids went to the training room to continue their training. Wu Heng thought for a moment and still picked up the phone to dial Zai Ligui's residence. From the other end came Zai Ligui's voice. This is Zai Ligui. It's Wu Heng. Wu Heng? What's up? Zai Ligui's tone immediately softened, losing the seriousness of work. Wu Heng, leaning against a table, asked, have you received any intelligence from Netali City recently? Not at all. Has something happened in Netali City? Zai Ligui also turned more serious. Just asking, I haven't received any news either. Zai Ligui relaxed and said a bit reproachfully, I thought there was another problem. Wu Heng laughed and said, Leader Lilith has moved into the mansion. How about we go congratulate her on her new residence tomorrow afternoon? Sure, let's set it for the afternoon. Should we bring some gifts? Zai Ligui readily agreed. Wu Heng thought for a moment, I'll prepare things on my end. There's still a lot left from what those merchants sent before. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Contact me by phone tomorrow afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Wu Heng still leaned casually to one side. Given his relationship with Zai Ligui, it would be impossible for them to keep any news from him. There likely was no news that reached Gold and Silver Island. Let's see if Lilith has any intelligence tomorrow. He glanced in the direction of the training room. Wu Heng went upstairs, returning to his study. Inside the study, Glenda and Bella were both busy with their work, and Zhao was still nowhere to be seen. Wu Heng sat down and said to Glenda, Shayna sent a message saying that the association investigation team might already be clashing with the religious sect, but we can't be sure of the message's accuracy. Bella glanced over. Grandaise commented, is it the investigation team led by the religious hero? Most likely, there's no very accurate news, Wu Heng said. Grandaise added, if it's the religious hero, then he won't have the time to focus on Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng lowered his voice, do you think he could get killed out there? Grandaise understood his meaning and also spoke softly, not likely, he may get injured at most. Their voices grew softer as if they were afraid of being overheard even in their own home. Say a prayer? To whom are you praying? Isn't that like walking into a trap? Right. Wu Heng turned his gaze to Bella, did Zhao go out to play? Bella replied, she did. I inquired about her friend. Zhao said her friend also likes to come out at night because of their species. Prefer the night? Species? Wu Heng frowned and looked towards Glenda. The latter looked back surprised. The species on Gold and Silver Island that favored the night, plus the timing of making friends. Grandaise suggested, should we say something to Zhao? No need, it's good if they can make friends as long as they're not bad people, Wu Heng reflected and said. It was almost certain that it was very likely Lilith. It was unclear how they managed to befriend each other despite their age difference. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Initially, Wu Heng didn't want Zhao and Bella to interact with Lilith for fear of danger. After all, both ghosts were a bit weaker back then. Now, it seemed Lilith was quite decent, and there was no problem with Zhao contacting her. Another point was that if Zhao really got along with Lilith, it would benefit himself too. It would close the gap between them. Once he was sure there were no issues, Wu Heng stood up and said, alright, I'm going to rest. The next day. In the morning, Wu Heng was at the prison commanding skeletons to refurbish the jail. Liang had brought various materials from outside. For the work, skeletons proficient with tools were more efficient than humans, and they could also construct normally in certain special environments. He stayed at the prison until the afternoon, and after Liang left with the convoy, Wu Heng returned to Gold and Silver Island. He had agreed to visit Lilith with Zai Ligui. He waited at the island lord's mansion for a while. Zai Ligui and Shiyali arrived in a carriage, and Wu Heng divided the prepared gifts among the two. They then went together to Lilith's mansion. Standing at the front door, he gently knocked. Soon, the courtyard door opened and a neatly dressed elder looked out, Island Lord Wu Heng, Steward Zai Ligui, Assistant Shiyali. Wu Heng smiled and said, is Leader Lilith in? Please wait. The young lady is resting, let me ask her, said the elder and turned back into the house. He quickly came back out, and the door opened wide, please come in. Wu Heng followed the butler into the building. Upon stepping through the front door, he saw Lilith sitting on a red vintage armchair. Her eyes, too, We're looking outside. Chapter 778, You won't give me the cut, will you? Lilith's expression was cool, and she did not forget to give Wu Hang a glare when her gaze swept over him. Wu Hang pretended not to see and followed behind the old servant, making his way into the living room. Lilith, leader, the three of them greeted her with a slight bow. Lilith nodded lightly. Please, sit. They handed the old man the gift, and each found a seat for themselves. The old man took the gift to one side and began to prepare refreshments. Leader, are you finding your stay here agreeable? Zai Ligui, being a local steward, took the lead in starting the conversation. Lilith spoke indifferently. It's just a temporary residence, but it's not too bad. Zai Ligui nodded and continued to look for topics to chat sporadically with Lilith. Wu Hang and Shi Yali, one not favored by Lilith and the other just an assistant, could only obligingly laugh along, seldom speaking. After some time, the atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Zai Ligui ran out of topics, and Lilith also sat in her place, remaining silent. Zai Ligui glanced over at Wu Hang. The latter picked up his teacup and took a sip. This tea tastes nice. Did you bring it from headquarters? Lilith took a sip of her tea, and after a long while, slowly spoke. It's a collection of teas from various places. If you like, you can take some with you when you leave. Thank you, leader. Wu Hang expressed his gratitude, also feeling much more at ease. Since Lilith was willing to speak with him, it seemed her anger had significantly subsided. He seized the opportunity to ask, Leader, Gold and Silver Island has been supplying essentials to Netali City. How much longer will that continue? It would help us arrange for subsequent resource procurement. Lilith glanced at him and said slowly, Continue supplying the resources. The situation there hasn't been resolved yet. She surely was able to receive intelligence from Netali City. Wu Hang then asked, How is the investigation team progressing? What do you wish to know? Lilith asked blandly. Her childlike appearance contrasted with her behavior, which seemed as regal as a high queen. There was a sense of disparity. Wu Hang didn't beat around the bush, as being too indirect might come off as insincere, and simply asked, I just wanted to know about the investigation team's progress, whether the royal family is indeed involved with the evil cult. Lilith answered, The investigation team has made contact with some members of the sect. Contact with the sect. Lilith didn't specify, but coupled with the news from Shayla, it was very likely that a confrontation had occurred. The association had appointed a leader and mobilized so many high-level professionals, not to reason with them. Besides, the Venerate Saint sect had been bold enough to murder a local steward, not an entity to be trifled with. What about leader Say I do? Wu Hang inquired. Are you interested in him? Just asking, so I can be prepared when he returns, Wu Hang said. He won't return soon, he's busy over there, Lilith stated calmly. Wu Hang smiled, that's good to hear. Lilith seemed about to say something but then held back, her gaze suggestive of, look at how little you've accomplished. Your Alphrase should have better knowledge of plants, help me think about what flowers and plants to grow in the garden, Lilith spoke again. They all headed to the courtyard together to discuss planting flowers and plants in the front and back gardens. In this aspect, Shi Yali was more adept. The plants in the steward mansion were chosen and cultivated by her. Once in the courtyard, it was Shi Yali speaking, describing the selection of plants. Lilith was listening attentively. After talking in the mansion for a while, Lilith had the old servant pack up some tea leaves for each person, and the three took their leave and departed. They breathed a sigh of relief as they left the mansion. Dealing with someone of Lilith's aloof temperament still carried some pressure. Zai Ligui and Shi Yali were tense chatting with the leader, careful with their words to avoid any misstep that could have adverse effects. On Wu Hang's part, he felt that Lilith wasn't as angry anymore, but her underlying ire wasn't completely extinguished. Fortunately, he'd gleaned some information about Netali City. The investigation team headed to Hueco Kingdom had indeed made contact with the sects there. Moreover, it was very likely that battles had already taken place. But it seemed the religious leader hadn't encountered any significant issues, still leading the investigation. If he had been wounded, or if the enemy was too formidable, Lilith wouldn't have said that he had business to attend to over there and couldn't return in the short term. This religious leader wasn't very efficient, it seemed. He had thought the leader's presence alone would have been enough to intimidate the sect members into retreat direct confrontation. Should he provide them with some weapons, for a plan of indirect attack? But, perhaps it would be best not to get involved in the current situation. To sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight was the optimal choice. Wu Hang, come have dinner with us, don't go back to the island lord's mansion, Shi Yali suddenly spoke up. Zai Ligui also looked up with an inquiring gaze. Wu Hang considered it, he actually didn't have any business, and it was about time for a meal. Sure, I'll be letting Shi Yali cook again. Both women smiled. Shi Yali said, what trouble? You are welcome to eat every day, let's go, the earlier we get back, the sooner we can eat. Wu Hang beckoned with his hand. Come here, I'll teleport us there. Ah. How will you teleport? Shi Yali asked curiously. Both women had seen Wu Hang teleport before, but they were still somewhat unclear on how exactly it was done. Stand next to me, closer. The two women positioned themselves, one to his left and the other to his right. Zai Ligui hugged his arm while Shi Yali directly clung to his waist. Wu Hang snapped his fingers lightly, and an array emerged beneath the feet of the three. The moment the array took shape, the three figures instantly vanished. When they appeared again, they had already returned to the steward mansion. Shi Yali exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, that's really convenient." Zai Ligui then nudged her, "Go prepare dinner." "Got it." "Wu Hang, is there anything in particular you want to eat?" Shi Yali asked with a smile. "Anything will do, your cooking is delicious no matter what you make," Wu Hang said. Shi Yali's smile grew even brighter. "You sure have a way with words, unlike some people who are picky eaters and drinkers all the time." Zai Ligui pursed her lips, pretending not to hear. After changing their clothes, the three of them entered the house and the two sisters went to change their clothes. Shi Yali headed straight for the kitchen while Zai Ligui stayed to chat with him in the living room. "Recently, the association updated some fugitive notices. I'll show you," Zai Ligui said as she took out a tablet from her space ring and flipped through photos of wanted posters in the album. Wu Hang pulled her in front of him, resting his chin on her shoulder, and they both looked at the fugitives on the screen. Their levels aren't very high. There aren't many fugitives on the island anymore. Ever since you published the news about Lilith's leader in the newspapers, it's had an effect, Zai Ligui said. I knew it would be somewhat effective. Wu Hang moved his hands under the elf girl's hem, untying her chest wrapping and grasping the exaggerated fullness. Zai Ligui glanced warily in the kitchen's direction and said, "Are you crazy? What if Shi Yali sees?" "Be careful, and keep watch." Wu Hang kissed her neck and caressed every inch of the elf girl's skin with his hands. Zai Ligui wanted to resist, but she was afraid she couldn't win against him. Her eyes were fixed on the direction of the kitchen, her body tense. After a moment of tenderness, Shi Yali's voice came from the kitchen announcing that dinner was ready. Zai Ligui quickly adjusted her skirt and gave Wu Hang a glare before they both headed to the dining room. Time was tight, so it wasn't a lavish meal. But it was still quite good. Shi Yali took out some fruit wine from the wine cabinet and sat down next to Wu Hang, filling his glass. "We have a lot at home, take some back with you when you leave." Zai Ligui complained as she looked at the full glass, "You have such a low tolerance, yet you always think about drinking. Wu Hang rarely comes by, and we're not busy, what's there to fret about?" Shi Yali spoke with a laugh. "That's nonsense," Zai Ligui shot back with a glare. Once everything was prepared, dinner officially began. The three chatted while they ate, with the sisters' laughter occasionally breaking through. After dinner, the sisters were slightly tipsy, leaning on his shoulders, one on each side. The flower nectar wine tasted sweetly fragrant, but the strength of the alcohol only surged after drinking, making Wu Hang also feel his face flush. It seemed he really had drunk a bit too much today. He gently touched Zai Ligui who was resting on his right shoulder and asked, "How are you feeling? Are you okay?" Zai Ligui lifted her head, her fair cheeks flushed as if they were ripe peaches, radiating a tipsy redness. Hearing Wu Hang call her, she hummed lightly, and her head gently tilted back with her eyes softly closed in anticipation. Wu Hang tenderly lifted her chin and their lips met. Zai Ligui became more passionate, moving closer, slipping her hand through his clothes to caress his chest. Wu Hang slightly pulled back and said, "Shi Yali is still here." "It's okay, she's a heavy sleeper." "As if she was." Wu Hang said, "Let's take her back to her room first. It's not comfortable resting here." Zai Ligui nodded, "Let's go, get her to her room." Wu Hang picked up Shi Yali and followed Zai Ligui upstairs to a bedroom. After settling her in, the two of them came out, and Zai Ligui pulled him into the opposite room, where they immediately started kissing passionately. Soon they both shed their clothes and lay on the bed. In the deep of the night. Creak. The sound of a door opening startled Wu Hang awake, and he looked towards the door. There, Shi Yali entered wearing a light blue lace nightgown. This was bad. Zai Ligui insisted that Shi Yali was a sound sleeper and that staying over for the night wouldn't be a problem. Now she had caught them in bed in the middle of the night. It felt like being caught by a parent while misbehaving with the girl next door. Wu Hang kept his eyes closed, feeling somewhat nervous. In his perception, the sound of Shi Yali's footsteps stopped at the foot of the bed, as if she was standing there looking at him. She wasn't going to stab him, right? Chapter 779, Congratulations City Lord. No way. It seemed Shi Yali actually quite liked herself, she surely wouldn't go as far as to kill her. Just as she thought to open her eyes, she felt strands of hair falling across her cheek. Then came the icy, soft touch of lips, kissing the edge of her own. Wu Heng opened his eyes to see Shi Yali sitting beside the bed, softly kissing him. Next was the slide of a tender tongue. When they parted, their eyes met. Shia. Hush. Shi Yali made a silencing gesture with her hand, then climbed onto the bed from the outside, slipping under the covers. Zai Ligui felt a bit crowded and dazedly looked to the outside. Shi Yali's body also stiffened, and then she whispered, "It's okay, it's your sister." Zai Ligui turned to sleep on the other side. Shi Yali nestled on the other side against his chest, lightly leaning against him. "I don't even know what is good about you." Getting reckless again under the influence of alcohol, Wu Heng also whispered back. "What else can I do?" Shi Yali said helplessly, her somewhat chilled fingers gently caressing his firm chest and muscles. Wu Heng pulled her close. "How am I to explain this to Zai Ligui? That's my sister, I'm not afraid, what are you scared of?" Wu Heng glanced again at Zai Ligui, who was deep asleep, then lifted Shi Yali's upper garment, tenderly kissing her lips and chest. His movements were extremely cautious. Zai Ligui's fullness was different, Shi Yali's bust was round and firm. It wasn't until his hand moved further down that Shi Yali shook her head. "Someday, I will be all yours." Wu Heng didn't insist, letting her rest on his other shoulder, and he too fell into a deep sleep. Morning arrived. Zai Ligui's eyes widened in anger as she shouted, "What are you doing?" Shi Yali retorted loudly, "What do you think I'm doing? I'm your sister, and I'm the one who's at a disadvantage here." "You must be insane, I'm going to tell Mom," Zai Ligui said, still furious. "We'll see who Mom blames. You allowed a man to stay the night in your house." Shi Yali kept going. "Why didn't you mention Wu Heng just now?" Zai Ligui said, "He's a mage, he drank so much, I didn't even wake up, how could he have reacted?" Shi Yali said again, "So what do we do now?" Zai Ligui just sat there dazed. Shi Yali sighed softly and pulled Zai Ligui into her arms. "Sorry, sister, it's my fault, I didn't want this to happen. Please help me kill him for the sake of my honor." Zai Ligui's eyes instantly went from anger to shock. "What are you doing? Why kill him?" Wu Heng left the steward mansion with his heart still pounding. As expected, come morning, the two had instantly started arguing in the room. Wu Heng wanted to stay and try to break up the fight, but Zai Ligui and Shi Yali unanimously told him not to intervene, and to leave first. He could only sheepishly make his exit with a feeling of getting kicked out after pulling his pants up. "Drinking really causes trouble," Wu Heng muttered. He went straight back to the Island Lord's mansion. As he stepped into the living room, Minnie spoke. "Master, Sister Vera said the last batch of wild beasts has arrived." "All right." Wu Heng walked over to the phone and called the city hall. Soon, Andre Willow's voice came through. "Master, the last batch of animals purchased last night has been delivered and is stored in the warehouse at dock number 2. I'm on my way now." "Okay, Master." After hanging up, he washed up quickly and left the Island Lord's mansion again. He arrived at the warehouse area of dock number 2. The gates opened, and the foul smell from the animals hit him. The warehouse was full of various cages. Some were covered with canvas, while others were openly displayed. Exhausted and listless animals and beasts were visible inside. Wu Heng briefly inspected them, then ordered the doors shut and opened a boundary door from a prepared gate inside. He had the skeletons transfer all the cages to the other side of the boundary door. Once all the cages had been transferred, Wu Heng also arrived in Zombie World and took out his phone to call Li Yaong. The call was quickly answered. "Hello? It's me. What's up?" asked Li Yaong. Wu Heng glanced at the cages and said, "Last time you mentioned the domestic fowl had arrived, when will you come and pick them up?" Li Yaong responded directly, "The convoy is already on its way, I'll be there by noon." "Alright, we'll talk then." "Understood." After hanging up, Wu Heng's gaze returned to the cages. There were 2 types of animals purchased. For the survivors to raise, there were white rabbits, colorful tail chickens, star-spotted deer, and giant-toothed pigs. Of course, these were purchased in large quantities, and some would be kept aside for corpse core experiments. There were only 3 types of beasts: hyenas, giant bats, and iron-mouthed crocodiles. They were solely for experimentation. "Carry them and follow me." Wu Heng headed towards the prison within the facility to allocate the cells for these beasts. London City. When Mangekyō sat on the throne, holding a baby in her arms, nursing and humming softly. Then, from one side of the corridor, a voice announced, "My lady, someone from outside has arrived, claiming to be a representative from the Hueco Kingdom." When Mangekyō's eyebrows raised slightly. A representative from the Hueco Kingdom? It had been rare to see any representatives recently. After handing the burping infant to a nearby skeleton ghost hag and straightening her clothes, she said, "Take him to the living room, and have the skeleton guards tighten security." "Yes, my lady." Before long, The attendants from the city lord's mansion brought in 2 individuals. The person in the lead was tall and thin, dressed in fancy formal attire, looking more like a noble than the stern-faced individual following him who was bulky and appeared to be wearing armor, likely a guard attendant. They were brought into the living room and bowed, "City Lord." When Mangekyō gestured towards the sofa across from her, "Please sit." The sofa was positioned at a safe distance, allowing for normal conversation without any immediate danger. "I visited London City a few years ago, and it did not have the scale it has now," said the tall, thin man with a smile. When Mangekyō did not wish to chat about this and asked directly, "You represent the Hueco kingdom?" "Yes." "The crown prince or the second prince?" When Mangekyō inquired. The brows of the 2 men across from her instantly furrowed, seemingly surprised that when Mangekyō would be aware of such details. After all, the crown prince's influence was in the south and was unlikely to reach here. "The second prince," said the other. When Mangekyō nodded, "What would you like to discuss?" "You can speak now." She already had some guesses about their purpose, likely peace talks. Since Wu Hang had asked her to pause the offensive, she could have a preliminary talk with them, stall for time, and listen to what they wanted to do. The tall, thin man revealed an excited smile. "We've come to tell you a great piece of good news." "Oh, let's hear it." The other stated directly, "The second prince has taken a liking to you and wishes to marry you, making you the future queen of the Hueco kingdom." When Mangekyō's eyebrows instantly knit together. In Zombie World, the prison. Wu Hang sat at his office desk, surrounded by a group of skeletons that had been assigned to him. Among them were alchemy skeletons and over a dozen higher-level skeleton investigators. Wu Hang was detailing the experimental tasks to the skeletons, uncertain about the outcomes, hence the detailed instructions. Beep beep. At that moment, the sound of a car horn came from the gate. Glancing out the window, he noticed the convoy had arrived. "All right, that's the situation. The equipment and rooms here are at your disposal. Just be sure to keep good records." The higher-level skeletons left after bowing respectfully. Wu Hang also descended the stairs, walking towards the convoy. Chapter 780, The Schemera. Approaching the convoy, Liang also came forward and said, "Where are the poultry you mentioned?" "Over here. Have someone clear out the trailer," Wu Hang said. Liang turned around and waved her hand, signaling the accompanying survivors to start organizing the rear of the truck. The materials that had been brought were moved into the warehouse, and some things that were not immediately needed were also transferred to another vehicle. Wu Hang led Liang towards another open space in the back. As they got closer, they saw the iron cages filling the field and the various animals inside them. What had been left were all types of poultry suitable for breeding. Seeing so many animals, Liang's eyes lit up instantly and she said, "Are all of these prepared for us?" Inside the base, food was provided by Wu Hang in the form of flour, and elixirs to stimulate plant growth had also begun to be used in the fields. Meat was the only shortage, and many had not touched any for some time. During festivals, some scavenged canned goods would be distributed, but many were beyond their expiration date. Wu Hang smiled and said, "They are all yours. Is the place for breeding them ready?" "We've had it ready for a while now, and we'll first arrange for experienced survivors to breed with the skeletons for some time. Once the skeletons learn enough, we'll leave the breeding entirely to them." Liang looked at the iron cages before her and shared her plans. "Good." Wu Hang nodded and continued to order the nearby skeletons, "Move all these cages over to the garage." Clatter clatter. The station's skeleton army began to move. 2 skeletons carried 1 iron cage, heading outside. The animals themselves were not very heavy, and they were all half dead from the bumpy journey and hunger, but the cages were quite heavy. Standing to the side, Wu Hang continued, "I've noticed that quite a few survivors in the base have become slack." Liang frowned. "What happened?" Wu Hang recounted everything he had seen at the military factory. Liang sneered, "Treating it like a retirement home, huh? Any suggestions?" After all, there were few who understood the technology, and others couldn't replace them. These people couldn't be dragged out and killed for real. Although the base was stable, it was not time to slack off and retire. Liang then said, "Regular checks might produce some effect. I'll think it over and discuss it with you later." "Discuss it with Chi Heng," Wu Hang said. "All right." The 2 stood at the doorway and chatted for a while. The cages were all loaded onto the truck. Wu Hang, along with Liang, continued their tour around the prison, and he roughly outlined the future plans. Liang was attentive, but she was still not very optimistic about this corpse core cultivation plan. Different from Mother Headquarters rescue teams, they hardly had any relevant research personnel, and they were just bluntly using the corpse cores for nourishment. It felt somewhat unreliable. But nothing was certain, as what Wu Hang had come up with before had also felt unreliable. After the visit, the convoy stayed until the afternoon, then left the prison. After seeing off Liang, Wu Heng returned to the prison office, and through the installed monitors, he could observe the conditions in each cell. The skeleton alchemy warlocks had started to inject the animals with the virus. Soon, the animals in the camera began showing signs of zombification. Their bodies also began to change gradually. Meanwhile, the skeleton investigators and skeleton alchemy warlocks also started to take notes, documenting every change. Wu Heng watched through the monitors until dusk approached, when 3 ghosts returned from outside. He left everything to the skeletons and returned to Gold and Silver Island through the boundary door. Island Lord's Mansion. After freshening up, Wu Heng came downstairs from the upper floor. Just as he reached the first floor, Minnie said, "Master, Steward Xiligui called several times today, and you weren't in." Mentioning Xiligui made Wu Heng instantly tense up. Without thinking, he also knew why the other party would call. "I know. I'll call her back later," Wu Heng said with a smile. "Okay, Master," Minnie replied with a slight smile, bouncing off to the yard with Roby. Seeing that the living room was empty, Wu Heng picked up the phone and dialed the Steward Mansion. After 2 rings, Xiligui's voice came from the other end. "Hello? Xiligui, it's me." Before he could finish his sentence, a hushed scolding came through. "What's the matter with you, not calling all day? You're a mage, you know you can't hold your liquor, why did you drink so much? I wish I could come over and chop you up." Wu Heng held the phone, letting the other side vent for a while, before saying, "It's my fault." Xiligui's tone faltered, and she sighed softly. "Don't come over for now, stay away from Xiali." Wu Heng frowned. "What's wrong with her? The way you're talking, I'm actually getting worried." With some helplessness in her voice, Xiligui replied, "It has come to this, there's nothing else to say. You know how my sister is, seemingly careless, but she thinks a lot. After some time, when she's less angry, bring some flowers and apologize. Say you were confused from drinking too much. Actually, you can tell she likes you too. Be sincere, and it won't be a big problem." Wu Heng was stunned, somewhat unable to react. What situation? What happened between these 2 sisters during the day? Wait, how did Xiali explain it to Xiligui? Damn, a negotiation expert. Wu Heng didn't speak, and Xiligui hurriedly admonished, "When you come, don't smirk or be afraid of her getting angry. Let her vent until she's calm, and then I'll help you out. You really can't mess this up this time, or else I really can't forgive you." Wu Heng pondered for a moment before asking, "Should I come over tomorrow?" Don't come over these next few days. Also, steer clear of her. If she makes a move on you, just hide. She's just throwing a tantrum. You mustn't hurt her, she's my sister, and we've grown up together," Xiligui continued. "Is Xiali trying to kill me?" Wu Heng's eyes widened. "She's in a fury, you mustn't hurt her, do you hear?" "I heard. If she makes a move, I'll turn and run," Wu Heng replied. "So when should I come over?" "I'll call you when it's time. Don't eat the food she cooks either, in case she poisons you," Xiligui emphasized again. "Okay, where's Xiali now?" Wu Heng asked quietly. "She's cooking. She really likes you too, she's just always thought that as a human, you're not suitable for the elf race. I'll talk to her for you, she's always been accommodating to me since we were kids, it'll be fine, she'll accept you. I'll be good to both of you." "Humphrey." Xiligui snorted, then said, "Alright, I won't talk to you anymore, if she hears us, we'll start arguing again. If she tries to hit you, run toward me." "How could I?" "Enough said," Xiligui said hurriedly before hanging up the phone. Wu Heng also put the phone back, standing there thinking about what Xiligui had just said. It seems that the situation is developing in a direction different from what he had thought. Xiligui believed that the 3 of them drank too much, Wu Heng stayed and didn't leave, and Xiali got into the wrong bed. In the end, the 3 of them slept together. Now Xiali was fuming at home, wanting to come and kill him, and Xiligui felt responsible as well, trying to mediate the situation. Her words suggested she was open to the 3 of them being together. Damn. Xiali, a schemer. Chapter 781, Digging at Your Corners. What's with these 2 sisters, one of literature and the other of the martial arts? No, Xiali clearly poses more of a challenge than Xiligui, I mustn't provoke her in the future. All in all, things are still looking good. The 3 of them haven't encountered any significant issues. Sat in the living room and waited for a while. Andre, Willow and Annette walked back in from outside. The family sat around the dining table, eating and discussing the recent changes in the city. The security on Gold and Silver Island was increasingly better, and even across the Emerald Sea, pirate ships were rarely seen anymore. The sight of pirate ships everywhere along the sea routes during the pirate era was a stark contrast to now. Of course, in addition to the efforts made by Wu Heng and the others during this time, The fact that Lilith had settled on the island certainly played a role. At this time, a level 20 hero and the leader of the association. To the average professional, it was like having a gun held to their head. No one would dare to cause trouble here. Right after dinner, a skeleton in charge of watching the radio hurried down. Pointed upstairs, indicating that a message had come in. Wu Hang followed upstairs and into the radio room. "Miss Wenmansha, is there something you need me for?" Wu Hang asked softly, holding the microphone. From the radio, Wenmansha's gentle voice came through. "Master, how have you been recently?" "I've been quite good. How are you and the baby?" Wu Hang leaned back in his chair. "We're also well. The baby is doing fine, eating and sleeping well, though she misses her daddy." "I bet it's the baby's mommy who is really missing daddy." "You guessed right," Wenmansha laughed, then got straight to the point. "Today, an envoy from the Hueco Kingdom's second prince made arrangements to come here." "The second prince sent someone to London City? Is it for peace talks?" Wu Hang inquired. The battle situation between the two sides was quite clear, with the skeleton army steamrolling through and human legions in retreat. Even with level 18 professionals in their ranks, it was hard to change the tide of a large-scale war. Now, coming to talk, he speculated they might be seeking reconciliation. It doesn't seem exactly like a reconciliation, but the goal is for both sides to cease fire. "Master, guess what they said?" Wenmansha's tone carried a hint of amusement. Wu Hang uncertainly suggested, "An apology, compensation?" "He said the second prince wants to marry me as his wife, promising that once the kingdom is reclaimed, I would be the queen." Wenmansha stated directly. "Holy shit, is he sick?" Wu Hang exclaimed in shock. Being beaten down by the forces of London City, he still thought about marrying Wenmansha. But upon further thought, the purpose behind this became clear. Wenmansha, coming from a gang background and having borne his child, certainly wouldn't be the royal family's choice of spouse based on their selection standards. But right now, the second prince needed support and was having a tough time beating London City. If he really could marry Wenmansha, not only would he rid himself of an enemy, but London City would also become his aid. It was indeed a clever calculation. "How did you respond?" Wu Hang asked. Wenmansha said with a laugh, "Didn't kill the envoy, didn't want to disrupt the balance of the truce. But I'm keeping an eye on him, waiting for the investigation team to leave before hanging his head on the city wall." Then her tone meandered, "What else could I do? My person and my heart both belong to the master, and now that I have the baby, it's even harder to part." Wu Hang nodded subconsciously. Wenmansha's contract with him ensured she wouldn't ever entertain the thought of betrayal in any situation. Of course, he and Wenmansha also had a good relationship. This gang sister who was ruthless in her tasks was unusually clingy in private. "This second prince doesn't deserve you. I'll make you a queen in the future too," Wu Hang also declared. "No thanks, managing London City is tiring enough, who in their right mind wants to be a queen?" Wenmansha commented, then continued, "I contacted you to inquire about the association investigation team. The second prince clearly hasn't given up on London City. If we drag this out, I'm afraid it might give him a way to turn the tide of the battle." The skeleton army of London City specialized in blitzkrieg. They would push forward as much as possible before the opposition could react. Combined with the modern weaponry Wu Hang had equipped them with, a crushing trend was on display. This pause was indeed to avoid the association's investigation team, but it also gave the opposition time to find a method of counterattack. Attempting to form a marriage alliance was one such method, and it might also be a form of probing. Wu Hang said, "According to intelligence, the association investigation team has entered the capital of Hueco Kingdom and has had conflicts with some sects, but there is no detailed intelligence." There was a brief silence on the other end before Wenmansha asked, "So, do we continue the ceasefire?" "Let's hold off for a bit, wait for me to gather more detailed information, then discuss our next steps." Wu Hang pondered for a moment and then replied. "Got it," Wenmansha acknowledged. Wu Hang then asked, "How is the railway construction going?" "It's still being laid. It won't take much longer before it reaches London City." "Good. Have someone in the newly conquered cities promote us, and the stories of the last few issues of The Great Detective, as well as have the bards perform there," Wu Hang instructed directly. Now that quite a few cities had been taken over, it was time to try boosting his own reputation. "All right." Holding the microphone, Wu Hang continued, "Keep me informed with any news, and be careful. Don't let those messy envoys enter the city lord's mansion." "Got it, master. Let's leave it at that, keep in touch." "Okay." After hanging up the radio, Wu Hang sat in his chair deep in thought. This second prince, why does he always pop up unexpectedly? Without him showing up, nobody paid much attention to him. Yet now, he had even thought of marriage as a method. It felt like he was being driven into a corner. What was solely lacking now was intelligence from the association investigation team. Lilith surely had it, but wouldn't offer it directly to him. He got up and left the radio room. Several mates headed to the video room to play games. Wu Hang told them not to stay up too late gaming, then went back upstairs and into his study. In the study, the three ghosts were all present in the room today. Wu Hang poured himself a cup of tea, and Zhao came fluttering over with a bit of coyness. "Uncle, are we good?" "You first tell me what it is, and then I'll decide whether to tell you or not," Wu Hang said. "Humphrey." Zhao snorted and then continued, "My friend is leaving, and I want to give her a tablet that can take pictures, so when she comes back, she can show me photos of the outside world." "Lilith is leaving?" Indeed, it had been a while since she arrived on the island, and the dignitaries who had come for the auction were almost all gone. "Sure, but you'll have to teach her how to use it, she might not be familiar with these gadgets," Wu Hang readily agreed. In the zombie world, there were plenty of tablets and smartphones. They were probably the most common spoils of war. When Wu Hang gave gifts to Xiligui, Milo, and the others, he also gave them tablets. "Yay! Uncle is the best," Zhao cheered. Wu Hang took out a new tablet and said, "Let a skeleton go with you to deliver it. People would be frightened if they saw a tablet flying through the sky on its own." Zhao thought about it, realized it made sense, and nodded her agreement. "Okay." Wu Hang arranged for a skeleton to follow Zhao out. After Zhao had left, Glenda said, "Lilith is leaving?" Wu Hang replied, "Seems like it. She's been on the island for a while now, and leaders like her probably can't just stay outside indefinitely." "That's true." No more was said about Lilith. Wu Hang continued, "When Mangekyō just sent me a message, saying the second prince has arranged for an emissary to propose marriage, to take her as his wife." Both ghosts suddenly turned their heads, looking surprised at this news. Glenda said in surprise, "Are you getting your footings dug from under you? What are you talking about? When Mangekyō definitely won't agree to that, and the other party's goal isn't her but London City," Wu Hang replied, giving her a look. Glenda pondered for a moment and said, "Doesn't he know that Wen Mangekyō is your person?" "He should know, but it's possible that he is testing Wen Mangekyō's thoughts. The identity of the second prince is more attractive than that of an association member like me." Wen Mangekyō said, "I think you should speed up your plans against the Hueco kingdom." "Let's see how it goes," Wu Hang replied and then added, "I heard the crown prince is over 40 years old. I wonder how old the second prince is." "Fifth princess should know," commented Glenda. From the side, Bella added, "I heard the second prince is in his early 30s, very handsome, heard it while in the tavern." "And his profession?" "Even less clear about his profession, but from what people describe, the second prince is a representative of the arts in the kingdom, likes poetry and painting, and some also say he has a preference for men." Glenda said with a laugh, "That explains it, the second prince is trying to get close to you through Wen Mangekyō." She looked seriously at Wu Hang and asked, "Have you ever considered men? You should read some normal books for once. Lately, the books you've been reading are a bit off," Wu Hang retorted. Glenda smiled and then fell silent. Bella continued, "I heard from people in the tavern that someone like the second prince, from the start, didn't aim for the throne. Don't know why it turned out like this. There could be other reasons. If it's true as rumored that the second prince likes the arts, then it means he never considered vying for the throne from a young age. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so focused on these things. But some things, rumors from the outside may not be reliable. Once we sort things out here, we'll go back to London City to see." Wu Hang spoke before standing up and saying, "I'm heading back." "Good night," the two ghosts waved. Exiting the study, Wu Hang headed back to his bedroom to rest. The next day, in the morning, inside the study. As soon as Wu Hang walked in, Zhao flew in with a piece of jade and landed it in Wu Hang's hand. "Look, her gift in return. I told her my uncle is rich and has everything, but she insisted on giving me something," Zhao said proudly. Companion Yin Jade, special item, effect, enhances necromantic power, nourishes spirit servants, side effect, coldness, description, a naturally occurring special item that can provide corresponding necromantic power. Wu Hang had previously received a piece of Companion Yin Jade as a reward from the association. But the one before him was more than twice the size of that reward. That piece was of second-class merits, this one might well be first-class merits. No need to guess, it must be Lilith. There definitely wouldn't be a second person on the island who could afford to give such a gift. Rich lady, huh? When she was about to leave, should he also give her some gifts as well? "This thing isn't cheap," Wu Hang said. "Glenda Andy said it's a good thing," Zhao said with a smile. Wu Hang nodded, "Since it's a gift from your friend, you should take good care of it and don't break it. Put it on the desk, Andy and sister can also feel the jade's effects." Zhao is so thoughtful, praised Wu Hang. The other two ghosts also showed smiles. Zhao too had a full smile and hung the yin jade from a bronze rack above the desk. Wu Heng said as well. Let's go, we're heading to zombie world. 3 ghosts dove into his body, and Wu Heng opened the boundary door and stepped through. London City. Inside a room in a tavern. A tall, thin figure, twirling a ring around his finger, said, "No news from Mangekyō yet?" "Nothing at all," the burly figure opposite him answered coldly. "This lowly woman, having a city thinks she has changed class," murmured the tall, thin figure in a low voice. He had originally thought that with Mangekyō's insight and status, upon hearing about the second prince and the prospect of becoming queen, she would agree easily. Unexpectedly, there was still no word. After a silence, the lean man continued, "Send a message to the second prince, he can proceed with the next plan." "Yes." Chapter 782, Working in the Office on Gold and Silver Island Zombie World. Exiting the boundary door, Wu Heng monitored every prison cell. The first batch of experimental animals had all completed their zombie transformation. In the video, hyenas and iron-mouthed crocodiles started to decompose in a grotesque enlargement of their bodies. But they still hadn't reached the exaggerated extent of a teddy turning into a lion. Of course, it was only the second day since the virus had been injected. According to the experimental report from headquarters, to completely finish the distortion and develop a corpse core took at least 30 days, and for some, even 3 to 4 months or longer. Wu Heng wasn't in a hurry, he had plenty of time to conduct his research. He continued to pick up the experiment log next to him for review. It recorded the time of the virus injection and the plan for the test subjects. After scanning it, Wu Heng turned his gaze to the Zombie King's cell. The Zombie King's cell stayed quiet. Inside, a skeleton wielding an axe stood guard, forming a circle around the Zombie King who, bound by iron chains, quietly stood in place. "Uncle, Aunt Li is here." Zhao flew back inside. Wu Heng adjusted the camera to see a truck stopping at the parking spot. Liang jumped out of the truck and picked up her phone to dial a number. Soon, Wu Heng's phone rang, and after connecting, Liang's voice came through, "I've arrived. I'll come down now." He hung up and walked outside. 3 Glindas and Bella directly entered his body while Zhao followed by his side. Stepping out of the building, Wu Heng sat in the truck's passenger seat and left the prison, heading towards the pharmaceutical factory. That afternoon, Liang, with him in tow, reached the pharmaceutical factory. Through the glass partition, they could see the operational workshop, with skeletons in white coats, their bones cleanly reflecting light, moving back and forth between machines, occasionally glancing at the control panels. Liang said, "Currently, there are 2 production lines that can run 24 hours a day. The issue we're facing now is a shortage of raw materials. We can produce for 1 more week at most before we have to halt due to insufficient materials." The machines had replaced the alchemists, significantly improving efficiency and reducing costs. This required a reliable supply of raw materials. Originally, Wu Heng wanted to move the factory to Gold and Silver Island to avoid the hassle of transporting materials. However, the various production workshops at the factory had stringent requirements that made it difficult to relocate to the other world. Thus, production had to continue here for now. "I will figure out a solution for the raw materials and will also bring some medicinal seeds here for cultivation by the skeletons," Wu Heng said, observing the workshop. "It would be best if we have seeds. We have plenty of land now, planting it ourselves would surely suffice," replied Liang confidently. "I'll replenish the materials in the next few days," Wu Heng continued, then asked, "How much have we produced now?" "In the warehouse, we have over 10,000 bottles, each containing 10 pills," answered Liang. Having 10 pills per bottle was Wu Heng's requirement. It made sales more convenient. Over 10,000 bottles could indeed meet the selling needs of Gold and Silver Island. "Let's head to the warehouse then." Liang led the way, and the 2 of them continued towards the warehouse. As they opened the warehouse door, neatly packed boxes of medicines came into sight. Wu Heng waved his hand, and all were sucked into the space ring. "Let's head back," Wu Heng said. Both of them sat in the truck again. After dropping Wu Heng back at the prison, Liang also returned to her center square. The next day, at the harbor, the sea wind howled across the deck, filling the air with a salty tang. The sails flapped noisily, and workers hurriedly moved goods, making last preparations for departure. Lilith stood on the deck, her hair tied up with a few strands fluttering in the wind. A neatly dressed elderly man was already standing beside her, one hand behind his back, the other holding a sunshade umbrella for Lilith. Tat tat tat. The sound of footsteps on the deck grew nearer. Wu Heng, wearing a hood, approached. "Leader Lilith, are you leaving already? Why not stay a while longer?" The elderly man glanced sideways and said, "Island Lord Wu Heng, I'll leave this place under your care. I'm going to check the cabin." "All right." Wu Heng took over the sunshade umbrella, and continued standing by Lilith's side, saying, "Leader, are you still upset about last time? I apologize, please consider staying a while longer. Lilith replied in a flat tone, it's time to go back. Such a cold response. Just like saying nothing at all. Wu Hang continued, is it because of the Holy Court's work? You could also relocate your workplace to Gold and Silver Island. He really didn't want Lilith to leave. Ever since her arrival on the island had become safer, and the issues with the Holy Court had been resolved. Even now, the church remained closed with no plans to open its doors for preaching. I was worried that Lilith coming to the island might cause some trouble, but now I find myself wishing she could stay a bit longer. I'd feel more at ease doing things myself. Lilith casually said, maybe next time. Wu Hang did not continue to persuade her, simply standing beside her, holding an umbrella. The sound of the wind continuously blew past the two of them. It was silent for a while. Wu Hang took out a fixed-frequency radio and a portable solar panel from the space ring, saying, Leader, these are remote communication devices. If something arises, I can report to you through this equipment. Lilith looked over with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with curiosity. Before Wu Hang, such functional devices had never appeared on Gold and Silver Island. Now, one after another, they were emerging, each with very practical uses. Looking at the green metal box that could communicate over long distances, she didn't doubt it at all. How does it work? Lilith asked. Wu Hang placed the two items on a nearby wooden barrel and began to explain, it's divided into two parts. This side has the speaker, from which my voice will come out when I report to you. If you have any tasks, just pick up this microphone to speak, and I will be able to hear it on my side. At the Island Lord's mansion, I will arrange for a skeleton to guard the devices. If you didn't receive the message at the moment, I'll make sure to reply back later. This is called a solar panel. Place it in the sunlight and connect it to the communication device, and it will work. If there are other devices from Gold and Silver Island, it can also be used to replenish their energy. Lilith listened intently to his explanation. When she heard that the solar panel could power the devices on Gold and Silver Island, she thought of the tablet that Zhao had given her. Zhao had told her that it might run out of battery after taking it back and that it would need to be charged on Gold and Silver Island. Now, this solar panel was the device meant to provide that energy. Okay, I'll take it, Lilith said, taking it and directly storing it in the space ring. Wu Hang continued, fetching another space ring, saying, this is a gift for you, I hope you'll like it. Lilith's gaze again fell on the space ring, and after a moment's thought, she extended her fair little hand and took it. I'll take it. Wu Hang saw her store the ring but noticed that she had no intention of reciprocating the gift. At that moment, a crew member's urging voice came from behind. The ship was about to depart. I'm disembarking now. I wish you a smooth journey, leader. Be sure to visit Gold and Silver Island frequently, I will arrange for someone to guard your residence. Lilith flicked her slender white fingers, go back. Wu Hang nodded and led his skeleton down from the ship. Standing on the dock, watching the ship slowly disappear, he too turned and left. Lilith walked down from the deck. An elder opened a cabin. Miss, it is all tidied up, do you want to rest now? No rush, you go out first, Lilith said. Yes, miss, the elder bowed and directly exited the cabin. Lilith sat down at the desk, first taking out the solar panel and the radio to examine, then the tablet Zhao had given her last night to study. She found the charging port, connected it, and sure enough, a signal indicating the battery was charging appeared. It really worked. Then, Lilith raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Wu Hang must have known that Zhao was in contact with her and had purposely brought this device today. Also incidentally, he had handed over the communication device to her. It seemed only a guy like him would dare to scheme against a leader every day. Thinking about this, she continued taking out the other space ring. She communicated with the ring, and one by one, items were taken out. 3 different style helmets, each looking very cool. Lilith frowned again. The helmets were not metallic, but they were both light and sturdy, with a translucent visor on the front. She had seen this type on the heads of Wu Hang's skeleton attendants. Lilith examined it, and then put it on her head. Through the visor, she could see clearly. She picked up the manual next to her, looked at it, and not recognizing the text but following the diagrams, reached for a button on the side and pressed it lightly. Click. A crisp sound, and the transparent visor instantly flipped up. Pressing again, click. The lower jaw part also opened, and on the third press, it all lowered down, returning to its original form. Lilith's eyes widened. This. A helmet that could transform. Lilith continued examining the other 2 helmets, both of which were pretty but did not feature the first one's transformations. Putting all effort into these things, no wonder he can't raise his level. Ripe for mistreatment by the Holy Court. Chapter 783, Methods to Enhance Reputation. He then put on the helmet, clicking it into place several times. Continued to look at the other items. 2 sets of clothes, one slightly larger, the other a smaller girl's size. The material was somewhat like leather, black. So form-fitting? Night clothes? He inspected everything once more. Lilith began to flip through the tablet again, taking several photos. Then put everything away. Placing the workplace on Gold and Silver Island would also be a good choice. 3 days had passed in a blink. During these days, Wu Heng had been commuting between Gold and Silver Island and the prisons of Zombie World. After Lilith left, Wu Heng had arranged some skeletons to guard and clean the place, to prevent it from being empty the next time someone arrived. The church had still not opened its doors. They might not be aware of Lilith's departure and were keeping a low profile. On the prison side, experiments continued with no significant progress. Both worlds were progressing normally according to plan. In the Central District, a controlled store opened its doors today, and a price list was hung at the entrance. Healing pills on limited sale, 1 bottle with 10 pills for 10 silver coins, limit 1 bottle per person. The pills are on sale now. The pills from Gold and Silver Island are out. Quickly inform the representative. Instantly, the entire Gold and Silver Island seemed to burst into activity, as news spread outward. People from major chambers of commerce, mercenaries, and some civilians all rushed toward the sales point in the Central District, starting to line up to buy the pills. The association and the guard team also began to send more personnel to maintain order. 10 pills for 10 silver coins, cheaper than the usual elixirs. Just don't know how effective they are? I think the island master is trying to phase out regular elixirs. They're cheaper than the market price and more convenient to carry. Too bad there's a limit on the quantity. Unlike the previous items for sale, pens, watches, or bicycles, these items were not necessities, and the buyers were mostly merchants and elites. But the pills with the effects of healing potions were needed by everyone. Especially mercenaries who live off bounties year-round. In no time, the outside was already packed with more people than ever for a product release. The entire Central District was congested with people. And the crowd kept growing. Within a room in a mansion, several elderly alchemists were busy at an experimental table. Some were testing the effects of the medicine, some were analyzing materials, and others were making records. Time passed bit by bit. As the elderly alchemists sweated and were near exhaustion, they covered all the instruments. They opened the windows to ventilate. An elder said, "The materials are the same as in normal elixirs, so it's not difficult to develop a method for the pills. Within a week, we can have the formula and method ready." Behind them, several representatives from the Chamber of Commerce exchanged looks, with no joy on their faces. The past few products had been the same. But so far, none had been successfully replicated. A Chamber of Commerce representative asked, "Can we compete with Gold and Silver Island in the market?" The pharmacist pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "It's not difficult to produce, but the key is the price. With the current prices on Gold and Silver Island, we have no competitive edge." The representatives all showed expressions that said just as expected. At the city hall, in a meeting room, Wu Heng sat on one side, next to him were Andre Willow and Annette, and across from them was the chief dwarf designer Yusef, who had just returned from Netali City. Yusef reported the progress in Netali City and then said, "We left 2 designers behind, and the rest returned to Gold and Silver Island as per Lady Shainera's orders." "It's been hard work," Wu Heng replied. Yusef, flattered, stood up. "It's what we ought to do." Wu Heng nodded and continued, "I plan to establish a large entertainment venue on the island. It needs to be spacious and combine various entertainment activities. We need you to design the space." This matter had occurred to Wu Heng before. The reason was simple. The auction attracted top dignitaries from the surrounding areas, but since Shainera only allowed 5 elixirs to be sold, they could only earn money from 5 people. Wu Heng then thought about constructing a place on the island specifically to earn money from the rest of the people and take all of their money as well. He discussed this idea with Shainera, who agreed with his thoughts. Today, Yusef returned from outside and he assigned the task to him. Yusef, with a serious expression, asked, "Lord Island Master, what specific facilities does this building need so I can arrange them?" Wu Heng handed over the prepared list to him and after he had looked it over, said, "The water park inside involves relevant magic buildings, prepare everything in advance, and the decoration style should be as luxurious as possible." "Understood, my lord." Yusef nodded as he looked at the list. Wu Heng continued looking towards Andre Willow. "Wire, coordinate with Yusef once the design plan is out and start construction as soon as possible, aiming to have it built before the next auction." "Understood." Wu Heng then said, "All right, that will be all for now. Yusef, hurry up and get the plans ready." "Yes, my lord." After the discussion, everyone bowed and left the room. Wu Heng also walked out of the city hall, heading towards the sales point to take a look. From a distance, He could see crowds gathering and the association members maintaining order. After ensuring there were no issues with the sale, Wu Heng returned to the Island Lord's mansion. Back at the Island Lord's mansion, Wu Heng returned to his study. Soon after, 3 ghosts flew back from outside and stopped beside him. "Uncle, the sales of the healing pills are doing very well. It seems like everyone on the island went to buy them," Zhao said. Bella followed. This time, ordinary people and mercenaries lined up as well. It was particularly crowded, and some chambers of commerce have started to study them too. Wu Heng smiled and said, "That's good news. It proves that everyone recognizes the quality of the pills." Glenda pondered for a moment and then said, "The effects of the pills are so good, maybe we can use this to boost your reputation." Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. "Elaborate." Glenda gave him a look and said, "The price of the pills is lower than the elixirs, and this improvement is very practical. It will soon spread to all countries and regions. Just let people know that you developed these for the common professions, and it will be widely known, soon enough for you to level up to 20. That's a good idea. As long as the pills get tied to him, once the pills become popular, everyone else will know about him too." Gold and Silver Island had already gotten him to level 19, and by then, all regions would know him, definitely reaching level 20. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I only thought of it seeing today's sale scene. Why don't you think of these things yourself?" Glenda continued, "This isn't actually easy. After leaving Gold and Silver Island, it's hard to get those chambers of commerce to promote you." Wu Heng thought for a while. "It's not that hard, just put an instruction booklet inside, write up the usage methods and information about me." Glenda thought about it and nodded. "Indeed, we could try that." "Uncle, will you reach level 20 soon?" Zhao asked. "Soon enough," Wu Heng said with a smile. Hee. Zhao also broke into a smile. This idea, Wu Heng felt, had a very high potential for implementation. Even if it didn't work out well, there wouldn't be any harm. "We'll have someone arrange it shortly and try out a batch first." Dong dong dong. As he was lost in thought, a knocking sound arose, and Minnie's voice came from outside. "Master, Zai Ligui the steward called." Zai Ligui had called. During this period, he had not dared to contact Zai Ligui and the others. "I'm coming down now," Wu Heng said. He went downstairs, picked up the phone, and cautiously said, "Hello?" Zai Ligui's voice came from the other end. "Come for dinner tonight, don't forget what I've told you." Wu Heng asked in a low voice, "You're not going to poison me, are you?" "I'm watching, no worries." "Okay, I'll get ready and come over." Wu Heng hung up the phone. Minnie stood by, her eyes full of confusion. "Master, what about poisoning?" "It's nothing, just joking with Zai Ligui." "I won't be coming back for dinner tonight," Wu Heng said with a smile. "Oh, okay." At dusk, Wu Heng used the teleportation technique and appeared at the steward mansion. As he walked through the door, he was greeted by a richer Oma. It seemed dinner was ready. "Zai Ligui, Xiali, I'm here," Wu Heng called out. Footsteps sounded. The 2 sisters came out, their expressions stern, their eyes scrutinizing. Wu Heng turned his hand and produced 2 bunches of flowers, one red and one yellow, and handed them to the 2 women. "For you." Chapter 784, Isn't it a bit early? The slanting sun shone through the opened door, casting light and shadows across the room. Wu Heng stood still, holding a prepared bouquet in his hand, feeling somewhat uneasy. This feeling was even more nerve-wracking than facing a hero. The elf sisters stood at the entrance, Zai Ligui in a light green home long dress, and Xiali in a blue one, her hair tied behind her head. Wu Heng handed over the fresh flowers, squeezing out a smile on his face. Zai Ligui glared at him, holding Xiali's hand as they stepped forward to take the flowers, keeping one for herself and giving the other to Xiali. "At least he's thoughtful, knowing you like fresh flowers." Wu Heng then took out 2 beautifully crafted cakes. "I made these myself, for you to try." Xiali glanced at Wu Heng, and in her indifferent gaze, there was also a hint of tenderness difficult to perceive, as she said, "Come in, dinner is ready." "Okay." Wu Heng entered, carrying the cakes. The 2 bouquets were placed in vases in the living room. Then, the 3 of them proceeded to the dining room, where the table was filled with prepared dinner. Zai Ligui sat in the middle, gesturing for the 2 to sit down. She scooped a piece of pastry with a silver spoon and brought it to Xiali's mouth. "Ah. Try this, Wu Heng made it especially for us. He knows he was wrong. Forgive him, okay?" Xiali looked at Wu Heng and, finally, opened her mouth to eat the cake brought to her lips, chewing delicately. With Xiali eating the cake, the atmosphere in the dining room lightened somewhat. Zai Ligui turned and pinched Wu Heng's thigh, and Wu Heng grimaced, but said with sincere sincerity, "Xiali, I'll treat you too well." Xiali raised her head, looked him in the eye, and asked softly, Are you confident you can reach level 18? Yes. Shiyali continued, humans and elves are naturally different in lifespan. Even if you reach level 18, it will only extend your life a little. Alright, if Wu Heng is confident, let's eat, Xiligui intervened, continuing to speak. Shiyali said no more, and the three began to eat. The atmosphere was somewhat subdued, not as relaxed as before. Xiligui carefully tasted each dish, only allowing Wu Heng to eat after confirming there were no issues. She was worried her mischievous sister might play a trick and send a mage beside them away. The meal was finished in an awkward atmosphere. After dinner, thud, thud, thud. The courtyard door echoed with knocks. Xiligui glanced at the kitchen, then at Wu Heng, and said, I'll go check it out. Don't you two argue. With that, she walked outside. Wu Heng sat in the living room while Shiyali came out of the kitchen, looking towards the courtyard. Come and help me pick up the bowls. Wu Heng stood up and walked over, helping to carry the dishes to the kitchen. While tidying up, Shiyali said with a laugh, You weren't scared, were you? Just a bit stunned, Wu Heng put the dishes on the cabinet shelf. Shiyali said, What can I do? You're with my sister, and I don't want to lose you. Her expression serious, It doesn't matter whether you can reach level 18, but you must treat me and my sister well as you just promised. I'll treat you two well for a lifetime, Wu Heng assured. Shiyali's smile grew even more brilliant. You said it, I'll remember this. Wu Heng shrugged, Anyway, I'm human, a lifetime isn't that long. You said you could reach level 18, Shiyali said, raising her voice. Wu Heng laughed, Don't worry, I will eventually become a hero, and I'll make you both heroes too. I believe you, Xiligui believes you too, Shiyali said with a smile, leaning in with her wet hands dangling at her sides, looking up at him. Wu Heng gently bent down and captured her slightly cold lips, flavored with the taste of the pastry. Wu Heng, Shiyali. A voice called from the living room. In the kitchen. Xiligui hurried into the kitchen and saw Wu Heng helping to tidy up. Wu Heng, you go sit in the living room, Shiyali said. Wu Heng returned to the living room where Xiligui asked, Everything okay? No problem, Shiyali forgave me. Wu Heng continued to ask, What did the association want? It's still about the elixirs. The shop is still open, and we need to assign more hands to the patrol guard work, Xiligui replied. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, Only these next 2 days, then we'll pause sales until everything is adjusted, and then continue selling. Why the pause? Xiligui asked curiously. The effects of the tablet were so good that one couldn't help but be curious as to why it had to be stopped. There are a couple of reasons. One is the need to repackage, and the second is the safety of the medication. I'm worried that someone might buy it and mix in some strange substances, which could damage the reputation of the tablet, Wu Heng explained. After all, it is a medication, and if someone were to swap out a tablet or two, it could very well lead to loss of life. Xiligui didn't quite understand, but she also knew that this was a move for the better. Okay, then we'll increase the manpower tonight. Tomorrow, there won't be any need to transfer people from the central district. Wu Heng nodded. Then, he glanced over at Xiligui, then in the direction of the kitchen, and said, I'm going back now. After Shiyali cools off, come over to my place for a meal. It's been a long time since we've eaten together. We'll see about that. I'll let you know then. Wu Heng stood up and walked towards the door, also calling out to the kitchen, Shiyali, I'm heading back now. I'll come visit you again in a couple of days. Shiyali came out of the kitchen and said, go ahead. Wu Heng walked to the courtyard, with Xiligui following behind. Before leaving the house, he warned, I know, my sister likes you. Now that things are like this, it's good. We can be together, but you have to reach level 18, you hear me? I don't want to end up living with a corpse ghost. Wu Heng wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered, Don't worry, I will reach level 18 and I will love you both properly. You, that's so cheesy, Xiligui shivered. Wu Heng embraced her and kissed her lightly, whispering, I'm heading back now. I'll come to see you in a couple of days. The two parted ways, and Wu Heng walked out the front door. Xiligui returned to the room, only to see Shiyali arranging bunches of flowers in different vases. She seemed to be in a good mood. He left? Shiyali turned and asked. He did, replied Xiligui, sitting down beside her, and then said, How are we going to explain this to Mom? That's for you to think about, it was your solution, Shiyali said, and then added, She wrote in her last letter that she would come visit after a while, so you'd better think of something soon. Xiligui picked up some pastries and began to eat them. You think about it. You're the older sister. Now you remember that I'm the sister? It doesn't matter, you think. You think. Let Wu Heng think about it. Then you call him. Leaving the steward mansion, the street lamps illuminated. Groups of residents flocked to the streets to enjoy the cool evening and watch performances under the light of the lamps. Now, in addition to the bard telling stories, there were some simple performances, like a huge marketplace, buzzing with excitement. Wu Heng walked through the crowd and returned to the island lord's mansion. The maids were playing games in the video room, and Wu Heng entered the radio room. He began to contact Shayna. Soon, Shayna's voice came through. "I'm here. How's Natalie City?" "It's the same as before, no changes," Shayna answered. "Any news from the investigation team?" "Nothing. The investigation team's intel is mostly not disclosed, and it's not convenient for us to inquire," Shayna said with a hint of helplessness. Wu Heng said, "No worries. If there's anything major, it will come out." Shayna responded briefly, without saying much more. Wu Heng went on to discuss the matter of selling the tablets. To their surge in popularity, Shayna wasn't surprised at all. The tablet you improved is the most successful product to date. It will gradually dominate the market. Similarly, you should also be careful. With your pricing, I'm afraid many people might want to get rid of you. This won't go as far as playing with lives, right? The market is a battlefield too. If you were anywhere but Gold and Silver Island, just based on the previous few products, you'd have been confined or signed into a slavery contract, Shayna said gravely. That's scary, Wu Heng said, continuing. Those alchemists who refuse to change and only think about selling low-level elixirs at high prices aren't worth pitying. What we did was right, benefiting more ordinary people. Shayna sounded surprised. You have quite the conviction. I must say, the way you just spoke was very charismatic, like an adult. Ignoring her comment, Wu Heng went on, I plan to temporarily halt the sale of the tablets and bind them to myself to increase reputation. Then, he shared his plans with Shayna. She fell silent. After a long while, she finally spoke slowly. I do not oppose your preparing for the future, but isn't it a bit early? You've just reached level 15. Starting such a large operation now will draw the attention of some people. Chapter 785. I am here to pick up my people. I don't feel it's too early. I should arrange things as quickly as possible. After letting it sediment for a few years, it will be just right for leveling up. Later on, when you all level up a bit, we will also use this method for publicity, Wu Heng said seriously. Since you've already thought it through, I have no objections. However, for the sales channels, it's best to first find a few cooperative chambers of commerce and designate the goods to them. Doing so can control the demand on production and also maintain quality, to prevent others from hoarding and then selling at higher prices, which might influence your reputation. Wu Heng felt this made sense. You've considered it thoroughly. I'll pay attention to this matter. After finishing the discussion, they chatted casually for a few more sentences before ending the conversation. Wu Heng returned to his study, spoke a few more sentences with the ghosts, then went back to his room to rest. Lying in bed, Wu Heng began to ponder over the matter of the pills in his mind. Linking his reputation with the pills might allow him to meet the requirements for leveling up faster. The method was quite simple, which was to add an instruction booklet inside the pill box. Part of it would include the pill's usage method and some applicable environments. The other part would have the producer Wu Heng's name and some related deeds. A reputation like this can rise quickly. It feels like this way, it is faster and safer than occupying the Hueco Kingdom. Compared to occupying the Hueco Kingdom, this belongs to commercial expansion, not the life and death kind of battles. And there's no worry about the Holy Court finding any faults. Everything that's done is good deeds. As for what Shayna mentioned about being noticed by others, he couldn't manage so much anymore. As long as he reached level 20, all difficulties would cease to be difficulties. Subsequently, Wu Heng's mind shifted to the sisters Zai Ligui and Shi Yali. Through a series of maneuvers by Shi Yali, Zai Ligui had also accepted the three of them together. It was apparent that the sisters had a good relationship indeed. And Shi Yali, she was very considerate towards him. It seemed like after arriving in the other world, his charm truly had increased quite a bit. In his original world, there wouldn't be such a girl who would be so determined to be with him. If there really were one, he would feel like there was some kind of scam involved. After tossing and turning with these thoughts in mind, sleepiness surged, and Wu Heng fell into a deep sleep. The next day, at the city hall, the meeting room's doors were pushed open, and the lavishly dressed representatives from the various chambers of commerce filed in. They glanced at the room and greeted the people at the inner side of the room, Lord Island Master, Ms. Andre Willow. Wu Heng nodded. Everyone, please take a seat. The representatives found their places and sat down, their gazes still towards the opposite side. The pill sales had stopped today. This was somewhat different from normal product launches, and they all wanted to probe for information to prepare their own chambers of commerce. Lord Island Master, Has there been some issue on the island? Indeed, why have the pill sales stopped? If there's anything you need, our Chamber of Commerce is willing to help the Lord Island Master unconditionally. We are as well. After everyone spoke in succession, they waited for Wu Heng's answer. Wu Heng waved his hand to indicate for everyone to be quiet and then spoke. The sale of the pills will indeed be suspended temporarily as there were some problems considered after the initial launch, which require adjustments. The crowd remained silent, awaiting Wu Heng to continue. Wu Heng went on to say, the pill is different from ordinary goods, and people hoarding to drive up prices or swapping out the pills could both damage our reputation. Hence, we will choose chambers of commerce that are credible and willing to follow the rules of Gold and Silver Island to cooperate. Of course, if the cooperating chambers of commerce turn out to be untrustworthy, we will terminate the partnership. The crowd was taken aback. What? That's not profitable. Opening up would maximize benefits. Lord Island Master, our Chamber of Commerce has always been in close cooperation with Gold and Silver Island. From a profit perspective, opening sales would maximize the benefits for Gold and Silver Island by selling a large number of pills. Now he was willing to cooperate only with a fixed few. It would obviously reduce the benefits for Gold and Silver Island, which is not what a capable merchant would do. Wu Heng continued to explain, the pill is not like common goods. We will choose chambers of commerce for selling. Of course, if you're all willing to abide, there's no limit to the number of cooperating chambers of commerce. Oh, I see, they nodded, a sigh of relief in their hearts. As long as they could sell on their own. After all, they could also earn a fortune along with Gold and Silver Island. Then, Wu Heng elaborated the criteria for Gold and Silver Island when selecting cooperating chambers of commerce, as well as their pricing. Once everything was made clear, Wu Heng looked at everyone and stated, that's the situation. There is still some time before the official release, so you can send the message back to ask around. Those willing to cooperate can come to the City Hall to register. Certainly, Lord Island Master. The crowd stood up, bowed once again, and then hurriedly left the City Hall. The message had to be delivered back as quickly as possible. Wu Heng also returned to the Island Lord's mansion and had Glenda write the promotional material for the manual. In the Hueco Kingdom, within a city. The church was filled with a pungent smell of blood and dust. Robust pillars had collapsed, the walls covered in religious murals, now marred by slashes of swords and the blackened residue of a large fire. The religious leader's face was somber as he sat on the throne in his elaborate robe. Below him, men and women knelt with bare torsos, their shoulder blades pierced by iron hooks, hands raised high, palms cradling burning hot wax. The wax dripped down, pooling in their hands, leaving marks. The kneeling people showed no sign of discomfort, in their eyes shone piety and fanaticism. What is your next step? A church priest began questioning the first person. Northward, was the stiff response. The investigator following beside quickly took notes. And the plan? Unclear. Who is your leader? Is there any connection with the royal family of Hueco Kingdom? The same questions began to rise from other directions. The priest, along with the investigator, started questioning those spread out on the ground. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps sounded at the entrance. A bulky figure, cloaked in a hooded cape, stepped in. Who dares intrude into the church? The protective church knights guarding the door shouted, swords swinging down. Bang, bang. In an instant, 2 protective church knights were sent flying backward. They fell limply and did not get up. Tension rose suddenly in the hall as the burly man took off his hood and said coldly, "Say I do, have you captured my people?" The religious leader Say I do narrowed his eyes, his voice equally cold. "Dragon, why are you here?" "I am here for my people. I heard they were taken by you." "Your people, the Snake Emblem Consortium, are involved in this too?" Say I do asked sternly. Dragon's expression remained cold. "Is the way you speak to me representing your association or the Holy Court?" Say I do's gaze suddenly intensified, the light around him brightening, and the phantom of a sword-wielding angel emerged behind him. Dragon's eyes suddenly turned slitted as he continued, "I'm only taking my people. I'm not involved in your affairs. Think carefully." Say I do watched him coldly and asked, "Which are your people?" Looking to the side, Dragon immediately had people come out and identify the Snake Emblem Consortium staff. "These. Release them, you can take them away," Say I do said directly. The several identified individuals had the hooks pulled from them, the hot wax removed. Their eyes instantly cleared, and they quickly moved to Dragon's side. Dragon nodded and turned to leave. Say I do asked, "Where are you heading next?" "North." "Planning to accompany me?" "Humphrey. I still have this situation to investigate." "You can go." Dragon turned back, stared at him, and said, "Remember, investigate your own matters. If I find out you've touched anyone from the Snake Emblem Consortium again, I will destroy your church." "You dare?" Dragon didn't say more and left. The investigator was about to note this when Seidu waved his hand, and the angel behind him sang a melodious chant. The focus of everyone in the room dispersed and then regathered. The priest looked around and asked the kneeling people again, "What is your next step?" "Northward." The investigator frowned, puzzled. Why had he recorded this before? After all the questions were asked. Seidu waved his hand, and blades fell. The kneeling people's heads hit the ground and the scent of blood spread instantly. Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng sat at the island lord's mansion until the afternoon, then he received another call from Andre Willow. He rushed to City Hall. After sitting in a room for a while, a short person with a big beard walked in. "Lord Island Master, the magic projectiles you ordered have been completed." Saying this, projectiles for the electromagnetic cannon, engraved with patterns, were laid out on the table. Chapter 786, Experimental Artillery Shell Going Smoothly? Wu Heng asked. The short person touched his beard and replied respectfully, "Everything's going very well. There will be no issues at all from our side, you can rest assured." That meant there were no problems on their end, and if any issues did arise. Wu Heng nodded and picked up an object to inspect it. The front end of the shell was engraved with intricate patterns, and upon close sensing, one could feel the fluctuations of magic. "I'll conduct the experiment. If the results meet my requirements, I'll have the City Hall contact you to continue ordering goods from you." "Of course, there's no problem. It's our honor to work for Lord Island Master," the short person said politely. "I'll have someone come find you when it's time." "Understood, my lord. I won't disturb you any longer." The short person bowed again and left the room directly. Wu Heng collected all the shells and left the room as well. He stood at the door, thinking for a moment. Taking a ship from Gold and Silver Island, he went to sea to test the new electromagnetic cannon. Above the sea, Wu Heng rode a flying carpet, floating in the air. In the distance, Cocktail Island appeared diminished. In the next second, the mansion skill opened, and behind the stone door was a robust electromagnetic cannon. Wu Heng inserted a shell engraved with red patterns into the mansion skill, and the gunner controlling the cannon began to load the shell and adjust the angle. Zhao floated nearby, curiously asking, "Uncle, is what you drew useful?" "If it's sufficient to normally operate a shop, the effects are certainly there. Now we'll see if it works when applied to the shell," Wu Heng, sitting cross-legged on the flying carpet, replied. These engravings were quite popular on the island. Professions such as rangers and sentinels would buy some. The effects were definitely there. But firing a high-powered electromagnetic cannon, it was uncertain whether it would affect the stability of the patterns. Engraving just one was pricey, so if the effects were poor, it was necessary to cut losses promptly. Just relying on the impact force of the electromagnetic cannon itself, the power was already considerable. Bella flew on the other side, saying, "At the tavern, mercenaries like to buy some magic arrows. In some special environments, they can have good effects." Zhao lay on her side, asking, "What are special environments?" "Environments that are somewhat abnormal, like places filled with poison gas, or where fire is spreading. The corresponding magic arrows can provide some relief, but they probably aren't as effective as a mage's magic," Bella explained softly after thinking for a moment. "Oh, Uncle is a mage. He doesn't need those. Your uncle is a necromancer. But Uncle can also do the fireball technique. When it comes to burning corpses, it's really convenient," Zhao continued. Wu Heng immediately tensed up and said, "Zhao, you can't talk about that outside. Others might mistake me for a killer." "Okay, hee." Zhao giggled and flew a circle in the air. Bella also smiled aside. While one person and two spirits chatted, the mansion skill on the other side finished loading the shell. The barrel pointed far away at the small island. "Fire," Wu Heng instructed. Boom. The electromagnetic cannon roared violently, and a stream of light tore through the air in a flash. Then a deafening roar came from distant Cocktail Island, which trembled and stirred up enormous waves around it. Wu Heng and the two ghosts stared intently at the distant island. At that moment, the island was obscured by dust and smoke, and no sign of any magic being triggered was visible. A failure? Or perhaps the method wasn't quite right. Indeed, it seemed that this approach didn't work. As he contemplated, suddenly a red light shone through the dust, followed by a burst of intense flames. Caught in the unstable airflows from the blast, the flames began to twirl. "Wow, it's like a tornado," Zhao exclaimed. "The effect seems quite good," Bella also said in surprise. Wu Heng watched the effects, a look of joy appearing in his eyes. It was a success. The firing of the electromagnetic cannon had no effect on the magic runes. About 2 or 3 seconds after hitting, it began to take effect. Wu Heng continued to stare at the flames rising in the distance. Unlike artillery shells or missiles, This kind of flame effect was more like a thrown Molotov cocktail rather than the shockwave of an explosion. But its power was indeed not small. The lethality of the flames was enough to leave an enemy skinless. On the sea, a fleet belonging to a chamber of commerce sailed away along the route, its pristine sails billowing in the sea breeze like white clouds floating above. Several representatives from the Chamber of Commerce stood at the bow, holding wine glasses and discussing the matter of choosing a cooperating Chamber of Commerce with Gold and Silver Island. An elder, stroking his beard, said, "The island master seeking a fixed Chamber of Commerce, I feel there is a deeper meaning. Could it be he only wishes to cooperate with a few chambers that have good relationships?" Another middle-aged man shook his head and said, "You might be overthinking it. If the island master only intended to cooperate with certain chambers, why bother calling all the representatives there? Private negotiations with those he wishes to cooperate with would suffice." Seeing that the two were about to argue, someone beside them immediately said, "Regardless, we must still strive for it. As long as we establish cooperation with Gold and Silver Island, and with our commercial operations, in a few years, we will distance ourselves from other chambers of commerce and become an unshakable commercial behemoth." No one denied this statement. Every chamber of commerce that had trafficked goods with Gold and Silver Island saw their status soar rapidly upon their return, quickly widening the gap with other chambers. Everyone nodded in agreement, praising the magic of Gold and Silver Island. The medicine trade of Gold and Silver Island is a no-go. I suggest everyone not waste their efforts. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, causing an abrupt silence around them as everyone turned to look. They saw an elderly human, accompanied by two others, approaching. His face showed confidence and he didn't look like an ordinary person. A merchant asked, "Who might you be?" The elder smiled and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Seed, Vice Chairman of the Fumo Alchemy Association." The crowd realized they had a vice chairman aboard the ship. "So, you are Vice Chairman Seed, but why do you say that?" The merchant pressed on. Seed folded his hands behind his back. "I have received news that the alchemy associations from various places have already united. His elixir won't sell." The representative of the Chamber of Commerce immediately retorted, "How could it not sell? Can you also produce the elixirs?" Seed shook his head, "No, but chambers everywhere will face a problem. Those who cooperate with Gold and Silver Island's elixirs will be boycotted by all the alchemy associations, and not a single elixir will be given to you. Gold and Silver Island only has this one kind of medicine. How will you choose?" Everyone was stunned. At the same time, they all felt a hint of contempt. These alchemists were really spoiled. Instead of thinking about how to improve, they intended to suppress a breakthrough medicine. "I think some will still choose to cooperate with Gold and Silver Island. After all, this product is bound to sell well," another chamber representative spoke up. Seed looked at him seriously as if memorizing his face, a veiled dread emanating from him. "The financial power of the alchemy associations isn't necessarily lower than yours. If the whole Emerald Sea gets chaotic, no one will be able to ship out these goods. Of course, you don't have to worry. The technology for the medicine tablets is not difficult, it's just a matter of waiting a year, then they will gradually be produced." How vicious. This meant supporting the pirates. Only the pirates could cause chaos in the Emerald Sea. The Emerald Sea has just settled down. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Seed looked at the few with disdain. Survival of the fittest. Blame this kid for provoking the wrong profession. Everyone's expressions darkened. They would take this news back and report it to their superiors to avoid the alchemists uniting together causing the chamber to suffer losses. But they felt unwillingness in their hearts. If they could sell the elixirs, it would definitely change the market. Damn fools, only know how to cause trouble. Boom. As the faces of those present flickered with indecision, a terrifying boom suddenly erupted. Everyone on deck was startled, scrambling for cover. At the same time, they looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a bright light rising from a distant island. Immediately afterward, a massive tornado enveloped with flames and dust rose from the ground and pierced the sky. Chapter 787, Skeleton beats up people. The Chamber of Commerce representatives stood in the corner, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape but unable to make a sound. What was that? Flames soared into the sky. Before the crowd could get a clear view, the waves churned, and the ship swayed violently, everyone tumbling into a heap. The alchemy vice chairman Seed, seeing everyone's expressions, propped himself up on the railing, his face lit with excitement as he shouted, "Gold and Silver Island has offended the divine spirits. This is a heavenly warning. The next to be swallowed by the fire dragon will be Gold and Silver Island." The people's faces turned even uglier. At that moment, the lookout at the masthead shouted, "The navy of Gold and Silver Island is coming." Turning around, they saw a naval ship approaching, flying the flag of Gold and Silver Island. Once within a certain distance, a thunderous voice carried over, "Cocktail Island is testing weapons. Chamber of Commerce fleet should not linger, continue moving forward. Gold and Silver Island is testing new weapons? The loud noise just now, was that a weapon? Bullshit about angering the divine spirits, that was Gold and Silver Island's weapon. The crowd looked towards Seed, who also stood there dumbfounded, his eyes dotting as he watched the naval ship. The ship bypassed the area. The Chamber of Commerce representatives regrouped, continuing to discuss cooperation with Gold and Silver Island. As for Seed's proposal, forget it, no idea where he's hiding and trembling now. Cocktail Island. Wu Hang descended from the flying carpet, looking at the deep crater left on the ground. The ammunition for the electromagnetic cannon was still buried deep underground. Just now, 3 types of ammunition had been tested: flame, poison gas, and thunder, all functioning normally. Seemed quite impressive indeed. It was just a matter of what scenes they would be applied in. I think the flame one looked the prettiest. Bella laughed. The lightning one wasn't bad either, just the poison gas one looks ugly, all green and oily. Zhao agreed, the poison gas one wasn't good. Wu Hang couldn't be bothered with their chatter, and after inspecting the site, he took the flying carpet towards the naval position. Heading back to Gold and Silver Island together. Back at the island lord's mansion. Dinner was ready. Minnie called out, "Master, come and eat." Wu Hang sat down at the dining table, and Andre Willow asked softly, "Master, why didn't I see you this afternoon?" "I went to test out the magic engraved projectiles." "Continue to order some from the dwarf magic arrow shop," Wu Hang instructed. "Okay," Andre Willow nodded. "Sister Vera only talks about work," Minnie said while peeling shrimp and popping them into Wu Hang's mouth, then sucked on her fingertips. "You think I am like you, sitting at home all day with the air conditioning?" Andre Willow glared back. "Bad Fox is bullying people again, wait for Master to punish you." Minnie pouted, peeled 2 more pieces of shrimp, and fed them to Wu Hang. "Eat more, Master, so you can discipline her tonight." "Tonight together," Wu Hang said with a smile. Minnie nodded with laughter, and Andre Willow glanced shyly and cautiously over here. After dinner, the maids went out to train, and Wu Hang returned to the study. Glenda sent over a document floating towards him. "I've written this for you, check if it's okay." Wu Hang took it. It was the instruction manual for the pills. The content was divided into 2 parts, one for precautions, the other carried Wu Hang's personal information and the original intention behind developing the pills. It was rather simple and more accessible for the ordinary people of this world to understand. Glenda had quite a way with words, reminiscent of reading stories. "How about it?" Glenda asked. Wu Hang raised an eyebrow. "Really well written, I like this line. Elixirs are no longer the exclusive domain of the elite, they shall serve everyone." "Really? You look at things from the perspective of an ordinary person," Glenda said with a smile. "You would have made a fortune writing novels in my era," Wu Hang remarked. Glenda rolled her eyes. "What, you still want me to write books to support you, could I? To support the 3 of us? Like hell you could, are you a demon? I'm already like this, and you still want me to support you," Glenda snapped back venomously. Wu Hang stopped joking with her. He said, "The instruction manual doesn't need changes, it's good." "That's good, then. You can arrange for someone to print it directly," Glenda said, returning to her spot and picking up a book to continue reading. Wu Hang tucked the manual into the space ring. As night fell, he said goodbye and left the study, calling Minnie and Andre Willow to return to their room to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Hang headed straight for Zombie World. Sitting in the control room, he observed the status of the test subjects in all the prison cells. The first batch of animals had completely undergone their aberrant transformations, incessantly howling and struggling within the cells. Every time a new virus was injected, several high-level skeletons were required to hold down the subject in order to complete the injection. Glancing at the ordinary prison cells, Wu Hang continued to gaze at the private chamber for the Zombie King. At this moment, the Zombie King had clearly grown larger, resembling a giant curled up on the floor compared to the skeleton guards watching over it. The sinewy muscles and enlarged insect wings both appeared extraordinarily ferocious. It must be over 2 meters tall, nearly 3 meters by now. Indeed, it kept getting bigger and bigger. Wu Hang watched as a skeleton took out a corpse core and fed it into the Zombie King's mouth. The Zombie King didn't struggle at all, simply opening its mouth to swallow it and then continued to squat on the ground. Had it resigned to its fate? Or was it waiting to evolve and then make an escape all at once? Beep beep. The sound of a car horn came from outside. Wu Hang glanced at the monitor, and saw that Li Yong had arrived with a convoy. He got up and went downstairs, ordering the skeletons to load the raw materials for the medicine tablets brought from the warehouse into the truck, while he himself took Li Yong into his office. The 2 sat down in chairs, and Wu Hang handed over the instructions to be printed. "Print these out and put a copy in every box of tablets. Let the skeletons do the work, and all the vacant machines can also be fully operational. This shipment of materials should suffice for production for some time. Liang glanced at them and then tucked them away. Then she said, I've discussed with Chi Hengkai about forming an investigation team to start surveying all bases. During this period, Wu Heng had been considering this issue as well. As time passed, certain survivors began to grow restless. Wu Heng and Liang couldn't be everywhere at once, so an investigation team, or rather an inspection team, became necessary. Thinking it over, Wu Heng said, I will arrange for skeletons at various locations to record the situation on site and to collect complaint letters, which could also serve as a warning to others. Humans are not immune to temptation. Left unattended, anyone would start to stray gradually. Moreover, the survivors who had lived through encounters with zombies and bloodshed, they were no longer the people of peaceful times. That's an idea, Liang nodded. Arrange for some skeletons to be sent to the military factory tomorrow. I have a task here that I need you to pass on to Jiao Rong for them to handle, Wu Heng continued. Alright, I'll get it sorted out tomorrow. The two talked until the afternoon. Liang left with several trucks of materials, and Wu Heng stayed at the prison a while longer before returning to Gold and Silver Island. Radio room. Wu Heng picked up the radio and made contact with Wen Mansha. Have those people been bothering you again lately? Wu Heng asked. Wen Mansha answered, no, but that envoy is still staying in the city. I suspect they have other motives, and coming to the city lord's mansion was not really about the matter at hand. Wu Heng also felt it was problematic that the person had stayed. If he's staying, it's definitely to wait for the second prince's next command. Be careful, Lei. That guy can't beat us now, Wen Mansha said with confidence. Wu Heng sternly replied, it's precisely because he can't beat us that he will resort to underhand tricks. I'll be careful. The skeletons you arranged for me are all set up, there won't be any problems, Wen Mansha spoke softly. Good, that's reassuring. Any news from the Hueco kingdom? Wen Mansha continued to inquire. No specific news yet, let's wait a bit longer. Wen Mansha could only respond, alright then. After ending the communication, Wu Heng returned to the study. He sat in the room as the light began to dim. He went back to his room to rest. Zombie world. The military factory was under the blazing sun. The investigation team arrived, and Jiao Rong gathered everyone for a meeting before the rest returned to the office. Jiao Rong stayed behind to talk with Liang about the inspection. In one office area. Is the skeleton manager Jiao spoke of really as extraordinary as he said, even capable of noting down when someone slacks off? One person spoke up. Another laughed and said, you still don't know about those skeletons? Each one is so dull, I think they are just for scaring us. Tap tap tap. As they were talking, a skeleton dressed in a suit came upstairs and into the room. It stood direct on the side of the office area, holding a notebook, ready to take notes. It really is recording something. How could it write? If skeletons were that capable, why would we need to be sitting here? As they spoke, one of them snatched the record book from the investigator's skeleton and looked at the writing inside. It was a bunch of unfamiliar symbols, somewhat resembling Middle Eastern script. Cow, there really is something written here. Bang. The next second, a fist swung fiercely and struck direct on the chest. The man staggered backward, the air knocked out of him as he fell onto the floor. The others were startled and immediately rushed to help, while also warily eyeing the skeleton in front. What happened? During the chaos, Jiao Rong and Liang arrived on the scene with several people in tow. Someone shouted, the skeleton attacked someone. Chapter 788, related to the Crown Prince skeleton hit someone. Hearing this, the crowd gathered around also appeared angry. You can't just hit people without any reason. Liang's eyes slightly narrowed as she glanced at the skeleton who had picked up the notebook and resumed writing. She said, take the injured to get treated, and you, follow me to the office and explain the situation. The man who had just shouted about the skeleton hitting someone faltered, glanced at Jiao Rong, his expression somewhat tense. He added, send the injured to recover first, follow me to the office to understand the situation. Jiao Rong, without saying much, told the onlookers, don't just stand there, go back to your own tasks. The injured were taken away, and the others returned to their office seats. Liang, Jiao Rong, and several key members from both bases walked into an office nearby. The brought-in man stood to one side, silent. Liang looked at him and directly asked, tell me how the fight started. The man's eyes darted about, then he said, when we were coming back to our seats after fetching water, we happened to see this skeleton writing something. Li Xiang went over to look at the contents, and the skeleton suddenly punched him, knocking him out cold. Eyebrows were raised by a few in the room. Skeletons were commanded not to attack survivors. Especially those from Little East Auto Repair who had been in contact with skeletons the longest, there had never been any issues. Nor did they believe it would lose control without reason. Liang asked seriously, did he make any other movements? No, the man shook his head. Jiao also looked towards Liang, suggesting, Vice Leader Li, I think it might be better to keep skeleton investigators separated from the work area. Liang, sitting in the executive chair, glanced at Jiao and then at the man standing before her, and said, bring out the mud doll. Someone behind her opened a backpack and took a wooden box out. After being opened, a bizarre and eerie mud doll was placed on the table. Amid everyone's puzzled looks, Liang directly said, move a chair, sit across from it, and stare into the eyes of the mud sculpture. The man, still frowning and somewhat bewildered, complied nevertheless, moving a chair and sitting in the position opposite. Liang instructed, repeat what happened with the skeleton. The man began. Li Xiang was somewhat unhappy with the arrangements for the investigation, then he tried to snatch the notebook from the skeleton, and the skeleton suddenly retaliated, knocking him out. As he spoke, the man's eyes gradually widened. In disbelief, he wondered how he could say such things. Liang smiled and covered the eyes of the mud sculpture with her hands. The man jerked to his feet, his eyes full of panic, sweat beading on his forehead. The room fell silent again. Indeed, it had been Li Xiang who had instigated the incident, taking something from the skeleton, which was deemed provocation or aggression. This was the first day the investigator was arranged for this, and such an incident had already occurred. Not a single person spoke, and the room stayed silent for a minute. Liang's negative state dissipated, and she spoke softly, Manager Jiao, please explain. Jiao responded, Vice Leader, the young people are impulsive, I'll properly discipline them when I get back. Impulsive hands, yet not a single truthful word in their mouths. Have them write a self-critique and personally apologize to you afterwards. Liang continued to stare at him, Manager Jiao, today you protect them for grabbing a notebook, but tomorrow they grab a skeleton's gun, will you still protect them? In the eyes of the skeleton, taking a skeleton investigator's notebook or seizing a patrol skeleton's gun made no difference, both triggered a retaliatory response. The behavior was the same. Jiao responded, no one would dare to grab a gun, give them another chance, Vice Leader. Liang looked at him again. Previously, Liang would certainly have given Jiao face, as there wasn't much harm done. But this time was different. Wu Heng had specifically asked her to come investigate, and on day one with the skeleton in the office, this incident occurred. She couldn't just let it go. I'll consult with the leader, Liang said. The man across panicked, Vice Leader, Manager Jiao, I was wrong, I accept the punishment. Liang dialed a number, and the call was quickly connected. She recounted the situation, agreeing with a few hums. Hanging up, she said, Jiao manage here well, and you, come with me to Xinfu City. Jiao face darkened, alright, I understand. Prepare yourself, we'll wait for you in the car. Liang stood up, leading her people away. Jiao remained in the office, his expression grim. The man who had just lied was pale, questioning why he had interfered. Manager Jiao, I was just trying to speak for our people. Jiao suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with anger. The man hesitated with his next words, murmuring, sorry. Make the incident public. Li Xiang provoked the skeleton investigator, removed from his current post. Any negligence or incompetence in their current positions will result in removal, serving as a warning. Yes. The personnel behind immediately responded. Through Liang's attitude, it could also be understood that the base's leader likely had some grievances with this side already. Alright, go about your own business, accelerate the planned tasks, Jiao said and headed out the door. The lying man hesitated before following him out. Prison. After hanging up, the phone was casually left aside. Today Liang had brought a group of skeleton investigators over, expecting some issues would surface after a while, yet the problem arose on the very same day. Chapter 788, related to the Crown Prince skeleton investigator, a civilian profession, knocked someone out with a single punch. What kind of constitution is this? It was good to expose this early, it served as a warning to others to focus on their own jobs. In prison, he sat until the afternoon. Indeed, there wasn't much to do, the mutating animals were still changing, and he didn't need to guard them every day. So he returned to Gold and Silver Island. He stepped out of the boundary door. Releasing the ghost to roam free, Wu Heng descended the stairs from his room. He chatted with Minnie on the first floor for a while, and Andre Willow and Annette rushed back from outside. The family sat down at the dining table for dinner. Wu Heng asked, Wire, is there any news from the representatives of the Chamber of Commerce? There are already several chambers of commerce that have confirmed they want to work with us. They are very sincere. Master, how many do you plan to choose for cooperation? Andre Willow replied. Wu Hang thought for a moment and said, let's start with fewer than 10, those with good reputations who are willing to let us arrange someone to supervise. Selling goods was one aspect, but it also involved enhancing his own reputation. Therefore, the number of partnerships couldn't be too few, otherwise, the effect wouldn't be good. 10 major chambers of commerce should be about right. Alright, master. Let me know when you've chosen, and I'll talk to them. Okay. After dinner, the maids went to the training room to train, and Wu Hang stretched lazily before heading upstairs. He entered the radio room. Picking up the radio to contact Lilith, he directly said, Leader Lilith, can you hear me? He waited on the chair for 2 or 3 minutes. Then came Lilith's cool response. Wu Hang raised his eyebrows. Lilith was quite smart. It seemed she had already learned how to use the radio. The leader has returned to the base? I have. Was the journey smooth? Smooth. The answers were still brief. Wu Hang frowned slightly. If he didn't know her personality, he might feel like she was reluctant to talk to him. Maybe she truly was unwilling. Wu Hang asked, do you still like the helmets in the space ring, leader? Their durability is quite impressive, and they can protect from the wind and ensure head safety while riding a motorcycle. Did you design the helmets too? Lilith's voice remained level. Wu Hang didn't answer directly, merely saying, if you don't like the color, next time you come, I'll give you some helmets of different colors. Lilith then said, I really like the helmet. Considering its weight and toughness, it can replace metal and leather helmets. Lilith's words made Wu Hang's eyebrows raise. The quality of modern helmets was indeed good, especially since they were lighter. You could say they offered better defense than leather helmets and even common iron helmets. The material is quite rare, so it's just for us to use privately, Wu Hang said straightforwardly. Lilith didn't dwell on this topic and then asked, what about the other 2 pieces of night clothes? Night clothes? Wu Hang frowned and then realized, that's riding gear, for wind protection and warmth when riding a motorcycle. There was a pause on the other end before Lilith slowly said, they look a lot like night clothes. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wu Hang finally said, Leader, those 2 from the Holy Court on Gold and Silver Island, have they been sent to the base for punishment? They have, and they've been assigned to a distant place to reform. They won't be coming to Gold and Silver Island for a while, Lilith replied casually. Sent to a distant place, that's what it was. Lilith was reliable. A big reason for doing this was surely to help Gold and Silver Island. Arranging a new level 18 professional would have to wait for the religious leader to return. In the meantime, the island would be a bit more peaceful. Thank you, leader. There was no reply from the other side. Wu Hang continued, Leader, the investigation team in Natalie City, where is the religious leader? Don't ask too much about the leader. She wasn't going to tell him. But the meaning was clear. Is there really an evil cult? Still silence on the other end. Wu Hang thought for a moment and then asked, Leader, does the sect have anything to do with the Crown Prince? Can you tell me that? After a short pause, Lilith spoke, it can be confirmed that it's related to the Crown Prince. As expected. On his side, he had already been certain that this matter was related to the Crown Prince or perhaps even orchestrated by him. But he thought it pointless without evidence from the association. Now, he had obtained important evidence. Does that mean he can be arrested? The response from the other side carried a hint of depth. The royal family's appointments and dismissals are not as simple as you think. Even if it is related to the sect, that may not be enough to oust him. The local steward died at the hands of the sect. Lilith didn't reply but instead posed a question. You want the 5th princess to succeed the throne? Wu Hang didn't hide it, since arranging skeleton soldiers to help with defense was a public affair. Lilith might have even more detailed intelligence. So he frankly said, at least the 5th princess doesn't act absurdly in her decisions. Why do you think she has the capability to manage the nation? Lilith asked back. Let's not mention that the 5th princess was born into the royal family and received relevant education from childhood. Even if she didn't have that, if you put a beggar on the throne of the royal capital, they could still hold that position, Wu Hang said outright. Lilith, with a hint of inquiry in her voice, asked, you seem quite optimistic about this 5th princess. From my personal perspective, I naturally want the 5th princess to take the throne. Based on your intelligence, is there a chance? Wu Hang asked directly. Chapter 788, related to the Crown Prince. Perhaps there is. Lilith obviously didn't want to elaborate. Wu Hang didn't continue to probe either. If the other party did not wish to talk, no amount of questioning would yield anything. Wu Hang was about to speak when Zhao peeked down from the roof. Wu Hang raised his eyebrows. What's the matter, Zhao? Zhao flew down and said, Uncle, when you're done chatting, can I talk to Sister Lilith? Do you know Lilith? Unbeknownst to Zhao, her acquaintance with the other 2 ghosts and their knowledge of her friendship with Lilith had been established. It was probably no secret to Lilith either. After all, the gift of such a large piece of jade was a giveaway. Ah. Zhao suddenly remembered that this matter was meant to be kept secret and then playfully said, "Yeah, can't I have a very powerful friend?" Wu Hang feigned anger, "Then next time you make a friend, you have to tell me first." Zhao laid down on his shoulder, "Got it, uncle, and you're the best." "Talking is fine, but how should we talk?" said Wu Hang. Even when ghosts reveal themselves, electronic devices can't capture their forms, nor can recording and communication tools pick up their voices. Only a burst of electrical noise would be left. After thinking for a bit and looking at Zhao's expectant gaze, he said, "How about this, you'll possess me later then have a chat with Lilith." "Uncle is the best, I'll just say a few words." "Wait a moment, I have a couple more things to discuss with your Auntie Lilith." "Okay." Zhao hovered nearby, silently waiting. Wu Hang asked, "Leader, when a necromancer transforms high-level skeletons, it creates very unstable factors that can decrease the final level of the skeletons. Is there a way to avoid this?" "What level do you plan on transforming?" queried Lilith. "Level 18, Wu Hang casually fabricated. "And what's your level now?" "Level 16. "That's not a big issue. I'll give Zhao a jade stone. Hold it while casting, it can enhance the strength of your spells. For 1 or 2 levels difference, it should work, but it won't be effective for a much larger gap," Lilith explained. A surge of joy filled Wu Hang's heart. That jade stone really was a fantastic item. Wu Hang remembered another matter and added, "Leader, don't forget about the technique you mentioned last time, the one to seal people's mouths. I'm still waiting to learn it." Came a soft acknowledgement. Seeing the agreement, he said, "Thank you, leader. I've finished here, and Zhao would like to say a few words to you." "Sure," came Lilith's indifferent voice. "Zhao, go ahead and possess me." Wu Hang released his divine presence, and Zhao immediately possessed Wu Hang's body. Picking up the microphone, she said, "Sister Lilith." Lilith on the other side shivered suddenly. "Zhao? Ah, sister, did you take my photo?" While in the state of divine presence, Wu Hang possessed the skeleton at the steward mansion. With each level up, the distance he could reach with his skill increased. As there weren't many places to go, he went straight to the steward mansion. A small skeleton squad patrolled along the small path in the courtyard. Wu Hang blended in with them. It had to be said that this ability was quite good for stealthily surveilling certain places. Following the skeleton squad, he could see through a window into a house, observing Shi Yali reading and Zai Ligui practicing swordsmanship. Muffled voices of conversation could be heard. "How did Mom put it?" Zai Ligui wiped sweat from her forehead and sat down. Without lifting her head, Shi Yali asked, "Didn't you say to let Wu Hang figure it out?" "What did he say? What could he do? What if he gets scared?" "Then you figure it out," Shi Yali retorted. Zai Ligui said, "I thought about it, we just don't mention it for now. When Wu Hang reaches level 18, then we'll spread the word. Why don't you say wait until he becomes a hero to talk about it?" "Him? What a hassle, always researching this and that. Even if I become a hero, it would be tough for him," said Zai Ligui. Shi Yali turned to glance at her sister and said, "Just be careful not to give it away when the time comes." "You'd better not give it away," Zai Ligui replied, then suddenly turned her head towards the window. There was a lone skeleton, continuing its stiff steps, catching up with the skeleton squad ahead. "There was a skeleton just now, it seemed to be looking at us." Shi Yali, without looking up, said, "You must be going mad with longing, seeing hallucinations now." "It's true," insisted Zai Ligui seriously. Shi Yali stood by the window and peered out, then said, "Tell the skeletons to patrol outside the mansion tomorrow, don't come inside." "All right." Wu Hang followed the squad rigidly for a while. Then he switched to another skeleton and patrolled outside with the patrol guard. After nearly half an hour, he finally released Divine Presence and returned to his own body. Releasing Divine Presence, his body lay flat on the floor. Wu Hang rolled over and sat up, resettling himself in his chair. Next time, he had to tell Zhao not to just lie on the floor. After contemplating a bit, Wu Hang contacted Shainala and recounted the information he'd gathered from Lilith. The other side saw this as good news, even if it couldn't dethrone the crown prince immediately. If made public, it would tarnish his reputation and make some supporters waver. After discussing for a while, Shainala left to inform the fifth princess of the matter. Wu Hang also stood up, returning to his room to rest. The next morning, after breakfast, Wu Hang returned to his study to head towards the boundary door. Sitting before the monitors, he checked the status of each prison. At this moment, Bella and Zhao flew in from outside. They said, "Wu Hang, the Zombie King's level has reached 20, you should go check it out." Chapter 789, Spiritual Corpse. Wu Hang increased the monitoring of the Zombie King's prison, filling the entire screen. In the screen, The zombie king was still curled up, squatting in the middle of the ground, seemingly unchanged from before. Wu Heng looked at the monitor and asked, "Has there been any change with the zombie king?" Bella answered, "No, just that his level has reached level 20, nothing else has changed." Zhao then asked, "Uncle, did the evolution fail?" "His level has increased, so it's not a failure by any means, it's just that the external appearance hasn't changed much." Wu Heng thought for a moment and replied. Ghost's ability to check levels couldn't possibly be wrong. Even in Gold and Silver Island, he could tell Lilith's level, so there was no way he could be wrong about this zombie king. It must be that the appearance hasn't changed much, and the main improvements were in its own attributes. "Oh, right." Zhao nodded in agreement. "And Glenda?" Wu Heng asked. "Lady Glenda is staying in the prison, guarding the zombie king," Bella said. Wu Heng continued to ask, "Has the zombie king always been like this? No movement?" Normally, if the zombie king felt a rise to a new level, there should have been some acts of defiance. After all, he would always look for opportunities to break free. He shouldn't be this quiet. Could it be, he doesn't know he has leveled up? Zhao suggested. Bella speculated as well, or maybe he's just gotten used to it, like a pet. Ah. Then Uncle doesn't need to transform the skeleton, can directly command the zombie king to fight, like a beast tamer. Zhao said, stroking his chin. Wu Heng stood up and said, "Forget about it, if it slaps me one day, I won't be able to handle it." From beginning to end, no antidote had been developed for the virus. Keeping a zombie like a tame beast, if it slaps or its blood contaminates, that's also a trouble. Now his constitution was stronger, but that didn't mean he should create problems for himself. Having said that, Wu Heng walked outside and casually said to the big head skull following him, "Let the army gather in the prison area, bring machine guns." Hurrah! Noises came from outside, and the station skull team began to mobilize. Gathering in the prison area. Prison area. The skeleton army had already begun gathering and making combat preparation, encompassing the gate area. Various firearms and prepared machine guns were all aiming at the gate position. Walking to the prison gate, he saw Glenda floating at the gate position. Seeing Wu Heng coming, she said, "The skeleton alchemy warlock just came, I asked it to leave for now, the zombie king inside is waiting for the door to open." Wu Heng frowned, immediately understanding what Glenda meant. In the monitoring, the zombie king was squatting obediently, not that he had become docile, but waiting for the time when skeleton alchemy warlock would feed the corpse core. When the door opens, it would then take action. So much increase in intelligence? The characteristic of zombies is low intelligence, relying on instinct to hunt creatures. Now understanding to buy time and waiting for the right moment, the increase in intelligence was somewhat exaggerated. And even if the zombie king bursts out of the prison, it would still be in the prison area, separated by iron doors, still unable to escape. Unless it could shatter the concrete. "How did you find out?" Wu Heng asked. Glenda said, "It's been getting ready to break the chains and always looking towards the gate." "Auntie is so smart, Uncle didn't notice." "That's because I wasn't there on site," Wu Heng defended. Glenda glanced sideways. "Next time you write the promotional material yourself." "I was wrong, you're the smartest, beauty and wisdom in one." Wu Heng immediately responded. Bella and Zhao giggled on the side. Glenda continued, "This zombie king seems prepared, what do you plan to do?" "Just kill it. The door opens, it will rush out, you better be ready." Wu Heng nodded, and said to the skeletons, "Open the door and fire at the target." Click, click. Each firearm turned off the safety. "Open the door." Wu Heng stepped back. The skeleton stepped forward to open the door. The door opening sound caused the zombie king inside to jerk, his eyes full of ferocity fixed on the door position. Dong. The iron door was completely open. Roar. The zombie king let out an ear-shattering roar, its body struggling until it rapidly grew larger. The muscles swelled swiftly, twisting, and in an instant, snapped several iron chains, the broken chains scattered all over the floor with a rattle. Bang. Bang, 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 bang. Yet, before the zombie king could make its next move, gunfire suddenly erupted. A barrage of bullets poured into the room. The zombie king's body was continuously hit by bullets, its steps retreating, blood and flesh splattered all over the room's walls. Roar roar. Roaring sounds arose in the room, quickly covered by the sounds of gunfire. Experience +5, Skeleton Sentinel experience +95, Skeleton Sentinel level increased to 14, Strength +2, Agility +1, Perception +2. The appearance of experience points indicated that the zombie king was dead. But Wu Heng still couldn't be sure, as the skeleton army outside was also killing zombies. "Check if it's dead?" Wu Heng asked nearby. Zhao flew in and quickly flew back, "Seems dead, lying on the ground motionless." Wu Hang nodded and immediately commanded, "Cease fire." The deafening gunfire stopped, the air thick with gun smoke. Kaizayu and Karim were the first to enter the prison, confirming there was no danger. Wu Hang followed them inside. The inside of the prison was chaos. On the walls were the prison's black blood and claw marks, while meat slurry fell from the ceiling. Chapter 789, Spiritual Corpse. The axe-wielding skeletons guarding the zombie king were still alive, clinging tightly to the wall beside the door, unaffected by any impact. Across from them, at the base of the opposite wall, sat a giant with insect-like features, its head adorned with huge, ferocious black horns, and beetle-like wings spread out from its neck. Its chest had been blown open, but thankfully, it wasn't reduced to bits like a typical professional would have been. "Wasn't it smaller when we were looking at it just now?" Wu Hang asked, puzzled. In the surveillance, it hadn't appeared so large. Looking at it now, it was at least 3 meters tall, and its build was as exaggeratedly muscular as a beastman. "It was of a normal size initially and grew bigger when it broke the chains," Glenda said. "It seems to be an evolved trait," Wu Hang noted. "Being able to change size can be quite convenient." "Too large isn't always better," Glenda raised an eyebrow. "There are children present, what are you talking about?" Wu Hang gave Glenda a stern look. Glenda chuckled, then asked, "Shall we transform it now? See what abilities it has?" Wu Hang turned to Zhao. "Zhao, where is the jade stone Lilith gave you?" "It's on the desk." "May I use it?" "Sure, uncle, feel free to use it, just don't break it," Zhao said generously. Glenda and Bella exchanged puzzled looks. Zhao relayed to them what Lilith said yesterday about the jade stone preventing the skeleton from degrading, and Glenda and Bella finally understood. Normally speaking, when Wu Hang transforms a corpse higher than his own level, the summoned creature risks degradation. So, transforming a level 20 from level 19 might result in the skeleton being reduced to level 19. It seemed Wu Hang remembered this and had asked Lilith. Lilith managed the association's intelligence, so this method was certainly reliable. Wu Hang called the third soul back and left the prison through a side door, heading back to Gold and Silver Island to fetch the jade stone. London City, Alliance Hall. City Lord's restroom, when Mancha, in a flowing red gown, walked in, about to sit on the sofa. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sounds of arrows whistling through the air. Crossbow arrows ripped through the air, screeching sharply. When Mancha's eyes widened, and before she could react, the arrows struck her chest, followed by a figure who dashed out from the shadows, a short sword piercing through her torso. Pressing Wen Mancha backward. The assassin, holding Wen Mancha's mouth shut, sneered, "City Lord, don't blame me, I too wanted to be the boss, don't blame me." While saying this, he furrowed his brows. Looking down, he saw Wen Mancha transformed into a skeleton ghost hag with a hunched body. The hollow eye sockets glittered with fire, and the dagger stuck at her chest. "Grayson, not a low level, huh?" A chilly voice sounded, and outside the room, Wen Mancha in the same red dress stood by the door with a skeleton. The assassin's gaze sharpened, and he sprinted toward the window. "Kill him, but don't damage the head," Wen Mancha commanded again. Bang! 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 Gunshots sounded, and blood splattered from the assassin, who stumbled and fell to the ground. "City Lord, don't kill me, I'll tell you who sent me. I was wrong, give me another chance, I really was. City Lord, please." The assassin moved backward while pleading loudly. The fear of death filled his eyes. Wen Mancha softly said, "We've both been in gangs, you understand the risks and rewards well. You failed, be prepared to face the consequences." "No, I'll tell you who." Bang! A gunshot, and a bullet pierced his forehead. Wen Mancha glanced at the now fully dead body and then instructed, "Search the room." The skeleton searched inside the room. Then, it dragged out a woman from behind a partition. Wen Mancha's eyebrows instantly furrowed, and she coldly commanded, "Lift your head." The woman slightly raised her head, her face filled with fear, but her features and appearance were extremely similar to Wen Mancha's, dressed in a red gown identical to what she wore today. Wen Mancha's eyes narrowed, immediately understanding today's plot. To kill her in the lounge and then have this woman take her place as the city lord. Such a cliched trick. "Who are you?" Wen Mancha asked. But the next second, the woman's eyes suddenly glazed over, and she collapsed backward. Dead. Slavery contract, the soul erased. How cruel. Wen Mancha softly ordered, "Roll up the bodies." The skeleton wrapped the 2 bodies together with a carpet from the floor. Wen Mancha stored them in her space ring. Once everything was dealt with, Wen Mancha straightened her dress and walked out. By the staircase, 2 commanders and a guard stood by the stairwell. "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" As she walked, Wen Mancha responded, "I'm fine." "Have the Beastman tribe chiefs arrived?" "They have, just waiting for you." "All right, let's go." The group headed towards the meeting room. Zombie world, prison. Wu Heng held a goose-egg-sized companion Yin Jade, his gaze fixed on the corpse on the ground. "Uncle, what are you waiting for?" Zhao, noticing his hesitation, asked curiously. "Just preparing," Wu Heng replied. Lilith had told him that using the Yin Jade would amplify his magic, but what he said was about transforming an 18-level corpse at level 16. Level 20 reached the hero tier, and he was uncertain if the effect could be achieved. He murmured a few incantations. Directly through the stone in his hand, he released the bone command technique. Dense necromantic power flowed through the stone toward the corpse on the ground. Slowly, the flesh began to fall off, gradually transforming into a grotesquely shaped, stag beetle-like giant skeleton. Chapter 789, Spiritual Corpse. However, the color of the skeleton's bones was not the normal white but a metallic black. It somewhat resembled Bodong, the level 12 fist master who had transformed for the first time before. Its skeleton was iron gray, but the skeleton in front of him was a shade darker, almost matching the black lacquer on the outside of firearms. The massive skeleton slowly stood up. At over 3 meters tall, it reached the ceiling of the prison and then crouched down. Within its hollow eye sockets, bright flames burned. Spiritual Corpse, level 20, Wu Heng felt a surge of joy in his heart. It indeed reached level 20, and following Lilith's method, the level did not drop. Having someone who could solve problems was indeed necessary. This was also why many people sought mentors. From now on, whenever he had issues, he could consult Lilith more often and perhaps become closer to her. His gaze returned to the skeleton. The name had changed to Spiritual Corpse, more concise than the original. The usual naming format involved names like Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Demon, and the like, but this time it was just 2 characters. He continued to examine its attributes. Spiritual Corpse, level 20, attributes, Constitution 57, Strength 62, Agility 60, Intelligence 38, Perception 37, Charm 12, Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Flight, High-Level Soul, Keratin Carapace, Nest Domain, Dual Form, Expertise, Biological Aberration, Constitution Mutation. The attribute points were impressively high. Constitution 57, and it was nearing 60. Moreover, both strength and agility had reached and surpassed 60 points. A meaty tank. Wu Heng glanced over all the attributes, his attention landing on the first appearance of Dual Form. Dual Form possesses both a normal-sized form and an enlarged form, with all attributes increasing when enlarged. It did not specify how much of an increase. This was somewhat difficult to assess. In terms of attributes, Wu Heng felt a bit surprised. One could say, this skeleton more closely resembled a tank, with both strength and constitution exceeding the standard. Even without skills, just with these attributes, it could crush most professionals. "Uncle, is it powerful?" Zhao flew several circles around the skeleton before coming back to ask. Bella and Glenda also asked curiously. Now it seemed that their professional levels were already formidable. 2 level 20 ghosts, and now a level 20 skeleton. As long as they didn't make enemies with forces like the Association, with their numerous heroes, they basically had no rivals. Wu Heng nodded. Quite powerful. It could be considered a warrior profession, a warrior that can fly, if it were a bit smaller. Under command, the skeleton shrank down in size, slightly taller than a human. Wow, a warrior that can fly, Zhao marveled curiously. "Let her see your wings." Crack. The carapace on the skeleton's back opened up, and wings like those of a cicada appeared before their eyes. Wu Heng smiled as he watched the 3 ghosts circle around the skeleton and said, "Zhao, since the skeleton was transformed with your jade stone, you should give it a name." "Me? What if it doesn't sound good?" Zhao said hesitantly. "It's fine, as long as you like it," Wu Heng said generously. It was also fortunate that Zhao befriended Lilith, which led to the acquisition of the jade stone. If it were up to Wu Heng, Lilith might not have given him this item. So, Zhao was the hero of this incident. In the future, they'd still need the jade stone to cultivate level 20 zombies, so giving Zhao a sense of participation was still important. "Okay then." After flying around the tall skeleton several times, Zhao said, "Let's call it Shan Shan, the sparkling kind of Shan." "Why?" "Its wings are really pretty, they sparkle. Doesn't it sound good?" It sounds good," Wu Heng affirmed as he looked at the skeleton. "From now on, you'll be called Shan Shan." The skeleton nodded its head. Chapter 790, laughing so scarily. Following Wu Heng's naming habits, he would certainly name based on physical characteristics. Like calling it number 1 unicorn immortal. The unicorn is the creature's own feature, while immortal somehow makes it sound more grand. It's fine like the name Zhao gave, Shan Shan, as long as one can remember the name. After deciding the skeleton's name, Wu Heng began searching for the corpse core on the ground. A level 20 corpse core, he had never seen one before. After searching the ground for a while, he finally found a purplish-red corpse core at the original location of the zombie king's head, rolling it to one side. His hand covered with a plastic bag, he picked up the corpse core to examine it. There was no change in the size of the corpse core, but it felt somewhat different in his hand. The original corpse core was like pectin, while this time it was harder, somewhat like a bone filled with blood vessels, or perhaps jade. Corpse core? Glenda flew over to look at the corpse core. Yes, a level 20 corpse core. I'll take it back and have the alchemist continue to study it, Wu Heng said, covering it with a plastic bag and storing it in the space ring. Glenda spoke. The development of your corpse core potion is too slow. I feel it's more efficient to experiment with this corpse core to cultivate mutated zombies. Wu Heng was stunned. He hadn't thought of that idea himself. Currently, the elixir research had only reached the third level corpse core, that is, the corpse core of a level 15 zombie. They hadn't managed to research level 18, let alone a level 20 potion. Given the current development speed of the skeleton alchemy warlock, he might become a hero before they could develop a level 20 finished potion. So, that's why Glenda had mentioned using the corpse core for mutation experiments. We finally got one. Wu Heng was somewhat reluctant. With the current experimental base, we won't be lacking such things in the future, Glenda added from aside. After pondering, Wu Heng felt there was reason in that. First, let the alchemist devise a plan. Glenda shrugged. It's up to you, I'm just sharing my thoughts. Wu Heng nodded, walking out of the prison with ghosts and skeleton attendants. He told the big head skeleton guarding the door, tell the skeleton army to return to standby, and clean up this prison as well. After issuing the order, the skeleton army began to withdraw. Several skeletons entered the prison, starting to clean the sanitation inside. Wu Heng casually chatted with ghosts as they walked toward the office. Back in the control room, Wu Heng continued to check the situations in other prisons from the surveillance. Zhao, somewhat excited, was explaining some rules to the newly joined skeleton Shan Shan. Seemingly, Zhao liked this skeleton she had named quite a lot. Thump, thump, thump. A knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and the skeleton alchemist and skeleton investigator walked in from outside. Wu Heng glanced at the skeleton's record book, which recorded the time and the transformation of mutated animals. Speaking from the record, it was quite detailed. Putting the record book aside, Wu Heng took out several corpse cores and said, these corpse cores, hand them over to you for analysis and experimentation. Use this level 20 piece sparingly, there's only one. The skeleton alchemist carefully took them, placing them categorically into containers. Then, after giving a bow, he exited the room. Wu Heng continued to stay in the prison area until the afternoon, and nothing special happened, so he returned to his dormitory, opened the boundary door, and walked in. Releasing the ghosts, the companion Yin Jade was placed back on the desk. Wu Heng walked out of the room, taking the skeleton down the stairs. Minnie and Roby were in the living room pruning potted plants. Seeing Wu Heng, they immediately smiled. Just as they were about to greet him, they saw the skeleton shaped like a unicorn immortal following behind him. The two maids' faces changed, instinctively stepping back 2 steps. They asked quietly, Master, is that your new skeleton? Wu Heng looked back and said, yes, the new skeleton. Go bring the skeleton tailor over to tailor a cloak for it. Yes, Master, Roby replied and scurried away. Before long, the skeleton tailor was brought over. Wu Heng repeated his request to the skeleton tailor. Skeleton Shan Shan's appearance was too weird, its head adorned with huge horns and a massive dark carapace on its back, which also housed wings. Not to mention ordinary people, even the maids were startled at the sudden sight. Moreover, since it would be accompanying him, it needed to be concealed. After hearing the request, the skeleton tailor began to measure Shan Shan. Minnie sat beside Wu Heng, arms folded, quietly asking, Master, what race is this skeleton? It's so strange. Roby followed, it's like a huge bug on a tree. Wu Heng didn't know how to respond. I don't know what species it should be classified as, usually you wouldn't see it. Minnie said, a rare species then? Will there be any problem if you transform it? Rest assured, it's not listed in the association's rare species. Master, what level is this skeleton? Level 20. Minnie and Roby's eyes instantly widened, both revealing an incredulous look. Level 20 skeleton. Even the high and mighty leader was only level 20. Their own master had actually suddenly produced a level 20 skeleton. It was incredible. Wu Heng hugged the two women and said, level 20 skeleton, don't tell anyone else, this is our trump card. Okay. Minnie unconsciously answered. Roby also nodded. At that moment, looking at the strange skeleton before them, astonishment still evident in their eyes. No wonder it was so bizarre. It was a level 20 skeleton, after all. Soon, the tailor finished cutting and made a dark gray, huge overcoat. It was put on the skeleton unicorn immortal, wearing an elongated hood that covered the entire body securely. Only the single horn raised at the top, looking as if under the hood, there was a pointed helmet. The back arching high, giving the impression of an old man with an unusually exaggerated hunched back. Go outside and experiment, Wu Hang said. The skeleton unicorn immortal walked into the courtyard, its body suddenly enlarged, forming a giant skeleton of 3.5 meters high. The wide robe also hung over its upper body like a shawl. When it shrank again, the robe remained intact, not torn by the change in size. Not bad. Alright, come back. The skeleton unicorn immortal walked back, standing properly to the side. Only its skull occasionally scanned the surroundings. It seemed quite curious about the environment. Many asked, Master, what is the skeleton's name? Shanshan, the glowing Shanshan. That name doesn't seem quite right, Roby said. It sounds pretty nice, you'll get used to it, Wu Hang said with a smile. The two maids exchanged glances but didn't say anything further. They hung around Wu Hang, casually talking about some fun things happening on the island recently. As dusk approached, Andre Willow and Annette also returned from outside. Dinner was served on the table, and they all sat together to eat. After dinner, everyone went about their own business. The sky gradually darkened. After washing up, Wu Hang also returned to his own bedroom. Looking at the ceiling, his mind began to contemplate about the corpse core and level 20 zombies. In the original plan, the cultivation of level 20 zombies had been successful, and the effect had been quite acceptable. This gave him a direction. He could continue in this direction and produce more level 20 skeletons. Even if the zombie world had fewer zombie kings, they were still more numerous than the heroes from the other world. These zombie kings, after a few days of nurturing, could reach level 20, just wait a year or so, and a batch of level 20 skeletons could be cultivated. By then, what would the Holy Court amount to? What would the association amount to? Who could withstand so many level 20 skeletons? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Wu Hang's face. Meanwhile, in the other world, there was also a solution to his own reputation problem, just waiting for the pills from that side to be produced in sufficient quantity. As long as they were distributed for sale to various races and nations, it would be enough to elevate himself to level 20. By then, he would be a hero. The ghost would be a heroic spirit, and all skeletons would be level 20 spiritual corpses. All dangers and difficulties would no longer be an issue. Thinking about the future scenario, a smile also spread across his face. Uncle, you look really scary when you smile, Zhao suddenly peeked in. Chapter 791, Some Adventures. Wu Hang's smile vanished from his face, asking, Zhao, what's wrong? Uncle, if you're not asleep, I'd like to talk to Sister Lilith about the skeleton named Shanshan. Zhao flew in and whispered. Ghosts needed to use radio communication, which also required utilizing his body. Wu Hang sat up and said, it's okay to talk, but don't discuss the skeleton's level, or our levels. Zhao asked curiously, Uncle, don't you trust Sister? It's not that I don't trust her, it's our secret. The fewer people know, the better, Wu Hang explained. Oh, I get it now, Zhao nodded. Wu Hang got up and put on his clothes, saying as he walked, we can't chat too late, I'm getting a bit sleepy. Okay, Zhao followed to the side. After the chat, don't lie down on the ground, it's too unlucky. Uncle, you are a necromancer. That's my profession, I'm not dead. Zhao then asked, what if Sister Lilith asks how high level? Just say it's a converted level 18, anything else, if you're unsure, just say I don't allow you to tell. Okay. Together, they arrived at the radio room. Wu Hang picked up the microphone and asked, Leader Lilith, can you hear me? Soon, Lilith's voice came from the other side. What's up? Zhao wants to chat with you. Pass it to her. Lilith said. Wu Hang winked at Zhao and then said, you can only talk for a bit. Got it. Wu Hang released divine presence to leave, while Zhao possessed Wu Hang's body, saying, Sister Lilith, today Uncle used your jade to transform a large skeleton. Uncle, let me name it, it's called Shanshan. A skeleton named that, huh? It lacks a bit of a murderous aura. Uncle said it sounds nice, he really likes it. What level is the skeleton? Level 18. Uncle said so. That should be enough to protect his safety. Central Square. Wu Hang was controlling a skeleton patrol guard, following the guard team on a patrol through the streets. At this time, most people had gone home to rest and sleep. Only some tipsy patrons stumbled out of the taverns or haggled with women waiting outside before sneaking into dark alleys to exchange affections. Wu Hang followed the patrol for nearly half an hour. Then, he ceased the divine presence, returning to his own body. This time, Zhao had him lying on top of a table. Wu Heng got up and went back to his room to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Heng once again headed to the zombie world. Taking the truck left at the prison, he arrived at the shopping mall in the central district. Inside the conference room, Wu Heng sat on the first level, with Li Yong sitting next to him. Across from them sat Jiao Rong, the head of the military factory, and several key staff and researchers. Li Yong discussed the matter in detail, then said, "Those who snatched the skeleton logbook and lied have been taken to the scavenging team. They'll be grounded for a few days. If they perform well, we can consider reassigning them." Wu Heng nodded to show he understood. Jiao Rong, along with several others, bowed apologetically. "Leader, this oversight was my responsibility. I've already had a meeting with all the staff before leaving, and this won't happen again." Wu Heng looked at him and said, "The last time I came back, I found the staff to be lax, no one at their posts. This incident is your responsibility, Jiao Rong. When you first took over the military factory, it wasn't like this." Jiao Rong's heart tightened. Indeed, he had already become dissatisfied with his side. That's why a skeleton investigator was sent. "I will correct it immediately." Wu Heng continued, "Technicians from South Korea will also be coming over. There will be internal system adjustments, and I need you to cooperate. We'll draft a new policy." Jiao Rong perspired from his forehead. "Yes, leader, I definitely won't disappoint you this time." Wu Heng was still quite satisfied with Jiao Rong's attitude. Except for this recent issue, the military factory had performed very well before. This included the production lines for machine guns, machine cannons, and various machinery. It could be said that his contributions had indeed provided many conveniences for development. He was a real hero of the base. Wu Heng would assess the situation later and make further arrangements. "Sit down," Wu Heng said. Jiao Rong sat down again. Wu Heng looked back at Li Yong. "How's the pharmaceutical factory?" "All the machines are up and running now, producing 70,000 pills a day," Li Yong responded very precisely with numbers. "It seems that they are also paying attention to this matter." Wu Heng nodded in satisfaction. "At this rate, it won't take many days to fulfill the first batch of goods for transportation." "Is there any problem with the instruction manual?" Wu Heng asked. Li Yong said, "It's also being printed, and there is no issue with the quantity." Wu Heng nodded and continued, "Send orders to each skull team on the frontier. If they encounter mutated zombies, catch them alive if possible." "Mutated zombies?" "Yes, they can be taken directly to the prison, where skeletons will be there to receive them." "I understand." Li Yong didn't say much and nodded in agreement. After the meeting, Li Yong, accompanied by Jiao Rong, visited several factories. Some damaged parts and machinery needed to be produced. On Wu Heng's side, he took an SUV and went straight back to the prison. In the afternoon, back on Gold and Silver Island. Before Wu Heng could step down from the first floor, Minnie said, "Master, Sister Wen Mancha has sent you a message." "I see." Wu Heng turned around and headed upstairs. Entering the radio room, he saw, on the skeleton investigator's notebook, a message from Wen Mancha asking if he was there. Wu Heng picked up the microphone and said, "Wen Mancha, can you hear me?" Soon, Wen Mancha's voice came through, "Master, I have some trouble here." Compared to before, Wen Mancha's tone carried a hint of unease and fatigue. "What's wrong?" Wu Heng also became serious. Wen Mancha recounted the recent events in London City. It was simple. During this period, one assassination attempt after another targeted Wen Mancha and the officials of London City. Although Wen Mancha, relying on the city's intelligence system and well-placed skeletons, hadn't been endangered, the enemy was in the shadows, and the assassination attempts were relentless. She was starting to feel uneasy. Especially since she had a child, she feared that the danger might befall her child. Was it the work of the second prince? Wu Heng asked. It's still unclear. The skeleton mage is with the army at the fortress, and the bodies of those killed have not undergone Wenshai. That messenger of the second prince is still in the city, and he even came to visit me today, but I did not see him. Hesitating, Wen Mancha said softly, "Master, should I take the baby over to your place to be safer?" It seemed she was truly worried. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "You stay indoors these next few days. I'll handle some things here and then I'll come to see you. We can discuss this matter then." Wen Mancha replied with resignation, "Making you travel back and forth again?" Wu Heng said with a laugh, "It's fine. I, as the island master, don't have much important business. Nobody would notice if I'm away for a few days. I'll wait for the master to come over," Wen Mancha said quietly. "Be good, it's okay, everything will be fine once I get there." "Understood, master." "How's the baby doing lately?" Wu Heng asked. Wen Mancha's tone relaxed a lot. "Everything's fine, getting chubbier by the day." That proves the food's nutritious. I've always said you're well off. Wen Mangekyō laughed and did not argue. They continued to chat for a while, and Wu Heng repeated his advice to her to be safe until he arrived. Then he ended the communication and headed downstairs. Wu Heng went downstairs, and dinner was already served on the table. Wire, have you selected the Chamber of Commerce? They've already been selected, a total of 10, including Sister Shayla's Starflower Chamber of Commerce, Steward Zai Ligui vouched for an Elf Race Chamber of Commerce, and the rest we have worked with before and are quite influential in various places, Andre Willow replied directly. Wu Heng nodded. Gather these business representatives tomorrow, I'll have a meeting with them. Yes, Master, Andre Willow nodded. They talked while eating dinner, and also made some arrangements for the island's affairs. After dinner, the maids went to the training room together for practice, while Wu Heng went upstairs and into the study. Wu Heng sat down in a chair. He asked, "Where's Zhao?" Glenda said with a smile, "Bella just got back, saying there was a fight in a tavern in the central district, and then the two flew out to watch the excitement. What a couple, rushing back just to drag someone else to watch the commotion." Wu Heng then said, "When Mangekyō sent a message, there's a non-stop string of assassination attempts in London City, and she's having trouble coping." Glenda put down her book and said, "Actually, with the medicine pills plan, the Hueco Kingdom isn't that important anymore." Wu Heng nodded and said, "If there were no issues there, I was planning to reach hero level after the medicine pills affair. But now, it seems I can't ignore the situation." "What are you thinking?" Glenda asked. "Let's see where the investigation team has got to, then let's deal with the second prince first." "That sounds risky." Chapter 792, Being Your Shield. I can't worry about so much anymore. Wu Heng leaned back in his chair, feeling helpless. The original plan was to wait until the agency finished its investigation, but now when Mangekyō had been continuously targeted for assassination, and her words reflected a sense of threat. Especially a threat to her daughter. The matter couldn't be delayed any longer, lest uncontrollable events occur. "Should we just kill the second prince?" Glenda asked. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "We might not be able to pinpoint his exact location. Let's see how things go, but if we do find him, then kill him." The second prince, in terms of strength, was definitely not as formidable as the crown prince. However, he was like a persistent thorn, constantly causing trouble for London City. Glenda, floating nearby, whispered, "With our current strength, killing him shouldn't be difficult. The main issue lies with the investigation team. We've only just reached a higher level, and we don't have the foundation those heroes have." "I understand. I'll ask Lilith later. She might not tell you." "How about letting Zhao ask?" Wu Heng thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Let's not get Zhao involved. She finally made a friend. You see to it. I've put the stories of the great detective in the drawer. When you leave, just have your little maid follow the sequence to post in the newspapers," Glenda said. "All right," Wu Heng nodded. While they conversed, Zhao and Bella flew back from outside. They phased through the walls into the study, excitedly discussing the battle they had just witnessed outside. Wu Heng furrowed his brow and listened for a while but couldn't make sense of it, asking, "What exactly started the fight?" Bella explained, "Two guys had too much to drink and started fighting at the table. Then they went back and brought their friends, turning it into a brawl, wrecking a whole bunch of tables and chairs at the tavern." "People are still fighting while drinking?" Wu Heng was curious. "Later, the vice executive led a team over and arrested these people," Bella said. Zhao added from the side, "Sister Bella and I even broke up the fight. It would have been fiercer otherwise." "How did you break it up?" Zhao crossed her arms. "Some were trying to fight dirty, so Sister Bella and I took possession and scared them off." Bella clarified, "Some wanted to use weapons, so Zhao and I stopped them." Wu Heng nodded, "Well done. You did the right thing." "Hee hee." Zhao smiled. Wu Heng also stood up and said, "Go ahead and play, I'm going back to rest." The ghosts bid goodnight and floated to their respective places. Wu Heng walked out of the study, reflected for a moment, and ultimately decided against contacting Lilith that night. He returned to the study to rest. In the morning, after breakfast, Andre Willow and Annette headed to the city hall, while Minnie and Roby were practicing in the courtyard. Wu Heng sat in the yard for a while and then checked the time. He then went upstairs into the radio room. He looked over the logbook to confirm no one had tried to contact him, then sat down in front of Lilith's radio. Actually, contacting her last night wouldn't have been a problem given Lilith's usual habits. After all, reaching out to chat in the middle of the night, although not impolite, was a bit inconsiderate. He picked up the microphone and directly said, "Leader Lilith." After a brief silence, Lilith's emotionless voice came through. Wu Heng directly said, "Leader, I wanted to ask about Leader Seidu's progress on investigating in the Hueco Kingdom." Seidu was the religious leader, currently still leading the team investigating the Hueco kingdom. Lilith responded flatly, still in the kingdom. Worried he might come back and cause trouble for Gold and Silver Island? Still investigating in the Hueco kingdom. And from Lilith's tone, he wouldn't be back anytime soon. Wu Heng said, I was just inquiring about the investigation team's progress. Leader Seidu is magnanimous, he wouldn't trouble Gold and Silver Island. There was a hint of amusement in Lilith's voice. I don't believe you'd think that. The Holy Court is the most extreme, with deeply ingrained beliefs hard to change. If he does come back, I'll inform you in advance and make some preparations. Informing him in advance. Lilith would still look out for him somewhat. Thank you, Leader. Wu Heng expressed his gratitude and said, Leader, actually there is another important matter I wanted to ask about. Let's hear it. Wu Heng didn't beat around the bush any longer, stating directly, in the city where I previously served as the captain, there was a battle with the rebels of the Hueco kingdom. I want to ask, will the conflict between the two factions affect the association's investigation? At the steward's office. After knocking, the door was opened and an elf merchant, dressed in a light green robe, stepped lightly inside. He glanced at the two sisters inside the room and, after bowing respectfully, said, Representative of the Emerald Shadow Chamber of Commerce, meeting Vice Executive Zai Ligui and Assistant Shiyali. Zai Ligui looked at him and nodded, Mr. Hellion, please take a seat. The Emerald Shadow Chamber of Commerce was a permanent elf merchant establishment on Gold and Silver Island. The items that Zai Ligui and Shiyali needed were also delivered by the ships of the Emerald Shadow Chamber of Commerce. The elf representative didn't sit down but instead stepped forward and took out a letter from his space ring, handing it over. This is a letter from the Elders' Council. Zai Ligui received it. The representative then took out another letter. This is Mr. Silveran's letter. Silveran was the name of Zai Ligui and Shiyali's father. Zai Ligui continued to receive it and opened the letter, while Shiyali moved to her side and sat on the arm of her chair. Their gazes both fell on the text of the letter. The content discussed the same issue, urging Zai Ligui to ensure cooperation with Gold and Silver Island. After reading the letter, Zai Ligui folded it neatly and set it aside, saying, Last time, I already recommended the Emerald Shadow Chamber of Commerce to City Hall. They were of the same race, and even without this letter, she would have facilitated this cooperation anyway. However, it seemed not to go as smoothly as expected. The elf representative said, Vice Executive, I've learned that some chambers have already been notified and are going to City Hall to discuss this matter, but our chamber hasn't received any news. Perhaps feeling a bit too anxious, he coughed lightly, slowing his voice. Our race highly values this trade, so please take extra care and speak more on this matter. The Emerald Shadow Chamber of Commerce isn't inferior to the Starflower Commerce Association and can surely meet the demands of Gold and Silver Island. We are also willing to offer 20% of the profits to the steward. From his tone, one could sense a hint of urgency. Previously, he had recommended them to City Hall, but it seemed not to have any effect. The sisters exchanged glances, a hint of confusion in their eyes, since Wu Heng couldn't possibly refuse them this courtesy. Call the Island Lord's mansion and check the situation, Zai Ligui suggested. Shiyali stood and walked to the side, directly using the phone and making the call. The elf's eyebrows raised. Was she already making contact? It seemed to be some sort of device. Were relations with the Island Lord's mansion really that close to allow for direct communication? Soon, Shiyali hung up and said, Let's go to City Hall now, they're about to have a meeting. The elf merchant's expression brightened, and he quickly stood and bowed. Thank you, Vice Executive, thank you, Assistant Shiyali. I shall head over first and come back to express my gratitude after the matter is resolved. Yes, go ahead, Zai Ligui nodded. The elf merchant turned and left, taking his people to City Hall. Once they had left, Zai Ligui remarked, I heard they're selecting 10 chambers of commerce. The Emerald Shadow should be included, too. Shiyali returned to her seat, smiling. Many received the call. They said the chamber gave us a split, asking us to go to City Hall. Zai Ligui raised an eyebrow. What is this about? Are we really going to take this money? Being a steward on Gold and Silver Island had certainly made them wealthy. Shiyali resting her chin in her hand, we might not take it. It's also to make the elf race pay more attention to us, making it better for our parents too. Is this Wu Heng's idea? Definitely him. Who else would think of these things? Humphrey, credit to him for having conscience. Shiyali smiled and remained silent. In Island Lord's Mansion's radio room. The matter of London City, the association headquarters must also have records. Especially since I had been particularly noticeable recently, I don't believe the secret speaker of London City hasn't sent any information along. Taking the long way round is pointless, better to just come out with it, also showing trust. Lilith pondered for a moment before speaking. The chaos in London City is on record at the headquarters. When handling affairs, do not let say-I-do catch any leverage. Wu Hang's brow raised. Meaning, the association would not interfere in this matter, but also cautioning not to give say-I-do any reason. Thank you, leader. The mansion prepared for you is starting construction, and a large entertainment venue is being built on the island. When it's done, you can consider settling here. Lilith said lightly, you want me to be your shield? Chapter 793, Don't get caught out by no means, I just want you to come and reside on the island, Wu Hang said. The other side fell silent again before speaking. When it's built, we'll discuss it then. Okay, I'll notify you then. Is there anything else? That's all, I won't disturb the leader's rest anymore. Hum. The other side hummed softly and then hung up the communication. Wu Hang placed the receiver back and leaned back in his chair, also pondering the matter. From the conversation with Lilith just now, the investigation team led by the church leader was still conducting investigations within the Hueco kingdom, and it seemed they wouldn't be able to return anytime soon. In that case, Gold and Silver Island should have no problems. As for London City, the association knew about the conflict between London City and the Hueco kingdom, and based on Lilith's attitude, the headquarters would not interfere. Both parties were free to fight their own disputes, as long as they did not harm the members of the association. She had also specifically reminded him not to let the church leader catch him on any fault. The Hueco kingdom had a large territory, and the association investigation team mainly conducted investigations near the royal capital, while London City was involved in the northern part of the kingdom, where the second prince was entrenched. There was no way the other party could catch any fault on him, unless they specifically came to check on him. Even if they did check, it would be hard to find anything, as long as things were done quickly enough. He decided to head to London City first to resolve the trouble with Mangekyō. After pondering for a while, he instructed the skeleton investigator to return to its position and got up to walk downstairs. Descending to the first floor, Minnie then said, Master, Shiyali's assistant just called about the Emerald Shadow Chamber of Commerce, and I directed them to the City Hall. Wu Hang came downstairs and asked, what benefits did you promise Zai Ligui? Shiyali didn't say, and there must have been someone there since they just hummed when I asked if any promises were made, Minnie said with a smile, then came over to help him put on his armor and coat. Given Zai Ligui's temperament, he wouldn't want these things, but the elf race will definitely value him and not just regard him as a local steward, Wu Hang said. A local steward meant little to the elf race. But this matter, linked to the trade with Gold and Silver Island, raised his status somewhat. To ensure the trade, it was important to maintain a good relationship with Zai Ligui. Master even cares down to the steward level, Minnie adjusted his collar. Wu Hang pinched her cheek and left the island lord's mansion with the skeleton. City Hall. In the spacious and bright conference room, the atmosphere was somewhat serious. Around the long conference table, 10 representatives of the Chamber of Commerce dressed in formal wear sat, conversing in low voices. Soon, the door opened. Wu Hang, accompanied by Andre Willow, entered from outside. The representatives stood up abruptly, all bowing, Lord Island Master. Please, sit. Everyone sat down. Wu Hang also sat at the head of the table and started, Ladies and gentlemen, the reason for convening you today still concerns the issue of healing pills from Gold and Silver Island. After our deliberations and considerations, we plan to initially cooperate with your respective chambers of commerce, but there are still some corresponding requirements. At his words, excitement and joy appeared on everyone's faces. Over the past few days, they had also gathered some information through various channels, but today, having received confirmation from the island master, they were assured that their chambers of commerce had been selected. This put them ahead of most other chambers of commerce and allowed them to make a profit right from the start. Thank you, Lord Island Master, for your trust. We will surely do well in this matter. Please rest assured, Lord Island Master. Everyone spoke up, assuring that they would meet the requirements for the sale on Gold and Silver Island. Wu Hang nodded, then took out a well-sealed medicine box from the space ring and introduced it to the attendees. To avoid any problems with the medicine, let me first explain the design and requirements of the medicine box. Subsequently, I will discuss the details related to the sale. Everyone kept quiet, waiting for him to continue. Wu Hang then said, before being sold, the vials cannot be opened. Once opened, it becomes impossible to determine whether anyone has replaced the medicine inside. This is to ensure the safety of the medicine and to maintain mutual credibility. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, it made sense. A bottle contained many pills, and it would be easy to encounter issues if someone opened it and swapped one or tampered with it in any way. This method of sealing was indeed simple and effective. Wu Hang continued, the second point is about hoarding the medicine. All chambers of commerce cooperating with Gold and Silver Island will have an accompanying representative to ensure that no one controls market prices by hoarding, nor can they sell more than a third of the stock to the same power or individual. After he finished, there was some light murmuring below. The various chambers whispered among themselves, discussing this matter. While sealing and the appointment of Gold and Silver Island's representative were understandable, setting a fixed limit and not selling to a single buyer seemed a bit too rigid. A slightly overweight, shrewd-looking middle-aged representative frowned and questioned, "Lord Island Master, our chamber has collaborations with different kingdoms, and we will definitely make some bulk purchases. Your demands might harm our mutual interests." Wu Hang nodded slightly, responding calmly, "This representative has asked a very good question. My intention is also clear, to ensure that ordinary people can also afford to buy. Of course, controlling the quantity is only a temporary measure. Once production increases, there will be no such regulations, and anyone can buy as they wish." The audience understood clearly. An elegantly poised elf representative asked softly, "Lord Island Master, what about the supply and pricing of the goods? I wonder if you can ensure an adequate supply for so many houses." Wu Hang replied, "The retail price will be 9 silver per bottle, with a maximum supply of 20,000 bottles per chamber of commerce. Those chambers without such large purchasing needs can order according to their own plans." The 10 chamber representatives looked at each other and nodded slightly, indicating their understanding. The matter of the healing pills had already been discussed with their headquarters. The goods were definitely to be purchased, especially since they had managed to secure them after so much competition among the chambers. The price would also be determined as soon as possible. "When can we take delivery?" someone else asked. By this point, the discussion had nearly concluded. The price was cheaper than the market rate, the chambers would profit, the supply was assured, and sales were expected to be brisk. The chambers had no further issues, they just hoped to receive the goods sooner. Wu Hang said, "Report the quantities you order to City Hall this afternoon, and we can arrange for pickup tomorrow." Such efficiency. People also showed their pleasure. "Yes, my lord," everyone nodded. "All right, you may go back and prepare. Get your ships and personnel ready." Everyone bowed again and then left the City Hall. Everyone left. In the meeting room, only Wu Hang and Andre Willow remained. "Master, when providing goods to the chamber, should the selling points on the island start selling simultaneously?" Wu Hang pondered for a moment. "Let's start selling in a couple of days," staggered with the chamber. "All right. You should go prepare as well. They will probably come back soon to confirm the quantities," Wu Hang said. Andre nodded, and the two left the study. Just as they stepped out of the front door, they saw a chamber representative waiting, who said directly, "Ms. Andre Willow, we can confirm the quantities right away." Andre glanced at Wu Hang and nodded, "Follow me." They walked towards an adjacent room to register. Returning to the island lord's mansion, Wu Hang went upstairs, retracted the ghost into his body, and headed directly to Zombie World. Driving an off-road vehicle to the pharmaceutical factory, he transported boxes of healing pills through the boundary door to Gold and Silver Island. He continued until the sky grew dark. Only then was the entire load moved. It was fortunate that skeletons didn't get tired, otherwise, it would have taken even more time. Driving the off-road vehicle back to the Central District Market, Wu Hang returned to his room. Soon after, Li Yong knocked and entered. She said, "The plant elixir you send is growing too fast." Chapter 794, There are 18 levels coming to kill her the next day, at the harbor, in the large warehouse district. Each sturdy iron door was swung wide open as the workers arranged by the various chambers of commerce, under the loud urging of the foreman, entered the designated warehouses to begin transporting the goods. Crates of goods were carried out with clear lettering visible on the wooden boxes. Gold and Silver Island healing pills. At the loading position for the Emerald Shadow Chamber of Commerce's ships stood the elegant Wodelf Hellion holding a ledger, her face unable to hide her excitement and exhilaration. The cooperation with Gold and Silver Island was finally taking shape. Moreover, the order in which the Chamber of Commerce collected the goods was also at the forefront among all the chambers. It seemed that Steward Zai Ligui played a significant role in this. On this side, they were busy. On the road outside the port, a carriage slowly came to a stop. Steward Zai Ligui and a young girl with rabbit ears descended from the carriage in succession. Following them was a crowd, mainly humans and dwarves. The elf representative's expression became stiff. She immediately disembarked and greeted the two. "Steward, Ms. Annette." Zai Ligui said, "City Hall will arrange representatives to accompany the Chambers of Commerce. Please take care of them when the time comes." The elf representative immediately nodded, "Of course." Annette instructed something to the people behind her, and after a dwarf bowed, he walked over to the elf representative's side. Zai Ligui continued nodding and followed Annette toward the other Chambers of Commerce. The island master favors beastmen girls. The wood elf watched as the group departed. Outside the port, the residents gathered around, whispering and discussing amongst themselves. Why is everyone transporting goods today? Someone who could read said, "It's written above, Gold and Silver Island healing pills." Everyone immediately understood. The healing pills from Gold and Silver Island had begun to be sold to the chambers. So many chambers are purchasing. How many alchemists are needed to produce them? The Island Master surely has his own methods. Lord Island Master is really impressive. At the Island Lord's mansion. On the road outside the mansion, chambers of commerce that had not obtained the qualifications for cooperation were lining up in a long queue. Each one wore a solemn expression, pondering in their minds whether there was still a chance to obtain subsequent cooperation opportunities. The gates of the Island Lord's mansion opened. The little cat girl Roby, protected by a skeleton, recorded the names of the visiting chambers and their representatives who had come bearing gifts. "Miss, do you know when the Island Master will return? Our chamber comes with sincerity and would like to personally discuss cooperation matters with the Island Master," said a man in luxurious clothes with a smile. Roby shook her head. "The Island Master left this morning, and I'm not sure when he will return." The man glanced inside the mansion through the open door, and then suddenly shouted, "Lord Island Master, the Sunny Chamber of Commerce has come with sincerity." Roby showed no surprise, evidently not the first time this had occurred. She said softly, "Don't shout anymore." The master said that later, the number of cooperating chambers will gradually increase. Wait for some time, and someone will contact you. The shouting man wanted to speak again. The people behind him immediately pushed him aside and said, "Dawnport Chamber of Commerce. Please make a note of us, miss. Our chamber has 70 years of history. We hope we can be chosen next time." Roby nodded and made a note of it. The following representatives continued to step forward, offering gifts and registering the names of their chambers. In the study. "Uncle, there's someone at the door shouting about wanting to cooperate with us." Sniveling and teary, Zhao flew back in, laughing. The bustle outside today had also stirred up quite the interest for Zhao. She had been out since morning, watching the lively scene. And then she brought back the news from outside. "Let them shout. If they don't shout twice, they won't be content," Wu Hang said. The pills could not supply so many chambers of commerce, and the sales of goods were too scattered, which could lead to uncontrollable situations. After all, this was the first time for this kind of cooperation, and being cautious was necessary. While speaking, Bella also returned from outside. After glancing at the few people in the room, she said, "At the harbor, City Hall's accompanying personnel have all been assigned to the chambers of commerce, and there are no problems." "Who went over with them?" "Annette and Shiali," Bella said. "That's good," Wu Hang also said with a smile. The pills were an important plan for gaining prestige. Whether or not they could achieve the desired effect, Gold and Silver Island absolutely could not have any problems. After chatting with Ghost for a few moments, confirming that today's plan was being implemented smoothly, Wu Hang also got up and walked outside. Descending to the first floor. Many had already prepared all the items required for leaving. At the same time, she said, "Master, Sister Vera called. Our people have been arranged into the chambers." "I know, let Vera handle it," Wu Hang said, and then, placing the prepared parcels into the space ring, asked, "Any news from the Chamber of Commerce?" "There's no news," Minnie said. Wu Hang approached the phone and dialed the chamber's number. After 2 rings, Shiyali's voice came through. "Hello. It's Wu Hang." Shiyali's voice instantly softened. "Haven't come over in days. I've been a bit busy lately. Nothing's up at the chamber, right?" Wu Hang asked. "Nothing special. Zai Ligui has gone out to patrol. Do you need anything?" Shiyali inquired. Wu Hang said straight away, "I'll be heading out in a bit and won't be on the island for a few days, so the two of you will have to worry about safety." "What are you going to do?" "Deal with some trouble." Shiyali's tone was somewhat resentful. "Since Zai Ligui joined us, you haven't come over for a single day." Chapter 794, 18 levels to kill her when I come back. "I will accompany you every day." "Who cares about that?" Shiyali said before adding, "Be careful, don't take any unnecessary risks." "I know, Gold and Silver Island is in your hands now." Having finished speaking, Wu Hang hung up the phone. Minnie stood by and said, "Master, are you leaving now?" "I'm leaving now. If there's anything, notify me through the radio." Wu Hang walked outside. He couldn't delay matters concerning Wenmancha. He needed to go as soon as possible. "Okay, Master, please give our regards to Sister Wenmancha," Minnie said. He walked into the courtyard. Wu Hang directly put on the train captain's hat, waved goodbye to the maids, and boarded the train. The next second, he vanished from sight. At the headquarters of the association, Inside the castle, the heavy wooden doors were slowly opened. An old man, holding a wooden box in his hands, entered the room and bowed to the black wooden coffin in front, saying, "Miss, the latest medicine tablets have been sent over from Gold and Silver Island." The room fell into a brief silence before the coffin lid was opened and Lilith propped herself up on the edge. She glanced at the box in the elder's hands and asked, "Is this all there is?" "Just one box," the elder continued. "I also saw the same kind of boxes being delivered to the Hongwen Alliance and the Field Envoy Hall." A frown formed on Lilith's brow as it seemed that a box had been sent to each familiar party within the association. "Bring it here." The elder brought over the wooden box, and Lilith took out a bottle of medicine and opened it. The first thing that appeared was a neatly folded instruction manual. Lilith looked over the content, her brows slightly raising. She then fell into thought. "Miss, is it a letter written to you by Island Lord Wuheng?" the elder asked with a smile. Lilith handed the instruction manual to him and said, "To be plotting for himself so early, he really is confident." After glancing at it, the elder also smiled. "Island Lord Wuheng is indeed full of surprises." Lilith laughed softly. "Clever trick." Tap tap tap. Footsteps once again echoed from the direction of the corridor. A person stood at the door and spoke softly. "Leader, there's a visitor outside. Leader Hadara invites you to the hall for a council meeting." "Understood." Lilith got up, quickly made herself presentable, and headed toward the meeting hall. Inside the brightly lit council hall, 4 leaders entered the room one after another and sat down in their respective places. Aside from the religious leader who was still outside, the rest of the ruling leaders had all been summoned here. Once everyone had arrived, Field Envoy Leader Hadara spoke. "We've received complaint letters from alchemy organizations everywhere, stating that Gold and Silver Islands medicine tablets are affecting local interests, demanding that the association intervene to prohibit their sale." The leader of the Hongwen Alliance and Lilith each glanced this way, their expressions revealing a sense of as expected. Only the hunter leader, the dwarf Bruno, furrowed his brow and stroked his beard, saying, "Those kinds of medicine tablets have begun to be sold? When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it?" No one paid attention to him, while Lilith looked around at the people present and said, "The market is about survival of the fittest, and moreover, the association has no precedent for suppressing others' innovation." The Hongwen Alliance hero glanced this way. "Survival of the fittest does indeed fit this situation. I also advise against the association interfering in this matter." Hadara nodded, looking toward the hunter dwarf leader. "Bruno, what do you think?" "I have no objections," Bruno immediately replied. Hadara said directly, "Then I'll have headquarters issue an announcement that we will not intervene in this matter." The others nodded in agreement. Lilith regarded the 2 elven heroes, and her thoughts also shifted slightly. It was no wonder he had sent out 2 extra boxes of medicine tablets. He had anticipated that someone would come to headquarters to complain. With the tablets delivered, they would understand the characteristics and effects of the medicine, rather than just seeing the content of the complaint letters. Good or bad, it would be instantly apparent. This guy had really considered everything. After the meeting concluded, everyone left the council hall. The train door opened, and Wuheng lighted. Looking around, it was still a wilderness. Splash! Having just pulled up his trousers beside a tree, 3 wolves the size of calf bulls sprang out from the grass behind, pouncing straight towards him. Boom! Thud! Sounds of fighting erupted. Kazekage quickly threw punches, and in the blink of an eye he sent the 3 wolves flying away, his footsteps following closely. He snapped the wolves' necks in succession. "Wrap them up." Wuheng took out a grass mat. Kazekage wrapped up the bodies of the 3 wolves, and Wuheng directly put them into the space ring. Then, he released 3 ghosts. "Are we there yet?" Glenda asked. "We've arrived. Determine the direction," Wuheng said. Zhao stretched her body, then flew down. "Uncle, it's over there. Let's go." After determining the direction, he traversed through the forest. Upon sighting the distant city walls, Wuheng cast the teleportation technique to get close to the city. He strode inside. Nothing seemed off within the city. On the streets, one could see beastmen and humans shopping, quite lively. It seemed, the assassination plan was aimed only at the city lord and some important officials, with little impact on ordinary citizens inside. Perhaps the outside world didn't even know about the assassination attempts on the island master. He traveled all the way to the city lord's mansion. "Open the door," Wuheng shouted to the skeleton on the wall. Creak. The gate opened, and he walked straight through. Entering the courtyard, he immediately saw Wen Mangekyō holding a child, and upon seeing Wuheng, her face showed surprise. "Master." Wuheng embraced her. "I'm here now, it's all right." "I've worried the master," Wen Mangekyō said softly. Wuheng was about to speak when another figure emerged from the house. With long brown hair tied back, bright eyes, and slender embroidered eyebrows, she was dressed in leather armor, taking slow steps towards them. A shiny furred cheetah was following at her feet. Slither. Steward of Blackstone Town. Slither. Wu Heng's eyes brightened. When Mangekyō explained, Steward Slither was worried about me and the child, so she stayed behind. Slither said, I just came to check on Moneycat, and also to help Wen Mangekyō with the child. Wu Heng opened his arms, come here. Slither stood still, just quietly watching him. Only the cheetah came over and rubbed against his trouser leg, showing affection. Wu Heng naturally hugged the cheetah, it's always been just the two of us. Let's go inside first. Wen Mangekyō said. After entering the room, the three of them sat down in their respective seats. Wen Mangekyō soothed the child for a while and then handed him over to the skeleton ghost hag who took him to another room. Then, Wen Mangekyō recounted her consecutive experiences with assassination attempts. Continuous assassination attempts, and high-level professionals had already appeared among them. After listening, Wu Heng asked, can you be sure it's related to the second prince? Wen Mangekyō shook her head, the envoy of the second prince even came to visit me. It felt like he was trying to distance himself from the matter, but apart from him, I can't think of anyone else who would spend so much to assassinate me. Where does he live? In the Iron Axe Tavern, in the outer city area, on the second floor, the fourth private room, to be exact. He looks like a thin, tall middle-aged man, dressed more like a merchant, and his retainer is a brawny warrior, judging from the weapon, looks like a heavy sword warrior. Wen Mangekyō pondered as she spoke. Wu Heng nodded, and with a slight glance to the side, a ghost flew straight out. Inside the tavern's private room, the thin, tall middle-aged man, twirling a ring on his index finger, said softly, has Wen Mangekyō not left the city lord's mansion yet? The brawny man replied, she must be scared out of her wits. Shall we try to attack the city lord's mansion? That's difficult, the inner city district is guarded by skeletons, we don't have the advantage if we go in, and it could possibly anger her, prompting her to take action against us, the thin man said. In a few days, an 18th level professional will be arriving on the Phantom train, he will deal with Wen Mangekyō. Hearing about an 18th level professional, surprise flashed across the brawny man's eyes. Chapter 795, The Kingdom's Kylan Project. City Lord Wen Mangekyō, coming from a gang, was only around level 10. Yet she had arranged for a level 18 professional to come over, which was somewhat surprising. But looking at the current situation, without a level 18 professional, there really was no way to solve the problem. Now, Wen Mangekyō had shut herself in, certainly with her own plans in mind. Perhaps by dragging things out, she might call back the island master of Gold and Silver Island. When the association gets involved, it will only become more troublesome. When will this level 18 lord arrive? The burly man calmed down and asked again. In a day or two, the tall and thin man replied. The burly man sighed, if it weren't for those people, it wouldn't be this troublesome. It is indeed troublesome. The burly man pondered for a moment and then said, let's go to the outer city district, it's easier to deal with any dangers there. Here in the outer city area, once the city is sealed off, you can't even think about escaping. The tall and thin man looked up, speaking softly, Wen Mangekyō hasn't made her move because we haven't left the city yet. As soon as we make a move to leave, she will act immediately. Let's not provoke her for now, wait for our people to come. The burly man nodded, signaling his understanding. The two chatted in the room for a while, consuming quite a bit of tea. When it was about time, the burly man stood up and said, I'll go out and have another look. As soon as he finished speaking and was about to leave, his legs remained firmly planted on the ground. A look of terror and disbelief flickered in the man's eyes. He suddenly looked up at the opposite side and clenched his teeth, squeezing out two words, get out. Fast. However, the tall and thin man was also frozen in his seat, the veins in his neck bulging, his face turning red as if wrestling with something. Exerting all his strength, he said, it's not us, let us meet when. Crack. The tall and thin man's head twisted 180 degrees first, before snapping back into place. The burly man's eyes sharpened, and the next second, his neck also violently twisted around. Both of their bodies slumped down limply. Inside the room, three ghosts appeared in midair with Zhao huffing and puffing. It was definitely those two. Glenda said, I'll go back and notify Wu Heng, you two stay here and keep watch. Okay. Replied Bella and Zhao. Glenda vanished once more, passing through the wall to leave. At the city lord's mansion, in the backyard, a number of corpses were laid out in the center of the open space. Wen Mangekyō said, these are the assassins killed in the last 2 days. Master, help me to communicate with the dead and see if there are any clues. The likelihood of these people providing actionable intelligence wasn't great. But the bodies had been preserved until now, so asking them wouldn't cause any harm. Communicate with the dead was released, and the first corpse immediately sat up from the ground. Its gaze hollow, the resurrected body looked toward the few people present. Wu Hang glanced at Wen Mancha, who nodded and asked, "Who ordered you to assassinate me?" The corpse replied, "I received a letter from Rani, instructing me to assassinate you in the Alliance Building's rest area." A person from a family in the Hueco Kingdom. Wen Mancha's eyes were filled with confusion. It seemed she had no recollection of this name or family. Is Rani loyal to the second prince? I'm not sure. Wen Mancha continued, "When did you receive the letter?" Mid-month. As a final question, Wen Mancha continued, "Do you know any other spies?" The corpse replied, "At the Dragon Wing grocery store in the outer city district, letters are delivered there. I go there regularly to see if there are any letters." The 5 questions concluded, and the corpse fell back violently. Wen Mancha turned to Wu Heng. Mid-month coincides with the time the prince's messenger came, which matches one detail. But it seems the one giving the orders was not the second prince but was through a letter sent from the Hueco Kingdom. Slither, with arms crossed, asked, "Was the messenger named Rani?" "That's not his name." Wen Mancha shook her head. "It might not have been him who sent the letter, or he may have deliberately made it look like it came from outside to prevent tracing it back to him," Slither analyzed. "That makes sense," Wu Heng nodded in agreement. Wen Mancha continued, "Master, ask the next one." Wu Heng proceeded to release communicate with the dead, and the second corpse sat up from the ground. Wen Mancha asked, "Who ordered you to assassinate me?" The corpse replied, "Kendall." "When did you receive the orders?" "Mid-month." "Do you serve the second prince?" "Yes." "Does your mission have anything to do with the messenger from inside the city?" "I don't know." The corpses were asked one by one. The 3 of them pretty much had an idea about the whole situation. All the assassins were somehow related to the Hueco Kingdom. In fact, it was easy to figure out that the second prince was the only one who currently wanted Wen Mancha dead now. The 3 returned to the living room together. Wu Heng sat on the couch, stroking the smooth fur of the cheetah in his arms. Beside him sat Wen Mancha, while Slither, still somewhat frosty, occasionally glared at Wu Heng and the cheetah in his embrace. Wen Mancha said, "Related to the Hueco Kingdom, regardless of any connection to the messenger, we have reason to kill him." On reflection, it was clear why the second prince would want to do this. The Hueco Kingdom's army obviously couldn't beat the skeleton army. So, during the ceasefire period, they tried to see if assassinating Wen Mancha could change the course of the war. But the repeated attempts at assassination had not been successful and merely made Wen Mancha more vigilant. Wu Heng, caressing the cheetah, said, "Whether the messenger lives or dies is not important to us. What's important is whether we can use him to find the second prince behind this. If one messenger is killed, others will be sent in the future." Chapter 795, The Kingdom's Kylan Project. Wen Mancha nodded, acknowledging the statement. Previously, there had been assassination attempts on Wen Mancha in London City, resulting in a purge of several people throughout the city. The husband of the steward, Harut, had been among them and was directly expelled. It hadn't been long before another group appeared. Without resolving the person behind the scenes, messengers and spies would continue to emerge endlessly. Slither said, "Even if we find out where the second prince is, actually, it's a troublesome matter. If you kill him, any prince or princess who takes the throne in the future can also use this as an excuse to continue launching attacks on London City. The outcome is unavoidable." Wen Mancha's eyes narrowed. This troublesome matter had stuck to her as well. Smiling, Wu Heng said, "Not killing the second prince doesn't change the fact that the Hueco Kingdom will attempt to retake the land we've occupied, regardless of whether we kill him or not. It's just a matter of which excuse they use." Slither nodded in agreement as well, also recognizing the truth in that statement. Since London City had occupied all the cities north of Seaturd Fortress, once the Hueco Kingdom recovered, they would certainly try to retake them. "I think we could capture the second prince first and use him as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Hueco Kingdom later on," Slither proposed again. "Capture him first." Wu Heng felt that the second prince might not be so simple. The most effective move would be to kill him swiftly, otherwise, giving the enemy a chance could lead to escape or a dangerous counterattack. But it was still just a discussion, so he went along with Slither's suggestion. That could work. After discussing the matter briefly, Wu Heng turned to Wen Mancha. "How are things going at Seaturd Fortress?" Wen Mancha replied, "According to Harut, the city walls have been repaired, and the residents are gradually returning to their normal lives. There will be many spies outside, watching over the fortress. No army attacks, I hope?" "No armies, but there have been some mercenary groups wandering nearby under the pretense of clearing out necromancy. They were wiped out by skeletons coming out of the city," said Wen Mancha with a smile. Wu Heng continued, looking across at Slither, "No losses in Blackstone Town, I trust?" Slither answered, "No significant losses. The main departures were the city officials and the guard team. The ordinary residents have been quite honest, and with your reputation in the city, they aren't as resistant to the skeletons. How is everyone taking it? Wu Heng asked further. The notices posted in the city and the bards that Wen Mancha has sent out have helped sway public opinion towards London City. At least they know that the Hueco Kingdom started the war. However, some people still side with the Hueco Kingdom, they just don't speak up. Slither pondered for a moment before answering. Wu Heng had stayed in Blackstone Town, where they were very hostile towards necromancers. Not to mention now that the city was occupied by skeletons, he couldn't expect everyone to be on his side. A little more time, and things would slowly improve. Wu Heng was about to say more when the ghost flew in from outside and dove directly into his body. The events from the tavern private room had been shared with him. Which means these two hadn't left. They were waiting for the 18th level professional sent by the second prince to continue the assassination attempt on Wen Mancha. Truly gambling with their lives. I'll step out and bring back that messenger, and then we'll conduct a communicate with the dead. Wu Heng stood up. I can have someone go, Wen Mancha offered. No need. The person is already dead. It'll be faster if I go, Wu Heng said. Without further discussion, Wu Heng left the city lord's mansion with skeletons in tow. Wu Heng arrived at the tavern. Upon entering, he saw many people gathered at the staircase on the second floor. Oh no. The death is too gruesome. How were they killed? Someone twisted the neck so many turns. It doesn't look like a robbery, none of their belongings are missing. The crowd discussed the deceased in the second floor private room. At that moment, Zhao's voice resounded, Uncle, a bartender had helped them buy something and found the bodies when he came back. It's fine. Wu Heng said and pushed through the crowd, taking out an emblem and announcing, Alright, everyone disperse. The owner stays. Hearing that someone from the association had arrived, the others dispersed. Wu Heng entered the private room and saw the two corpses on the floor. Wrap up the bodies. Skeletons rolled the bodies up in straw mats, and Wu Heng placed them in his space ring. The middle-aged man following behind him still respectfully bowed his head. Sir, do you have any orders? Are you the owner? Yes, boss. Wu Heng scanned the other party up and down and asked, have they been staying in this private room? Correct, they've been in this room for several days now, the innkeeper answered. Wu Heng further inquired, has anyone been looking for them recently? The innkeeper thought for a moment, not sure, it seems there hasn't been anyone, and they rarely go out. Go back and think it over, if you remember anything, report it to the city hall. Yes, sir, the innkeeper nodded. Carry on with your business, it's all right, the killer has been caught, and it was through him that we found the bodies. Wu Heng walked down the stairs as he left the private room. Thank you, sir. With that, he even slipped 2 silver coins into Wu Heng's hand. Wu Heng glanced at the man and then walked straight out of the pub. Returning to the city lord's mansion. 2 bodies, stripped clean. The items from their space rings were laid out on the table one by one. In the ring of the thin, tall man were a coin purse, property deeds, daily necessities, scrolls, tickets from the Snake Badge Consortium, phantom train tickets, and a gold ring with an eye pattern on it. In the space ring of the burly man were a coin purse, daily necessities, spare weapons and armor, scrolls, and elixirs. Looking item by item, Wu Heng's eyes narrowed. His gaze rested on the phantom train ticket and the gold ring. Phantom train. This guy actually had a ticket for the phantom train, it seems he was well prepared. If there were real danger in the city, as long as he timed it right, tearing open the ticket would allow him to leave the city. No wonder he was so confident. The second item, the ring, was a secret cultivation hall ring. The secret cultivation hall had ties to the second prince? Initially, Wu Heng's investigation led him to suspect that the crown prince had the support of the secret cultivation hall. Later, various pieces of information indicated that the crown prince had connections with the sects. But now, this piece of information linked the secret cultivation hall to the second prince. Wu Heng pondered for a moment. Which means that the secret cultivation hall's Kirin Road plan was used on the second prince. The Kirin plan was a strategy of the secret cultivation hall to support its own candidate for the throne and gain a voice. So, they really did make a move against the Hueco Kingdom. After examining these 2 items, Wu Heng continued to look at the various goods of the hefty man, among which was a set of armor as the attire of the commander of the Hueco Kingdom. This man was a commander of the Hueco Kingdom. Wen Mancha had said the burly man was the messenger's attendant, but in fact, he was placed by his side for protection, and his status was not low. A person from the secret cultivation hall, Slither recognized the ring at a glance. Wu Heng nodded, it looks like things are more complicated than we thought. Wen Mancha also picked up the ring to look, could it be that he personally supports the second prince and it's not much related to the secret cultivation hall? Wu Heng shook his head, there has always been a clue that the secret cultivation hall is involved, it seems that they are supporting the second prince. Wen Mancha nodded, and Slither said, Can I report this information to the association? Let's not rush. First let's use communicate with the dead to see the situation, then we can discuss it, Wu Hang said directly. Slither nodded. Coming to the side of the bodies, Wu Hang cast communicate with the dead on the thin, tall man. The body sat up and looked over. Wu Hang asked, was it you who attempted to assassinate Wen Mancha? After a moment of silence, the body said, no, it was the Crown Prince's men. The three of them furrowed their brows instantaneously. Chapter 796, The entire plan. The corpse continued, no, it was the Crown Prince's men who made the first move, then on several occasions, it was our men. The three of them exchanged glances. That is to say, before the second prince had made his move, the Crown Prince's men had already acted. This was somewhat fishy. It wasn't surprising that the Crown Prince had his own people in the city, but he and Wen Mancha did not have any direct conflicts. Rather, maintaining the struggle between London City and the second prince would be more beneficial. Wu Hang then asked, recount the entire incident as you understand it. The corpse responded, we had drawn up a plan to assassinate Wen Mancha, but before the plan could proceed, the Crown Prince's men took action first, causing our subsequent plans to fail and fall into a stalemate. After hearing the corpse's reply, it made sense why the answers from the previous assassins' corpses didn't line up. Different people were following orders. Wu Hang continued to ask, the level 18 professional who's coming soon, what do you know about him? Tell us everything. The corpse fell silent for a moment, then said, there's no special information. After he arrives, he will go to the tavern to find me, and then collaborate with the remaining people in the city to assassinate Wen Mancha. Wen Mancha and Slither's eyes both hardened. Actually arranging a level 18 professional. That truly was a major move. The fourth question, Wu Hang inquired, where is the second prince? In Niller City. Niller City. This place had come up when interrogating corpses at Sea Turd Fortress. Some commands had been issued from that city. For the final question, Wu Hang pondered and first said to Wen Mancha, go get some paper and a pen, get ready to take notes. Wen Mancha nodded, taking paper and a pen from the space ring. Wu Hang continued to look at the corpse, list everyone you know who is planted in London City. The corpse paused again. Then started to list names, which Wen Mancha quickly recorded. After the 5 questions were completed, the corpse lay back down on the ground. It seems, there are matters involving the Crown Prince here, said Slither. Wen Mancha said, when Reno was still the city lord, it was not strange for the Hueco kingdom to plant spies in the city. It's just unclear why he suddenly took action. Reno was the previous city lord. He had a deep relationship with the Hueco kingdom. When Wu Hang divided the city's control with him, the Hueco kingdom even sent troops to help, which ended up getting wiped out. No need to rush considering the matters about the Crown Prince, let's clear up this matter with the second prince first, Wu Hang said, turning his gaze to another corpse. Wen Mancha said, this corpse, it must be of a high level, don't you want to transform it into a skeleton? No need, the information is more important to us. This corpse was a level 15 professional, which wasn't considered high for the current skeletons. Alright, I'll follow the master's arrangement. Wu Hang continued to cast communicate with the dead on the second skeleton. The burly man sat up, waiting for the question. Where is the second prince? In Niller City. What forces are supporting the second prince? The corpse replied, he has the support from various local magnates and nobles, a substantial number. What is the relationship between the second prince and the secret cultivation hall? Unclear. How many high-level professionals are with the second prince? There should be a few level 18 professionals. Only one question remained. Wu Hang continued to inquire, what level is the second prince himself? Uncertain, but I feel it's between level 12 and level 15. After the 5 questions, the corpse lay back down. Wu Hang motioned with his hand, and the 2 corpses were carried away by skeletons. Wen Mancha turned to leave, arranging for people to capture those listed. Wu Hang still stood still, pondering the information gleaned from the 2 corpses. That is to say, the second prince had 2 plans. The first was to attempt an alliance through marriage with Wen Mancha to probe the stance of London City, thinking that if successful, he might consider avoiding conflict with London City and securing the needed funds through this method. If Wen Mancha disagreed, then it would be assassination. However, there were complications. The Crown Prince's men acted first, and several successive actions alerted Wen Mancha to the danger, causing her to stay indoors. This disrupted all of the second prince's assassination plans. Now, having found no better solution, they prepared a level 18 professional, planning to directly kill Wen Mancha. The second prince's motive was simple. Once the association investigation team left, fighting would resume. They began losing to the skeleton army. But why would the Crown Prince take action? Having Wen Mancha alive and restraining the second prince should have been more beneficial for him. Upon further thought, Wu Heng considered another possibility. The Crown Prince knew about the second prince's plan to assassinate Wen Mancha and feared that Wen Mancha might indeed die at the other's hand. Thus, he had arranged several unsuccessful assassination attempts in advance. With Wen Mancha staying indoors, naturally, the possibility of her being killed was reduced. These two had even extended their struggle to London City. What's the plan now? Slither asked from beside him, his cheetah yawning at his feet. Wu Heng turned and said, first, we wait for that level 18 professional to arrive. Since they're sending over a level 18, we still need to be cautious, Slither expressed his concern. Wu Heng glanced at him and nodded, don't worry, it will be fine. With his current strength, killing some level 18 professionals wouldn't be a problem. On his side, there were 3 level 20 professionals. Slither nodded and started to walk back. Wu Heng walked over, intending to put his arm around Slither's waist. Slither twisted his body to dodge, his tone mocking, I thought the Lord Island Master had forgotten about me. How could that be possible? I was busy last time and couldn't show up, otherwise, I would have visited you. Wu Heng still moved closer, forcibly hugging Slither's arm. Slither shook him off a couple of times but didn't break free, eventually letting him hold him as he coldly huffed and walked towards the building. Inside the building, Slither was with Wen Mancha, dealing with the capture issues. Slither was only level 12, akin to the level of a local steward in a remote area, but the skeleton attendant Wu Heng had assigned her was a level 18 deceitful swordsman. It was because of this skeleton that she stayed to protect Wen Mancha. Wu Heng went straight upstairs, entering the room where the radio was. He established contact with Gold and Silver Island. Minnie, are you there? Wu Heng spoke through the radio. After a quiet minute or two, Minnie's voice came through, it's Minnie. Minnie, it's Wu Heng. Master. An excited voice came from the other side. Wu Heng said, I've arrived in London City. Is everything alright on Gold and Silver Island? Minnie paused to think, then said, the cooperating chambers of commerce have already transported the goods, and the island's retail stores have started selling. There are lines of people buying every day. Those chambers of commerce that didn't get the cooperation haven't caused any trouble, have they? Wu Heng continued. Minnie said, no, Sister Vera said some of them arranged for people to visit the city hall, but it was just to inquire when the next selection of chambers of commerce will be. Alright, let Vera observe a bit, and we'll add some more chambers in the next batch from here, Wu Heng said. Okay, I'll tell Sister Vera tonight, Minnie replied, then added, oh right, Master. Xiligui's steward's parents have come. They are very elegant and beautiful elves. Indeed, Xiligui's parents had gone to Gold and Silver Island. That was something Xiligui and Shi Yali hadn't told him. He had overheard it while possessing a skeleton and wandering around as Little Zhao and Lilith chatted. Unexpectedly, they had gone to the island at this time. Did you have contact with them? They speak very elegantly, even more like elves than Xiligui. Sister Vera chose gifts from the warehouse and gave them to them, Minnie said thoughtfully. From Minnie's words, it seemed quite easy to interact with them. Just didn't know how they would react, knowing both their daughters were close to him, whether they would still be so elegant. Their discussion about Gold and Silver Island concluded. Minnie then asked, is Sister Wen Mancha doing well? Why hasn't she come to talk? Wen Mancha is busy, everything here is fine, no need to worry, they're just minor issues, Wu Heng said with a smile. Yeah, that's true. Since the Master is there definitely won't be any problems. Why not bring Sister Wen Mancha to Gold and Silver Island? That way, you wouldn't need to go back and forth. We'll see what Wen Mancha thinks, I'll ask her about it later, Wu Heng said. Alright, then we can all live together again, just like in that small house in London City, Minnie said, laughing. Alright. I need to get busy now, make sure to contact me if there's anything. Okay, Master. After hanging up, Wu Heng walked out of the radio room. Wen Mancha and Slither were still dealing with the capture of the second prince's spies. Wu Heng glanced down the staircase, then headed upstairs to the baby's room. Lolala. Above the baby crib, the 3 ghosts revealed themselves, with Little Zhao controlling a ribbon, playfully enticing the baby to reach out and grab. On one side, a skeleton ghost hag was sweeping the floor, and another was sitting by the bed folding the baby's swaddling clothes. Seeing Wu Heng walk in, Little Zhao asked, what's the sister's name again? Wu Qin. Little Zhao immediately flew back, repositioning the ribbon, Little Kinkin. Following that, baby laughter echoed throughout the room. Wu Heng walked over, played with the baby for a bit, then sat down. After the child yawned from tiredness, Wu Heng then said, Little Zhao, let's let your sister sleep, and we'll take a look in Zombie World. Alright. I'll play with her again in the evening, Little Zhao tossed aside the ribbon. Who's playing with whom? It felt like you were having more fun. Remember, we can only play after she wakes up, Wu Heng instructed. I know. Little Zhao flew to the side and said, Uncle, can you bring my mom over? I haven't seen her in a long time. Alright, I'll have her come by plane later. Wu Heng headed out the door, going back upstairs. Little Zhao followed, then said, Uncle, should we think of a nickname for my sister? Well, we'll see what Wen Mancha thinks. You can think about it first, and I'll ask her later. I'm called Little Zhao, what should we call my sister? Little Zhao pondered, touching her chin. Chapter 797. It's easy to make money in small places. Let Aunt Glenda think about it for you, she's the most educated. Glenda gave him a glare. Entering the study, Wu Heng had taken all three ghosts back into his body and walked through the boundary door. Coming out of the boundary door, it was still the dorm room he had left behind. Standing by the window, he picked up the walkie-talkie and called Li Yong over. Soon after, there was a knock on the door. Li Yong walked in with her owl. How have things been these last few days? Wu Heng asked with a smile. Li Yong sat down on a nearby chair and replied, nothing special. The pharmaceutical plant is producing at full capacity, and the military factory has also strengthened its management. Wu Heng nodded. No issues at the prison, I hope? I took a trip to the prison. From the outside, nothing has changed, but I didn't go inside the cells. I don't understand what those skeletons are writing, but it seems there are no problems, Li Yong continued. At the prison, everything was operated entirely by skeletons. No need for anyone to direct them. At that place, Wu Heng just checked records or saw if the skeletons needed anything. Plus, Li Yong wouldn't understand the skeletons' operations even if she went there. Any news from Chihankai? Li Yong said, the South Korean base has started changing locations. According to Chihankai, they've demolished the shack area, and the personnel have been moved to the city center, similar to our setup here. Good, let Chihankai hurry up with the training for the skeletons, especially in terms of satellite operations. See if we can launch another one, and tell Zhao Yanqiu to come back if she isn't busy. Zhao just mentioned she missed her. Okay, I'll call her in a bit, Li Yong agreed, then glanced at her notebook and added, oh, and the main office agreed to lend us the talisman books. They will bring them over during the next exchange. The matter with the talismans had been going on for a while. They probably hadn't worked anything out, which is why they decided to lend them out. No rush, if they're willing to lend them, we'll take a look. If not, no need to push. Li Yong nodded. There's nothing else then, everything is quite normal. Wu Heng also stood up and said, come on, let's take a round through the base. Alright. Li Yong also stood up, and they both left the room together. They took a tour around the base. As evening approached, everyone went to the dining hall for dinner. Wu Heng went back to his bedroom and returned to London City through the boundary door. Coming down from upstairs, the skeletons had already served dinner at the table. Wen Mangekyō said with a smile, Master, you've come down just in time to have dinner. Wu Heng sat down at the dining table. Wen Mangekyō and Slither also sat on their respective chairs. He had a few bites. Wen Mangekyō then said, all the spies that spoke out have been caught and are being interrogated right now. These people probably don't know much, a brief interrogation should suffice, Wu Heng said. Wen Mangekyō sipped some water, then asked, Master, any plans coming up? No big moves in the city for now, wait for that level 18 professional to arrive, then we'll discuss further, Wu Heng said. Slither pondered for a moment. The messenger and other spies in the city have been cleared out. This level 18 professional might discover these first things when he arrives, we should be prepared. No worries, as long as he enters the city, I can detect him more quickly, Wu Heng reassured them. Slither nodded, confident in his method since he was so assured. Wu Heng put down his utensils and asked, Wen Mangekyō, is the Phantom train ticket common in London City? Wen Mangekyō looked over. It's not common, but there really are some tickets that appear occasionally. How are they obtained? Wu Heng continued asking. This messenger of the second prince had a train ticket within his space ring. According to intelligence, that level 18 professional would also come via the train ticket. If the second prince also possessed such a ticket, it's necessary to prevent him from escaping. To use the train ticket before one's own eyes would allow one to follow using the train captain's hat, but if any intelligence was received beforehand, departure could happen early. By then it would indeed be challenging to locate the other party. Wen Mangekyō pondered for a moment and said, not sure, but there must be some method, or certain means, to obtain this kind of ticket. Master, do you not know the reason? Slither, sitting nearby and listening, shifted his gaze toward Wu Heng. Clearly, Wen Mangekyō knew more about the matter, and as the steward of Blackstone Town, she was somewhat behind on the intelligence. Wu Heng shook his head. I don't know about the ticket, but I feel that the second prince's side or the people of the secret cultivation halt might know something. It's possible. Wen Mancha agreed. Not having any leads is alright, perhaps the answers will come later, Wu Hang said. Wen Mancha nodded, looked toward Slither, and said, Steward Slither, the master came over today, are you joining us tonight? Slither's face turned a bit red at once, but she maintained her composure and said calmly, I'm still staying in the next room. It's alright, we both understand. Wen Mancha glanced at Wu Hang and said with a smile. Rest well, both of you, and remember not to be too loud tonight. Slither got up and went directly to her upstairs room. Don't tease Slither, she's a steward and doesn't appreciate such jokes, Wu Hang said. Wen Mancha, still smiling, said, I saw the master was quite expecting just now. Not at all. Wen Mancha laughed, stood up, and said, let's go, feed the child well, and we can also head back to our room to rest. The two walked into the children's room and played with the child for a while. They returned to their room to rest. Squeak. Late at night, in the dimly lit room, the sound of the door opening was heard. Slither, lying sideways on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. Cheetah, beside her, raised its head to glance at the doorway and then curled back up on the carpet and closed its eyes. Slither didn't turn around but quietly waited. Then someone climbed onto the bed, a pair of arms encircling her waist. I've come to accompany you. Slither said softly, not going to accompany your dear maid anymore? She's asleep, I've come to accompany you. Wu Hang held her from behind. Humphrey. Slither scoffed, her body bumped backward. Sorry, I haven't came to see you recently because of some matters, Wu Hang whispered an apology near her ear. Slither sighed softly, but still turned around, saying, if you're not visiting me, why haven't you written me a letter? I wanted to, but after what you said last time, I tried not to write letters out of concern that Julie might see them, Wu Hang said. You're blaming me now? Slither glared at him. Their eyes met, and a pair of large hands began roaming over her body. Slither stretched her foot under the bed and kicked at Cheetah by her feet. Cheetah understood its master's gaze, sighed softly, pulled open the door a crack, and left. Afterward, they embraced each other. 2 days later, a train halted within a distant forest. A man clad in dark leather armor, with a short blade hanging on each side, descended from the train. He looked toward the distant town, donned a hood, and walked toward the location of the town. 200 gold to kill a city lord around level 10. In such a remote place, the money was indeed easy to earn. Chapter 798, Damn, it's a skeleton city lord's mansion, radio room. Wu Hang sat in front of the radio and recounted the events in London City. After he finished, Shayla's voice came from the other side. It seems that the Crown Prince received the news earlier and sabotaged the second prince's plan. I think so too, said Wu Hang. Shayla's thoughts were not much different from Wu Hang's. The Crown Prince, through certain channels, had learned of the plan to kill Wen Mancha and had made some arrangements. Shayla continued, perhaps, both of them have planted spies around each other, and the power struggle within the royal family we see is just the tip of the iceberg. By the way, there's another piece of news, the second prince's supporters are likely the secret cultivation hall, Wu Hang suddenly remembered. Secret cultivation hall? Kirin Road. Shayla intuitively responded. Yes, that's what I think too. Kirin Road, in fact, is easy to understand through various means. Their purpose is to support their person to become the leader of the region. The methods include instigating local revolutions and supporting others to power. The means are not fixed, but the end goal is always the leadership position. Shayla fell silent for a moment and then said, if that's the case, it makes sense now. The Crown Prince already occupies an advantageous position and commands the royal city. Still, he is making contacts with numerous religious factions, probably as a counter to the secret cultivation hall. Why not report directly to the association? Wu Hang asked. If Wu Hang were the Crown Prince, already at an advantage, he certainly wouldn't contact these religious factions. He would write to the association and then write to each leader, asking them to hold off the secret cultivation hall. Shayla chuckled, maybe from the Crown Prince's point of view, waiting for the association to deal with it isn't the best method. That's also true, Wu Hang agreed, then asked, any news from Netali City? There is indeed some news. The road from Netali City to the royal city has now been cleared, and the investigation team is said to be temporarily residing in the royal city to continue their investigations. The religious leader, has he stayed behind as well? The message was conveyed like this, it seems that the leader has stayed there, Shayla replied. Goodness, with the Holy Court's folks being so overbearing, it probably is giving the Crown Prince a headache. This also confirmed what Lilith said a few days ago, they had found the link between the Crown Prince and the religious factions and would continue to investigate. But on second thought, this was good news for him. By focusing on the Crown Prince, they wouldn't have the energy to pay attention to this area. With the message transmission speed in this world, by the time they received the news, he would have already resolved the issue with the second prince. This is good too, saving us from always watching over Gold and Silver Island, Wu Hang said. Shangela seemed to know what he wanted to do and instructed. The second prince is of royal blood and supported by the secret cultivation hall, so he must have significant strength, or else the crown prince wouldn't contact these religious factions. Be cautious and sensible in your actions, and continue to enhance your level to achieve the position of association elder. Wu Hang quietly listened as she spoke. Only then did he reply, "Don't worry, I won't rashly do anything. He is getting beaten up everywhere, and I still have Gold and Silver Island." "That's good to know. Be careful on your end as well and return to the ship with Philippa if there's any danger. Our ship can handle even an army." "I'll be careful. We'll catch up later, I need to go now," Shangela said softly. "Okay." After ending the communication, Wu Hang remained sitting in the chair. From the information Shangela provided, the religious leader Seidu led the investigation team and stayed in the royal city. He must have gathered some clear clues along the way. High-level priests can detect lies, and even more so this religious leader. His staying there is a good thing. I can also see if I can resolve the nuisance of the second prince. Wu Hang had not initially taken the second prince very seriously. But now, discovering the involvement of the secret cultivation hall had heightened the level of danger. No wonder the secret cultivation hall hadn't bothered him for some time. They were apparently operating around the second prince, playing a big game. Should the secret cultivation hall support the second prince, even if he just occupies half of Hueco Kingdom, it would be a threat to him. He needed to resolve this matter quickly. But if he were to kill the second prince himself, would it not benefit the crown prince, especially since he sensed an unfriendly attitude from him behind the scenes? Thinking of the crown prince, a new idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. With the religious leader staying in the royal city, where had all these religious faction members gathered by the crown prince gone? The undercover captain of the Flying Fish pirate group had last reported that many of the faction members were level 18 professionals. Even if there were conflicts with the association, they could not all have been killed. Where had these people run off to? If they headed north, wouldn't they be heading in his direction? Wu Hang pondered this in his mind. Bella flew back inside and directly said, "Wu Hang, an 18-level professional has arrived in the city and went to the tavern where we killed the messenger. He must be the one we're looking for." Wu Hang's expression froze. After so many days, he had finally come. The 18-level professional arriving in London City at this time must be the high-level assassin the messenger mentioned. How many people? Just one. Lady Glinda is watching him. Afraid that possession won't kill him and might let him escape, so she told me to come back and find you, Bella said. Wu Hang rose. "Let's go together." They left the study and the skeleton attendant waiting at the door followed behind. Down the stairs, Wen Manshaw and Slither were chatting. Glancing back, Wen Manshaw asked, "Are you going out, Master?" "Yes, I'll tell you about it when I get back," Wu Hang said as he walked. The two women also sensed something was off. Slither said, "Let me go with you." "No need, rest assured, there won't be any trouble," Wu Hang said and, accompanied by the skeleton, he walked out of the city lord's mansion. Outer city area, pub. In a private room on the second floor. A middle-aged man dressed in black leather armor sat silently at the dining table, waiting. From the window facing the pub hall, the noises of arguments and dice games resounded. Thud, thud, thud. The door was knocked. The man straightened his collar and then said, "Come in." The door opened and a cheerful bartender walked in. "Guest, what would you like to order?" "A beer, and bring some appetizers," he said, flicking a silver coin over. The bartender's eyes lit up, he clasped it in his palm, and his smile grew broader. "Please wait a moment, guest, I'll prepare it right away." The man waved him off, and the bartender went downstairs. In the next moments, the man rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, calculating the passing time while mentally devising a plan to kill the target. A woman from a gang. Thanks to a young man who rose swiftly through the ranks of an association, she found herself sitting in the seat of the city lord. Gold and Silver Island. "Hey." The man chuckled. He had heard some things about this island master of Gold and Silver Island, and there were even books by a great detective about him sold in the city. Whether he was as formidable as described in the books or not. Would he still be able to find him if he really killed this woman? Money from such a small place. Damn, it's so easy to earn. With these thoughts, the tapping of his fingers on the table sped up. Suddenly, the man's tapping stopped. The noise and quarrels coming from the hall had ceased, unbeknownst to him. He stood up and looked out the window. The pub was completely empty. Damn. The man was startled and, although he didn't think anyone here was a match for him, a sense of crisis surged in his heart. He turned and dashed towards the window that opened to the outside. However, during his run, his steps faltered. His body instantly lost control, as if it were being wrestled away from him. Bang! The door was suddenly burst open. Two figures entered the room and immediately rushed towards him. The man regained control of his body, swung his cloak forward, and a cloud of poison fog filled the room. His body quickly faded in the fog, disappearing from sight. His feet had just reached the windowsill when his body lost control again and he fell backward. Behind him, the figures that had rushed in had already reached him. A tremendous force hit his body. His body instantly flew backward and slammed into the wall behind him. He felt the pain of broken bones and shattered organs. A high-level strength profession. Damn. This place isn't easy money. He couldn't even stand up when another figure pounced directly towards him. The man instantly drew two short swords from his waist and aimed at the vital points of the rushing figure with the tricky angles of a venomous snake. Unless the figure wanted to die, it would have to dodge. He could also take the opportunity to escape. However, to his astonishment, the figure didn't dodge or show any signs of pain as the blades directly stabbed into its body. Necromancy creature. Damn, a skeleton from the city lord's mansion. Chapter 799, Wu Heng, don't be impulsive. The enemy's fist also smashed into his body. PFF. Blood sprayed out. Next were fists falling like raindrops, hitting every part of his body, the bones cracking loudly. Outside, the sounds of fighting and wailing made the tavern owner and the bartender tremble a bit. Sir, this. The owner started, hesitating. Wu Heng turned to look at him, calculate the tavern's losses and send them to City Hall. They will verify and compensate you. The owner's face brightened with a smile, and he nudged the bartender beside him. Go get a chair for the sir. Wu Heng glanced at him. No need, just stay here. Very well, sir. The owner and the bartender, somewhat confused, still stood in place, listening to the fight inside. After a short while, the sounds of the fight diminished. The poison gas also completely dissipated. Stay outside, I will call for you if needed, Wu Heng instructed the tavern owner and the bartender. Understood, sir. Wu Heng walked into the private room, where he saw a man pinned to the ground by Kazekage. The man was not dead yet. His chest was caved in, and his limbs were twisted. Between the blood-soaked hair, a pair of eyes glinted with malice, like a restrained beast, coldly staring this way. An 18th level professional's vitality surely was strong. Not killing him was Wu Heng's initial order. Of course, under the condition that the man couldn't escape. Wu Heng picked up a chair and sat down, looking at him. Will there be more assassins coming after you? The man's eyes widened, and as he vomited blood, his mouth unclearly muttered, killing me will only bring you greater trouble. I am from the Shadow Brotherhood and will kill everyone close to you. Do you know who I am? Wu Heng asked with a smile. They would kill that female city lord and then find out who you are. Professional. Wu Heng praised, nodding and waving his hand. The mansion skill opened beside him. Take them in. Kazekage picked up the man and walked into the mansion skill. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and iron bars and shackles appeared out of nowhere, locking the man tightly inside. Without waiting for the man to speak again, the mansion skill disappeared in the blink of an eye. 3 ghosts then appeared beside him. Wu Heng made a silencing gesture and pointed outside. The 3 ghosts nodded, and Grandays dived into the body, sharing the man's actions since he entered the city. After reviewing everything, Wu Heng left the private room, looked at the awaiting owner and bartenders. Alright, I'll take the person. As for the losses, talk to City Hall later. The reason he had them stay was to see if the tavern was involved with these people. But after seeing the images shared by Grandays, there was no exchange of information with the tavern's people. It seemed there was no relation. Sir, can we resume normal business? Clean up and plan your business accordingly, Wu Heng said. Thank you very much, sir. The owner thanked him again. Wu Heng, followed by the skeleton, walked out of the tavern. Returning to City Lord's mansion. When Mangekyō and Slither came out to greet him. Seeing Wu Heng walk in without trouble, they both breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he just went out for some ordinary business. After returning to the living room, Wu Heng said, I've dealt with the 18th level assassin, no need to worry. Their expressions stiffened. An 18th level, killed? As if he were just another local gang member. Slither had seen Wu Heng in combat before last time. Taking down an 18th level member from the Heaven Destiny cult required a significant amount of strength. This time he had dealt with it quietly. Are you sure it was an 18th level? Slither still asked quietly. 18th level, judging by the attire, most probably a thief or an assassin, Wu Heng clarified. Slither held back his next words. When Mangekyō then approached, asking softly, Master, you aren't hurt, are you? I didn't even enter the room, the skeleton took care of it, Wu Heng said with a smile. They both relaxed their brows. Slither remarked, Necromancer must have let you find some tricks. It's fine, That's how the master should act, avoiding any danger. When Mangekyō followed up by asking, the skeleton didn't suffer any damage, right? No, the tavern suffered some damage, so I had him go to the city hall to get some compensation. These are nothing serious, when Mangekyō said. Wu Heng continued to focus his gaze on Slither and asked, Slither, have you heard of the Shadow Brotherhood? Slither furrowed his brows and said, I have heard of it, an assassination organization, mainly composed of thief-killers doing assassination jobs. This man is from the Shadow Brotherhood, and he used this to threaten me. If he's dead, will someone seek revenge? Wu Heng continued to ask. I'm not sure about that, I'll check when I get back. Okay. Slither continued to ask, what about the body? Should we perform Wenshai? When Mangekyō said, a level 18 body, performing Wenshai would be too wasteful. Wu Heng also said, I'll have a use for him later, he won't appear again. Okay. The two women nodded. Wu Heng glanced at the time, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He stood up and said, you two chat, I'm going upstairs to rest for a bit and we'll come down for dinner. Okay, master. Wu Heng went upstairs and returned directly to the study. Zombie world. He left the room and borrowed an SUV from Liang. He had the skeleton drive directly to the prison. After arriving at the prison, Wu Heng opened the mansion skill and dragged the severely injured man out from inside. The man's body was covered in wounds, still looking close to death. Supported by the skeleton, they walked inside. Looking at Wu Heng, who had removed his mask. The man's eyes went wide with shock, recognizing him. Wu Heng. The island master of Gold and Silver Island. He was in London City, and he was not just a newly transitioned necromancer as the rumors suggested, at least, he was not lower in level than himself. Damn it. Why did I accept such a job? Roar roar. Clack clack. Walking down the corridor, beast-like roars came from each room, along with the bone-scraping sounds of patrolling skeletons, as if the path led directly to hell. A research base for necromancers. He indeed had a place to research necromancy magic. Wu Heng, where are you taking me? You are from the association, you can't conduct experiments on living people. You have a better future ahead, you shouldn't be involved in these things. Wu Heng, whatever you want to know, I can tell you. We don't have so much enmity, please don't do this. The man kept coughing up blood as he spoke. He was taken into a separate prison cell and refitted with prepared shackles and chains. Wu Heng, you've won, I surrender. I'll kill the person who hired me, and we can call it even, the man fervently pleaded. Wu Heng looked at him and said, you staying here is of greater value to me. You're with the association, you need to follow the rules. The man yelled. Don't shout, it's not good for your wounds. The man continued, don't you want to know who hired me? I know many things you don't. Wu Heng, I'm level 18. I can do many things for you. Think about it, don't act rashly and bring trouble upon yourself. Wu Heng ignored him. Seeing that he was securely bound, he continued to arrange for the skeleton to keep a close watch. He walked straight out of the prison cell, closing the door. Outside, Wu Heng said to the skeleton alchemy warlock, let him recover for 2 days, then attempt the virus experiment. The skeleton alchemy warlock nodded, indicating comprehension. Back in the surveillance room. Through the monitors, the man's actions within the cell were visible. After he left, the man began to examine how to unlock the shackles on his body. It was quite certain, he was a thief. Lockpicking is a skill of thieves, unlike other professions who would not study such things and would choose to either break down doors or climb through windows. After half a day of effort, the skeleton had to hit him several times before the thief calmed down. He lay on the bed starting to recover from his injuries. Wu Heng then took out his space ring, taking out the items inside one by one. Weapons, armor, pouches, scrolls, lockpicking tools, necessities. Also, various vials of unknown function, likely poisons. Wu Heng's gaze settled on the last item, a ticket for the phantom train. And there's a ticket. That definitely means there's a way to get tickets. Chapter 800, Green Toad Cloak. Another ghost ticket for the phantom train. Now, it appears that the other party definitely has a way to acquire tickets. It's just unknown what the cost is. After all, tickets are also special items, which cannot be casually obtained. Having examined the ticket, Wu Heng refocused his attention on the other items. The possessions of a level 18 professional were still quite substantial. Green Toad Cloak, special item, effect, lowers presence, can release poison fog, side effect, shedding skin, description, a cloak with a poison fog effect, which can provide the user with an environment filled with poison fog. It seemed that the use of poison in the private room came from this special item. 2 effects in total, lowering presence and releasing poison fog. Indeed, it was more suitable for a thief. Just like the previous battle, the room was filled with poison fog, which would have been difficult for any living creature to fight in. Unfortunately, skeletons don't fear poison. He continued to look down. Poisoned double blade, magical prop, description, a short sword etched with lethal poison, ignoring certain defenses and carrying deadly poison, crocodile scale armor, magical prop, description, armor made from the outer skin of swamp creatures, greatly increasing defense and enhancing the user's resistance to poison, weapon and armor, both were magical props. The crocodile scale armor even had poison resistance, probably to avoid being poisoned by the poison fog. The rest of the items weren't that extraordinary. Several life-saving scrolls, along with a few bottles of poison. It could be seen that this guy really liked using poison, with several items related to it. After having glanced over everything, he stored them in the space ring. Sitting on the chair, he once again considered the next steps of his plan. The issue with the level 18 assassin had been resolved, and the spies in the city were almost all cleared out. The second prince's side, in the short term, probably wouldn't arrange for anyone else to come. No, that's not right, there were also the people of the Crown Prince. He had arranged many spies in the city, and one couldn't be certain that the Crown Prince didn't harbor ill intentions towards London City. This guy, he might also be holding back a big move in the dark. Did you find anything? The three ghosts flew back, and Glenda asked from the side. A special item, 2 props, a level 18 professional is quite wealthy, Wu Hang said. Glenda laughed and said, you know, you could lure a few more over, we've got the test subjects, and they'd bring quite a lot of equipment with them. Wu Hang looked at her with surprise. How did that saying go? A high-level hunter often appears in the guise of prey. She was still thinking about tricking people into coming over, then continuing to kill them. Forget it, now that an 18th level has died here, they've become more alert, let's not take risks for now. Wu Hang immediately opposed this idea. Zhao said, Uncle, what are you afraid of when we're here? It's not fear, it's prudence. Zhao pouted, clearly unconvinced. Glenda then asked, what plans do you have next? Now that I roughly know the location of the second prince, we'll go there later and see if we can get rid of him in one fell swoop. Wu Hang leaned back as he spoke. Do you call that being prudent, going off to kill the second prince? Glenda said. Right now, we're not afraid of a direct enemy. Find him, and I'll zap him with an electromagnetic cannon. Even if the leader of the Holy Court comes, he won't be able to save him, Wu Hang stated bluntly. As far as combat was concerned, Wu Hang didn't fear a direct opponent. But some hidden enemies were less predictable. Just afraid that one day he might be assassinated, or that there would be some sort of special item capable of killing him directly. Thus, he planned to find the second prince. Once the target was confirmed, everything else could be discussed. Glenda and Bella widened their eyes. Zhao nodded, muttering uncle makes sense. Bella then asked, won't it disrupt the current situation in the Hueco kingdom? Their situation doesn't really concern us, Wu Hang thought for a moment before replying. Zhao echoed, exactly, what does it have to do with us? Bella, resigned, okay, I don't understand these things. Wu Hang glanced at the surveillance one more time to make sure there were no problems, then stood up and said, let's go, we should head back. It's time for dinner. The three ghosts slipped back into his body. Wu Hang opened a boundary door on the side and went straight back to London City. Returning to the city lord's mansion. Dinner was ready. Wu Hang freshened up quickly and sat at the dining table, eating dinner together. He was pretty much full. Wu Hang asked, nothing has changed in the town, has it? There has been no change. That tavern went to the city hall in the afternoon, paid some money, and now it's reopened for business, when Mangekyō replied. The level 18 assassin who entered the town died too quickly and hardly drew any attention. Even the patrons in the tavern only knew that the association came with skeletons to make an arrest. They had no clue about who was arrested or the outcome. Moreover, in a place like London City, fighting wasn't a big deal. When Mangekyō had a touch of surprise, the person has been killed, shouldn't it be all right now? It's better to be cautious. Let's return after this matter is settled, Wu Hang said. The other party has a ghost ticket. That meant they could quickly send someone over to London City. In this case, Wen Mangekyō might still be in danger. And he couldn't always stay by Wen Mangekyō's side to protect her. Yet it would be different at the Sea-Turd Fortress. The fortress was inherently a military stronghold, not as populous and chaotic as London City. The number of people within was fixed. Any outsiders would be easily detected. And with the main military force there, along with Bone Demon number 2 at level 18, and a level 16 skeleton mage, it would be somewhat safer. After some thought, Wen Mangekyō nodded, I'll follow the master's arrangement. After all, there was the child to consider, and she didn't want any danger to occur. Wu Hang continued to inquire, who do you plan to leave in charge of the town? As long as the town's operations remain stable, it's fine. For the city lord's mansion, the 3 new maids have all signed soul contracts. I will teach them how to use the radio. If anything comes up, they can directly report to me. There shouldn't be any impact, Wen Mancha answered. Understood, Wu Hang continued and turned to Slither. Come to the Sea-Turd Fortress with me for a few days. Slither shook her head. I've been out for a while as well, and if I don't go back for too long, things might happen. Do you still have one of those speaking items? Give me one, and I'll contact you with any news. Sure, I'll show you how to use it later, Wu Hang said. Slither nodded. After dinner, Wen Mancha began summoning some trustworthy subordinates to make arrangements for the town. Wu Hang then took Slither back to their room. He taught her how to use the radio and the solar panel. The next day, in the morning, in the courtyard, Wu Hang was accompanied by 2 skeleton attendants, with Slither followed by a skull-deceived swordsman, Cheetah, and Wen Mancha walking over carrying the child, trailed by a skeleton warrior and 2 skeleton ghost hags. Master, all is arranged, Wen Mancha said. Wu Hang nodded. It's not a far distance, and if there's an issue, we can still make it back in time. As the master says, Wen Mancha smiled. With a casual wave, Wu Hang opened up the mansion skill, and the interior began to change. On one side of the electromagnetic cannon, tables, chairs, and sofas appeared, spacious and bright. Go in first, and I'll let you out once we get there. Holding her child, Wen Mancha, with her skeletons, walked in. Don't forget, I'm going to Blackstone Town, Slither uttered and stepped inside as well. The mansion skill closed, and the scenery inside vanished. Wu Hang continued looking back at the 3 female attendants of the city lord's mansion. 2 humans and 1 beastman, all newly recruited by Wen Mancha. This place is in your hands now. Wen Mancha will return in a couple of days, so don't worry. A slavery contract was a rather forceful and domineering constraint. If the master died, the slaves who signed would also suffer soul damage. Those with strong souls might end up damaged or become foolish, while those of a lower level, like the maids, would die along with their master. The 3 attendants saluted. Yes. There must be no word of what happens here leaked. It concerns the safety of us all, Wu Hang reiterated. Rest assured, master, we won't speak of anything that happens here, the leading maid asserted. Wu Hang nodded. Without further ado, he put on the train captain's hat, and the train appeared. Wu Hang boarded and then disappeared on the spot. At noon, the train stopped outside Blackstone Town. Wu Hang opened the mansion skill and released Slither and the cheetah. We've arrived at Blackstone Town. Once things are settled, I'll take you to see Gold and Silver Island, Wu Hang said with a smile. Slither draped on the cloak. You've been saying that a while, yet we still haven't visited. It can't be helped, the 2 places are too far apart. If it's not working out, stop being a steward and manage a money cat on Gold and Silver Island. It's less dangerous and you learn some money, Wu Hang suggested. Slither gave him a meaningful look. It's easy for you to say, but it isn't that easy to leave behind. True enough. Slither gave him a peck on the lips. Make time to come back and visit more often. Wu Hang nodded, then added, don't report this side of things to Lilith just yet. Slither furrowed her brow. Don't worry, I can still tell what should be kept inside or outside. Be safe, and don't do anything dangerous. Slither nodded again and walked toward the direction of Blackstone Town. Chapter 801, Preparing in Advance. Dusk, the train stopped once again. The doors opened, and Wu Hang stepped off the train. His gaze swept the surroundings, and soon he saw Sea-Turd Fortress in the distance, along with skeleton figures patrolling atop its walls. The northern wall, collapsed from his own electromagnetic cannon fire, was still being repaired. Skeletons and workers were hustling and bustling, making the scene unusually lively. He released the 3 ghosts, who floated around and also looked towards the distance. You're quick. Have we arrived? Uncle, where is the second prince? The 3 ghosts spoke one after another, their voices coming from both sides. I've just arrived at Sea-Turd Fortress, there's no second prince here, Wu Hang said. Zhao lay lazily in midair. Uncle, the names here are so hard to remember, and they're easy to trip over when speaking. There's nothing to be done, the culture is different, Wu Hang said, heading in the direction of the fortress. Let's rename it. To what? After we change it, what if the Phantom Train doesn't recognize it? We'd still need to remember the original name. That's true, Zhao agreed. Wu Hang chuckled. You 3 help me keep a lookout around the fortress for any enemies. Okay. The 3 ghosts nodded, discussed a plan for reconnaissance, and flew out in different directions. Wu Hang then put on a mask to change his appearance and quickened his pace into the city. He entered the fortress. On the streets, he could see scattered personnel, shops and taverns on the roads were already open for business, and temporary platforms had been erected at some intersections and in the central district. Bards were loudly reading announcements issued by London City. Virtually no one listened, passers-by acting as if they saw nothing. The fortress had been occupied for quite some time now, and the city's residents already knew what was being said. In any case, the city seemed to have regained some vitality, no longer resembling the dead city it was right after capture. As he walked on, not yet reaching the central district, the three ghosts returned one after another. Wu Heng moved away from where there were people, and the ghosts' voices reached his ear. Wu Heng, I've found some people over here, about 5, level 8 or thereabouts. Uncle, I've found some too. Then Glinda's voice came through, there are a bit more south of the city, definitely reconnaissance soldiers from the Hueco Kingdom, gathering information. Just as expected, the Hueco Kingdom was keeping an eye on the fortress. That was hardly surprising, just as two armies would cease fire, they would still arrange for people to keep tabs on each other. Wu Heng thought for a moment then said, take them out. Okay. The three ghosts, having acknowledged his command, flew out again. Wu Heng continued forward. He crossed the streets and walked into the commander mansion in the central district. Skeletons guarded the commander mansion. As he walked into the hall, the first thing he saw was Bone Demon number 2 in a long dress, with a lace-trimmed lady's hat on her head. When Bone Demon number 2 saw Wu Heng enter, she rose and curtsied slightly. A skeleton mage in a mage robe was also sitting not far away. Wu Heng nodded at them and asked, where's Hartel? Bone Demon number 2 pointed upstairs. Wu Heng went up, his eyes drawn to a room guarded by skeletons. He knocked lightly, heard a response, and then entered directly. Hartel, seated behind a desk, looked up, his eyebrows furling behind his black-rimmed glasses. Who are you? Wu Heng reached behind his ear and took off the mask, revealing his original face. My lord. Hartel exclaimed, rising to bow. Yes, Wen Mancha is here too. Wu Heng activated Mansion skill. Wen Mancha came out holding the child, along with skeleton ghost hag. My lady. Hartel bowed again. Wen Mancha nodded, looked around at the environment, and smiled. This place is nice, no less than the city lord's mansion. If the lady likes it, then stay here. It would also be convenient to serve you, Hartel said with a smile. Wen Mancha didn't respond, sitting down and asking, how does it feel to manage a city on your own? I've come to appreciate the difficulties you face, my lady. At that moment, the child in her arms babbled, reaching out towards Hartel. Wen Mancha handed over the child. She missed you too. Hartel smiled, taking the child and gently soothing, the young miss seems to have grown. Children grow up fast. How is the fortress? Wu Heng asked, sitting down. Holding the child, Hartel continued, they're still repairing the northern wall. The city has returned to normal, but there are more and more spies outside. Don't worry about the spies, someone's already taken care of them, just arrange for someone to bring back the bodies, Wu Heng said. Hartel looked puzzled. Reinforcements had come? Outside the fortress. A thin mist enveloped the surroundings of the fortress, where rangers and thieves, clad in various attire, crouched low, using the cover of bushes and trees to keep watch over the distant fortress. Look! There's movement among the skeletons above, a bearded ranger said in a low voice. The others looked ahead, the number of skeletons on the towering, thick walls was increasing. It seems that the number of skeletons inside the city has increased, as has their defensive presence, another person added, sending a tamed beast soaring into the sky to observe the perimeter from afar. The bearded ranger said, skeletons don't have shift changes, so we'll learn nothing by staying here. All we need is to piece together the deployment of their troops, taking back the fortress will be a great achievement for us. The bearded man huffed with a laugh, when the time comes, let that woman pay the price. The traitor of humankind will surely. Before he could finish, the sudden snapping of dry branches was heard nearby. Turning to the side, in their view, a companion's head whirled around, and amid the grating sound of bone against bone, it rotated 180 degrees back to the front. His body fell to the ground, and the tamed beast dropped beside him. Crack crack. The sound of bone grinding continued. Scouts all around had their necks twisted and fell dead to the ground. Damn it. Enemy attack, run. Crack. The bearded man's voice stopped as his head turned once more, then he crashed to the ground. In the distance, the fortress gate opened. A massive skeleton surged out from the walls. Heading into the bushes, they dragged each corpse back inside the fort. At the commander mansion, Hartel, accompanied by skeletons, hurried back from outside. He immediately reported, Master, Madam, all the people outside are dead, and the skeleton mage screened a few for interrogation. Those spies, after gathering information, will be sent to Kai District City. Kai District City? Hartel explained, that's the nearby city to the south. If the army continues to push southward, the next target would be Kai District City. The bodies also reveal that Tai District City has already amassed a considerable force and established a defense line against the skeleton army. Wu Heng nodded in understanding, then inquired, "Is there any information about the second prince?" "No, they are just a reconnaissance squad. We didn't get any intelligence in that regard." Harut shook his head. Wu Heng nodded. "No matter, there's no need to disclose that when Mangekyō and I have come here. I have my own plans for what follows." "Yes, master." "You continue chatting. I'll go upstairs to rest for a while," Wu Heng said, heading straightforwardly upstairs. Back in his study, leaving only when Mangekyō and Harut behind to discuss matters concerning London City. After waiting in the study for a while, the three ghosts also flew back from outside. All the spies had been cleared, and an inspection inside the city revealed no suspicious activities. Wu Heng asked the ghosts to return first, and then opened the boundary door to the zombie world. On the other side was the monitoring room. Wu Heng had the skeleton seated there zoom in on the cell of the level 18 thief. On the screen, the injuries of the skeleton thief had begun to heal. He no longer looked like he was on death's door like the day before. People from the other world, due to their professions and levels, have physical conditions far exceeding those of this world. Wu Heng was somewhat eager to see what he would turn into. Whether he would bring any surprises. After ensuring that there were no issues in the cell, Wu Heng left the monitoring room and made his way to the cell. Clang! The cell door opened, and the thief, who had been attempting to figure out his shackles, suddenly looked up at the doorway. Seeing Wu Heng coming in with skeletons, his eyes widened. Suppressing his rage, he asked, "Wu Heng, what exactly are you doing by locking me up here?" In this isolated room, the air was rife with the stench of decay. Not killing him, yet providing him with elixirs. What exactly was the plan? Inside the commander mansion, Harut, holding a toy, was greeted with the laughter of a baby. When Mangekyō sat to one side, sipping tea, and spoke softly, Harut, "Madam, get ready, join me tonight to accompany the master." Harut's face turned bright red, and he awkwardly replied, "I'll do as the madam wishes." When Mangekyō said with a laugh, "I have that dress in my room, wear it when the time comes. The master will like it." Harut lowered his head, "Thank you, madam." Chapter 802, I'll bring them over to keep you company in the dimly lit prison. Wu Heng sat down opposite and cut straight to the chase, asking, "Who gave you the phantom train ticket?" The thief's narrowed eyes twinkled with ferocity as he retorted, "If I tell you, will you let me go? Do you think, after coming in here, that it's still possible to walk out?" Wu Heng said bluntly. The murderous look in the thief's eyes intensified as he barked angrily, "Then why are you here talking? I ask questions, you answer them, and your time here might be a bit more comfortable." Hey hey hey. The thief grinned broadly, his eyes fixed intently on the other man. "Comfortable in the hands of a necromancer? I'd rather kill myself and prevent you from conducting your experiments. I know the revival technique and can bring you back." The thief's voice suddenly fell silent, his eyeballs bloodshot. Wu Heng continued, "I also know how to awaken the soul's spirit. Even if you die, I'll continue to experiment with your soul. You truly deserve to die." The thief snarled through clenched teeth. "I'll offer you another deal. You tell me something useful, and I'll have those people captured to join you." Wu Heng spoke again. The thief's gaze sharpened before he scoffed, "By you? A necromancer with less than 2 years of experience?" In his heart, his own failure was not entirely due to a shortfall in strength. It was because of a leak from a spy in London City. The enemy had been prepared in advance for his arrival, leading to his defeat. Given a real chance to assassinate this youngster, he definitely wouldn't lose. How will you know if you don't try? They fed you false information, got you captured, they should pay dearly for that. Wu Heng leaned back and looked at the thief. "Even if I can't capture them, I'll make them suffer greatly." The thief squinted slightly, suddenly breaking into a smile. "Ask away. And include the earlier condition as well. Are you really betraying your clients just like that?" "You overestimate my professional integrity," the thief stated calmly. "Who gave you the train ticket?" Wu Heng asked directly. "Blaze, an old merchant from the Hueco kingdom. 200 gold for killing Mangekyō, and 2 tickets as well," the thief replied. Wu Heng glanced at him. "Do you know how he got hold of the tickets?" "How would I know? Where did he hire you?" "Niller City." "Have you ever met the second prince?" "I get paid to do a job, why would I see him?" The thief sneered. "How many high-level professionals do they have on their side?" Wu Heng continued. The thief's eyes suddenly hardened, staring at him. "Lots. They're rich, support and hire many, not something your few skeletons can compare with." "Still as confident as before? Are there any level 20 heroes?" Wu Heng asked evenly. The thief hesitated. "How could there be? Just give me a rough estimate, how many around level 18? "Don't know, but definitely more than a few, along with an army, the thief replied. Wu Heng nodded. Whom do you want me to capture and bring back? You're really going ahead? Blaze then, the old jerk only gave me 200, he deserves to die. I understand, Wu Heng said and then turned to walk out. Behind him, the thief's voice continued, if you're too scared, you can pretend you don't know, you look like the cowardly sort. The iron door closed, cutting off his voice. Wu Heng walked down the corridor and the ghosts appeared alongside him. Glenda asked, can we trust what he said? I don't think it's very reliable, it was too easy to get information out of him, Bella said. Zhao, lying on Wu Heng's shoulder, added, he kept laughing he, like he's crazy, maybe he was beaten stupid. Wu Heng headed in the direction of the monitoring room. We certainly can't trust him fully, but the fact that he mentioned the location of the second prince, which matches what Wenshai found, should be credible. Are we really going against that second prince? Glenda asked. We'll check it out first, if there's no opportunity, we'll leave it be. If there is, then we'll nab him, Wu Heng said with a smile. Alright. Glenda nodded. The other two ghosts had no objections. Even if they went to the city where the second prince was, with Wu Heng's disguise skills, there should be no problems. In case of any mishaps, they had measures to ensure their safety. They made their way back to the monitoring room. Wu Heng then zoomed in on the thief's prison cell again. The thief was still sitting on the iron bed, resting his chin on his knees, seemingly lost in thought. He then minimized the screen again. Sitting in the chair, he began to ponder the next steps of his plan. The location of the second prince was almost confirmed, eliminating him would solve the issue of Wenmanch's assassination. But it was only a temporary solution. After the second prince's death, there would still be the crown prince. Killing the second prince and occupying the land of Hueco Kingdom, any reason would allow him to attack London City further. It really is endless. But there is no better solution at the moment, so there is no choice but to take one step at a time and first resolve the matter with the second prince. The crown prince was entangled by the association investigation team and wouldn't be able to focus too much attention here for the time being. Always trying to delay as long as possible. By the time he faced the crown prince, he might have reached level 20 himself and found a new solution. Having made up his mind, Wu Heng stood up. Let's go, let's head over there. The three ghosts flew back and entered his body. Wu Heng instructed the skeleton to keep an eye on the thief, opened the boundary door, and walked in. Upon returning to Sea-Turd Fortress, it was nearing dusk. He descended from the upper floors. When Mancha was chatting with Hartle and upon seeing him come downstairs, she smiled and said, Master has come downstairs, Hartle, let's have dinner brought over. Yes, madam, Hartle replied and went out to arrange for the skeleton to bring dinner. Along the way, they had encountered various corpses of domestic professions, which after being turned into skeletons, were assigned to corresponding positions. Their levels might not be high, but it could prevent issues such as being poisoned. Dinner was served on the table. After Wu Heng and Wen Mancha sat down, Hartle continued to act like a butler, sitting to the side. Master, please eat more, you'll need the energy tonight. Wen Mancha picked up slices of meat and placed them in his bowl. During the time she lived with Wu Heng, she had mostly learned to use chopsticks. Wu Heng looked at her irritably. Mind your manners, you are the city lord now. Wen Mancha laughed. What's there to worry about at home? Hartle isn't a stranger, right, Hartle? Thank you for your trust, madam. Hartle stood straight, looking neither left nor right. Wen Mancha smiled and nodded her head. They continued eating for a while. Wu Heng wiped his mouth and put down his chopsticks and bowl. Wen Mancha continued, Master, let's go see the baby now, Hartle, you can get ready after you finish eating. Yes, madam, Hartle saluted. Wu Heng stood up and followed Wen Mancha upstairs. After feeding the baby was handed back to the skeleton ghost hag. But when Mancha found it strange, she had heard the baby's laughter just outside the door, but the laughter stopped when she opened the door. It was the same a few days ago in London City. The baby had also widened its eyes and reached upwards, as if playing with someone. She was somewhat worried there might be a problem. Wu Heng of course knew what was going on. The three ghosts had no entertainment here, besides going out, they played with the child at home. He could only vaguely explain that the child might be in a good mood, it would be alright eventually. The sky darkened. Inside the bedroom, moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, giving a quiet and soft feeling. Wen Mancha leaned against him and whispered, Master, now that we have so many cities, I'm afraid I can't manage such a big place well. The battle had gone on until now, and they now possessed more than just that city. Heading north, they had signed alliances with various beastmen tribes responsible for coordination and management and building infrastructure. To the south, they had occupied a large amount of land and cities of Hueco Kingdom. Considering the current territory, It was already quite large. Wu Heng, with his hand around her shoulder, slipped his hand under her clothes and gently rubbed, saying, "Don't underestimate yourself, you managed London City very well, and the rest will also be managed well. Sometimes it feels like a dream, managing just a few people in the gang, and now sitting in this position." When Mangekyō spoke with some emotion in her voice. "Yes, time flies so fast." Wu Heng hugged her again. When Mangekyō smiled, looking out the window at the evening sky, and said with a laugh, "Master, will you always like me?" "Of course, you are so well behaved and obedient," Wu Heng said with a smile. "Then I also have a gift prepared for Master," When Mangekyō said, her eyes narrowing into crescents. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows, signaling her to go ahead. When Mangekyō slightly sat up straight, then called out towards the door, "Harut, come in." The door was slowly pushed open, and the female butler Harut quietly walked in. Wu Heng glanced at When Mangekyō uncertainly, then pulled the blanket over himself. Harut's brown hair was tied back, wearing black cat ear hair clips and her signature black-rimmed glasses. She was wearing a lady's brown coat that completely wrapped her body. After walking over, she curtsied slightly, "Master, Madam." When Mangekyō smiled and nodded, took Wu Heng's hand, and whispered, "Master, there have been numerous affairs in London City recently, which have worried us. Harut has always been reliable. Letting her assist us would also provide more comfort." After finishing, she gently patted the back of his hand. Chapter 803, Assassinating the Prince? How come I don't know about it? Wu Heng instantly understood the other party's intention. Harut's offer to keep him company was brought up the last time they were in London City. Only, Wu Heng had been in a hurry to return, so he mentioned it briefly during their conversation. Seeing Wu Heng not speaking, When Mangekyō smiled and said, "Harut, aren't you hot?" Harut nodded slightly, her coat buttons undone one by one, revealing pale, smooth skin as the lapels parted. Then the coat slipped off, and Harut stood before them in a boldly striking set of underwear. A black corset hugged her skin softly, contouring her slender waistline. Her proud breasts were lifted high, with dazzling rhinestones hanging at the tips, sparkling brilliantly under the light. Her bottom half was still covered with simple fabric, her legs bound with black ribbons. Harut looked down, like a shy yet enchanting kitty. When Mangekyō watched her while also observing Wu Heng, a smile in her eyes, she whispered, "Don't take off the glasses, your master likes you with them on." Harut, who was about to remove her glasses, put them back on and stood still. "Walk around, let your master take a good look." Harut remained in place, slowly turning around, the rhinestones on her swayed slightly. When Mangekyō asked with a smile, "Master, do you like it?" Without waiting for Wu Heng's response, When Mangekyō suddenly said as if realizing something, "It seems you like it very much. You're such a tease." Wu Heng patted her waist. When Mangekyō kept her smile, lifting the thin blanket from their bodies and carefully straddling his midsection. Glancing at Harut, who still stood motionless, she said softly, "Harut, come and give me some support." "Yes, madam," Harut replied, steadying When Mangekyō's shoulders from behind. Wu Heng glanced at Harut and reached past When Mangekyō in front of him, gently touching her shoulder, collarbone, and flicking the swinging rhinestone with his index finger. Harut's body shivered, her face turning even redder. Wu Heng continued to touch her cheek, and Harut leaned her head against his palm, her eyes soft and stirring. Then she took two of his fingers into her mouth. "Huff. I'm so tired, Harut, hold me a bit," When Mangekyō sighed heavily, leaning back into Harut's arms. Harut laughed, "Take your time, madam, the night is still long." When Mangekyō hummed, then turned her head to ask, "Compared to your husband, how does the master's body compare?" Harut sneaked a glance and said, "Madam is fortunate." Niller City. The night fell like thick ink, heavily enveloping the entire mansion. Several bright torches flickered on the walls, straining to cast small halos of light. "His Highness has ordered another conscription. I feel we won't have peace for many days," a soldier said softly, leaning against the wall. His companion nodded, "Indeed, it's just unknown whether we'll fight against London City or the Royal City. I hope it's against those skeletons. With the Royal City, there might be former comrades. If there's no internal chaos, those damned skeletons aren't really a threat." They whispered among themselves when suddenly one of them looked toward the base of the city wall, his brow furrowing. "Who's there?" Whoosh! In the next second, the figure in his line of sight turned into a rolling mass of gray mist, charging toward the wall. The guard team on the city wall noticed the anomaly, and before the alarm was sounded, one of them drew his sword and slashed at the mist. The mist was cut instantly but then reconverged, forming a tall woman on the ramparts. "Damn, shoot arrows!" the guard captain shouted. Not knowing life from death, the woman sneered, exhaling a large cloud of gray mist that instantly turned into a flock of hawk-like beasts, pouncing toward everyone in front of her. Battle cries rose, and more shadows leapt onto the walls from the outside, landing silently. "Did we find the second prince's trail?" one asked. A figure cloaked in black tightened the grip on their staff and said, "We haven't found the target. Charge towards the central mansion, and we'll naturally find him." "That's a plan," the leading man laughed in agreement and ordered, "Charge in." The rest surged past the guards entangled with the mist, spreading out fan-like, heading into the mansion like hungry leopards. To death. Kill all these enemies. Suddenly, a roar came from inside the mansion. More torches lit up, and the guard team emerged from all directions. Arrows shot out like torrential rain, and swords and blades flashed with a cold gleam. The two sides instantly clashed, with the sounds of impact and roars echoing through the night sky. Then more figures emerged from the mansion, charging directly at the black-clothed intruders. The fight became even fiercer in an instant. Early morning, dining room. Wu Heng sat at the dining table, eating simply. He said, "When Mancha, I'll be leaving today. You stay here and wait for my notification." When Mancha frowned, "Stay a few more days, master. It would be good for Hartle to serve you some more." At the dining table. After eating simply, Wu Heng said, "When Mancha, you keep staying here. I'll be leaving soon, and I'll notify you if there are any results." When Mancha's brow lifted, "Stay a few more days, master. It'll be good for Hartle and me to serve you more." Hartle, still upright beside them, glanced carefully towards Wu Heng. "It's not time to enjoy ourselves yet. Let's deal with the serious business first," Wu Heng said. When Mancha pondered, "Are you going to deal with the second prince?" "Let's see first, it's not yet certain whether I'll intervene." When Mancha's eyes showed concern, and Hartle also looked over with surprise. Even as the second prince, he is one who could occupy half the kingdom's land, not so easy to kill. Could it be somewhat dangerous? When Mancha asked cautiously. "If it were dangerous, I wouldn't make a move." "Don't worry," Wu Heng said. When Mancha nodded, believing in Wu Heng, yet still said, "Don't take any risks. Even if he doesn't die, we can win in a direct battle." "I know." Wu Heng smiled and nodded, then continued, "Karam, you stay behind to protect Wen Mancha." Karam, who had a hand on his sword hilt, directly moved to stand behind Wen Mancha. Wen Mancha looked a bit puzzled. "Master, there's no need to worry about me here. Karam should stay by your side to protect you. I have a new skeleton attendant. Karam is level 17, and his weapon is the evil sword. Whatever you do outside, let him protect you," Wu Heng said. Seeing him serious, Wen Mancha could only nod. "Okay, I'll follow the master's arrangement." After dinner, Wu Heng continued to instruct the two of them briefly. He didn't linger and left the fortress. In a deserted area in the wilderness, he put on the train captain's hat and boarded the train. Outside Niller City. The train appeared, and Wu Heng stepped off it calmly. Looking around, he saw the city in the distance. According to intelligence, it was the location of the second prince. With a thought, he released all three ghosts. They floated midair. Glenda flew into the sky and glanced towards the city. "It seems we are at the city where the second prince resides. Quite a few of the people guarding the walls and gates are high-level professionals." Wearing a mask and changing into the appearance of a fisherman, Wu Heng asked, "What level are they?" "Level 10, interspersed with quite a few level 15s, Glenda continued. Wu Heng's brow furrowed. "Using these people to guard the city wall? The treatment really is different." "Let's go, we'll sneak into the city and see," Wu Heng said as he walked down towards the city. The three ghosts concealed their forms and quietly followed. Approaching the city gate, Wu Heng felt something was amiss. There was a checkpoint established some distance from the gate, and guards were conducting thorough searches. People had formed a long, thin queue. Many were complaining in a low voice. "Wu Heng, the guards are searching everyone, checking pockets and packs. They seem to be looking for storage items too." Bella flew back and spoke. "Do they know I'm coming? Such meticulous checks. Do you know why?" Wu Heng asked quietly. Bella said, "It seems something happened in the city. They are apprehending an escapee. There's trouble in the city, but that has nothing to do with me." Zhao asked, "Uncle, shall we just storm in? Let's observe the situation first." Wu Heng glanced around, changed direction and headed towards a wooded area to the side, then said, "Bella, go find a corner in the city. Something spacious." "Okay." Bella replied and quickly flew off. In a short while, she flew back swiftly. She went into his body, sharing the image of the path and open space she had found. Through the shared image, Wu Heng saw the route Bella had taken and the location of the open space. He cast the teleportation technique, and as the array took shape, his body disappeared from sight. His vision returned, and he found himself at the location Bella had chosen. The three ghosts followed, flying in from the outside. Wow, we can use it like this. Zhao exclaimed. It just came to me, said Wu Heng with a smile, then added, Glenda, Bella, go scout the situation in the city. Where are the troops, the high-level professionals? Zhao, stay with me, if there's danger, warn me in advance. Okay, the three ghosts complied and started preparing. Wu Heng walked out of the alley and merged with the crowd. All along the way, there were guard teams patrolling the streets, questioning those who looked suspicious. Wu Heng, alone with an honest face and wearing plain clothes, was frequently ignored by passers-by who were questioned and was merely signaled by the guards to quickly move on. After some time, Wu Heng entered a tavern and sat down at an empty seat in the corner. What would you like to drink, sir? A glass of wine, bread, and vegetable soup, please. Right away, sir. Wu Heng sat at the table and waited. Soon, his meal was served. Eating casually, guests gradually took their seats at the neighboring table. One said, last night, London City attacked the prince's mansion. I heard about it too. The city's military mobilization was massive. What happened in the end? What else could happen? The prince surely had high-level professionals by his side, they fended them off, right? The citywide search now, it's for those people. Damn necromancers. Wu Heng listened, and his hand tearing the bread paused. The city was under martial law, and the search was thorough. Are they capturing people from London City? And they raided the prince's mansion? Damn. Who said that? Chapter 804, The mansion is fake. How did those necromancers infiltrate the city? Is there a traitor within the city defense army? It's hard to say. Then, in a lower voice, someone asked, how bad was the loss last night? The prince is alright, isn't he? Do you even have to ask? If there had been a problem, they would have searched the whole city by now, and war might have broken out already. Damn necromancers. May the divine spirits bless the prince. The tavern's patrons gradually increased, and the table next to Wu Heng was slowly filled with customers. Most conversations at each table were related to last night's events. Despite everyone trying to keep their voices low, Wu Heng could still clearly hear them. It was pretty certain that a battle had indeed occurred within the city. Some people even saw the gathering of troops and smoke billowing from the prince's mansion. These weren't deceptive rumors. But why? Was it proclaimed on London City's behalf? Shouldn't it be easy to recognize if it was the work of necromancers? Wu Heng looked up as the bartender approached with two others, glancing at the empty seats. Sir, if you don't have companions, these two guests would like to sit here. No one, sit down. Wu Heng said. The other two sat down on the chairs. Wu Heng finished the last bite of his bread and looked at the bartender. Do you have any rooms available? Yes, sir. Would you like to stay at the inn? The second floor has standard rooms, the third floor is slightly better, the bartender immediately said. I'll take a room on the inside of the second floor. I'll show you to one. The two went upstairs together. The two who had just sat down, seeing Wu Heng voluntarily leave, began to discuss in low voices the attack on the prince's mansion. Upon reaching the second floor, Wu Heng looked at the rooms and paid for one immediately. The bartender accepted the money, said he wouldn't disturb the guest any further, and closed the room door. The room was simple. In the middle stood a round table, and on the inner side, there was a bed. One could see the street from the window on one side. Wu Heng sat down at the round table, and Glenda and Bella appeared beside him. How did it go? Wu Heng asked. Bella spoke first. I went to where the city's troops are stationed. The highest level reached 18, and there are several professionals at level 15. Then Glenda followed. I visited the prince's mansion in the central district. A large number of troops are stationed inside, and I saw 3 18-level professionals. Wu Heng frowned instantly. They had just arrived and already encountered 4 18-level professionals. The second prince? Did you see anyone matching his description? Bella shook her head, indicating she hadn't seen him. Glenda also said, no, that prince's mansion isn't really a residence at all, it's more like a trap, a place designed to lure people in. So it turned out that the prince's mansion was indeed a decoy. No wonder every person in the city was talking about the prince's mansion. That place was a trap. Bella, floating nearby, pondered for a moment, then said, if the mansion is fake, could the information about the second prince being here also be fake? At this, both Wu Heng and Glenda paused. Glenda nodded, possible. But I feel the likelihood is slim. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and explained to the inquiring gazes of the two ghosts, the forces and level 18 professionals he can command are limited. The main forces are gathered here, he's definitely in this city. If he was outside, and the news leaked, he'd be doomed. In this world, there were professions for investigation. Prophets could locate a person's whereabouts through their possessions. Doesn't he have any of the second prince's possessions, and neither does the crown prince? Therefore, it's unlikely to use the main fighting power to set a trap, especially because level 18 professionals were not utilized in the battle against London City. It's enough to prove that his fighting power is not abundant. The chances of him hiding elsewhere are even smaller. Wu Heng continued, it's likely that the mansion is fake, but he is hidden somewhere else in the city. Your analysis makes sense. After hearing this, Glenda too agreed. Bella then said, so, do we search the whole city for him next? It's quite a large city. Now with the whole city on alert, it's even harder to find him. Glenda also expressed some helplessness. Wu Heng didn't speak, thought for a moment, then said, we're not in a rush, let's see if there are any suspicious places. As long as he's in the city, we'll find him sooner or later. Then I'll go back out to look. Bella said, and once more became invisible as she flew out. Glenda looked at the departing Bella, then said to Wu Heng, be careful on your own, there might be investigative tools in the city. If there's danger, leave first. Okay, I'll be careful, Wu Heng said with a smile. Glenda nodded and flew out directly. The two ghosts left. Wu Heng took out a new set of bedding and spread it on the bed. Noise came from outside the window. Standing at the window, he saw the patrol guard on the street, beginning to disperse some lingering residents in preparation for the curfew. Uncle, hurry and disguise yourself. The owner is coming up with the guard team, Zhao flew back in, saying urgently. Wu Heng listened closely and heard footsteps and noise coming from the hallway outside. He put on a mask, tucked the space ring into his pocket, and asked, what are they checking? They're asking if there are any outsiders. The owner said there were and brought them up, Zhao said. Thud. The room door burst open with a muffled sound. Uniformed patrol guards directly entered, scrutinizing the room. The leading captain looked around the room coldly and asked, alone? Alone. What brings you to the city? I heard the prince was recruiting soldiers and wanted to try my luck for a career. Chapter 804, the mansion is fake. The captain sized him up and down, picking your moments, eh? A mercenary background? Wu Heng replied, I've hunted for a few years, got the strength too. PSH. The captain sneered, the dead all had strength. At this moment, the others who were quickly searching the room said, Captain, there's nothing here. The captain nodded, signaling to leave while saying to Wu Heng, don't wander off. Got it. Wu Heng nodded. The guard team all left. The hotel owner came in, apology on his face, sorry, guest, there are inspections 1 or 2 times every day. It's fine. The hotel owner smiled, helped him close the door, and continued to chase after the guard team to leave. Uncle, they've left, gone to the next tavern, Zhao flew back in. The inspections here are really strict, Wu Heng said as he hung the curtains and took off his mask. Uncle, will they come back? Zhao asked. They're just checking the tavern for newcomers, once will suffice, Wu Heng answered. Zhao floated over, oh, then do I still need to keep watch outside? No need, just alert me immediately if there's danger. Okay, uncle, give me the tablet, I want to watch cartoons tonight, Zhao said. Wu Heng handed the tablet to Zhao, used the mansion skill to freshen up inside, then came out to lie down on the bed. Staring at the ceiling, he pondered the plan at hand. Last night someone attacked the Prince Mansion, putting the entire city on high alert, which also hindered his operations. The assassin should be the Crown Prince's man. Why did they have to proclaim it was someone from London City? Dumping the blame on us, huh? He took a deep breath, arms cushioning his head. The next step in the plan was to find the second prince's location. It's not like he could open the boundary door and wage war with the entire city. After all, his original plan was to kill the second prince silently, not relying on skeletons to slaughter the city. Then the guild and the holy court would also come looking for trouble. If ghosts couldn't find the other party, he could question 2 corpses. Or if there were items used by the second prince, use the tracing locket to find his location. Thinking to himself, he checked on Zhao watching videos. Then he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Early morning. Wu Heng finished freshening up inside using the mansion skill. 3 ghosts were chatting by the round table about last night's events. Seeing Wu Heng emerge, Glenda passed him a sheet of paper, saying, this is the map I've drawn of the city from a bird's eye view, with several suspect locations marked. Wu Heng picked it up for a look, the outline of a city with several locations circled. Let's go, first go eat, then stroll around according to the map, Wu Heng said as he walked out the door. He went downstairs and ordered breakfast. The bartender came over and asked, guest, do you need to keep your room? Wu Heng paid for another day's lodging, keep it. Alright, guest, the bartender took the money, cheerfully seeing him to the door. Wu Heng walked straight out, blending into the crowd on the street, heading towards the locations marked on the map. Along the way, several areas were guarded by soldiers. Winding his way through, he came to a bustling district. The noisy market had just dispersed, with remnants of fruit peels and animal dung on the cobblestone road, and the air carried a mixed odor. Wu Heng walked down the road, his mind still plotting the next steps. He needed a breakthrough to gather more information about this city. Walking forward, he gradually deviated from the main road and slipped into a dim alley. He stopped and turned back to wait. Soon, several figures followed him in, blocking one side of the alley entrance. The leader, a man in his 30s with a face full of horizontal flesh and a scar like a centipede lying across his cheek. The four people behind him carried weapons at their belts, their eyes twinkling with scorn. "Can you feel us following you, professional?" Scar jeered, revealing yellow teeth as he looked him up and down. Wu Heng calmly asked, "Gentlemen, following me around in broad daylight, should I call the guard team?" Scar chuckled, and one of his men said in a weird voice, "You yell and see if the guard team will come, or just came to collect your body." Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. "I haven't offended you, have I?" Another man said, "This is our gang's turf, you're unlucky, kid. 2 silver coins, and we'll go drink. Go do whatever you have to do." What a mess this city is. Guard teams conducting strict searches on the main streets, while gangs randomly extort lucky passers-by in the back alleys. The prince recruits the army. Your gang is so capable, why not share the prince's worries? Wu Heng asked. What ancient Earth was like, Wu Heng wasn't sure. But in this world, when there's trouble in the city, gangs are usually conscripted into the army. You sure have a wide scope of concern, go. See how much money he has, take it all, strip him and throw him in the street, Scar ordered. His flunkies, grinning wickedly, approached with clubs. Kid, remember this for the future. Break his limbs, he'll never forget for a lifetime. Humphrey. Just kill him then. The men swung their clubs down as they spoke. Wu Heng caught a club single-handedly, grabbing it as they swung at him, much to their disbelief. Bang. 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 Following the loud thuds, they all collapsed. Scar's face changed drastically from a distance. You can go now, we Kaifeng gang. We respect the strong. Chapter 804, The mansion is fake. After finishing his words, he turned to escape. The next second, his body became rigid in place, then step by step, he moved backward into the depths of the alley. Bang. The broken half of a stick smashed into his neck. His cervical spine broke, and his head hung unnaturally to one side, then his body fell to the ground. Humphrey. Petty thief, Zhao said. There's no one nearby, Bella stated. Wu Heng cast communicate with the dead on Scar's corpse, which sat back up. The head still hung to the side, but the eyes opened and looked in their direction. Why weren't you conscripted into the military? Wu Heng asked. We are needed in the city to help manage some places and deal with matters inconvenient for the military to handle, the corpse replied. Wu Heng continued, who attempted the assassination at the Prince Mansion. Assassins from London City. It seemed the whole world believed that assassins from London City were to blame. The blame had been firmly pinned. Where is the second prince? In the Prince Mansion. 3 questions ended, yielding virtually no useful information. These people were all members of a city gang, making it hard to learn anything worthwhile. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then asked, who is your leader? Boss said. Where is he? In the base of our gang, right behind here. After 5 questions, the corpse lay back down. Wu Heng spoke to the ghost beside him, Bella, go have a look in the courtyard. Okay, Bella complied and flew out. Wu Heng took out the space ring, wrapped up the bodies, and collected them all. Wu Heng finished cleaning up the scene. Bella returned from the outside and reported, 2 professionals around level 5 are in the hall, and a level 10 professional is counting money in the room. He must be the gang leader. I'll take a look at the place, we'll go straight in, Wu Heng said. Bella burrowed into his body and shared a visual of the scene. The distance was not far. Wu Heng located his position, and an array rose from beneath his feet. The next second, he appeared in a courtyard. Who's there? How did you? The 2 people drinking tea in the hall immediately noticed the suddenly appearing Wu Heng. Just as they started to speak, their bodies became rigid. The sound of snapping echoed. Their necks were broken. Then, a figure wielding a long knife rushed out from inside, glanced at the corpses on the ground, and was about to speak. His body stiffened. Crack. The sound of breaking bones resonated as his neck was twisted into a knot. Solved. Bella said with a smile. The 3 ghosts also appeared from midair. Ghosts killing lower-level professionals felt like a dimension-reducing blow. Not really, a level 20 could take them down just the same. Wu Heng's gaze fell on the gang leader on the ground. He cast communicate with the dead, and the corpse sat up again, its gaze towards him. Where is the second prince? The mansion of the prince. The same response. It seemed the vast majority believed the second prince was staying at the mansion. He pondered for a moment before asking, where is Blaze? I don't know where. He knew of Blaze? The name Blaze came from an apprehended level 18 thief who mentioned him. The thief said this man gave him 2 tickets and hired him to kill Mangekyō. Who is he? He is a level 18 professional responsible for intelligence in the city. Not a merchant? The thief was deceiving him. Outside the city, in a wooden hut, an elderly figure came back in from outside. Inside the hut, all eyes turned towards him as one person asked, "How did it go?" "The city is under full lockdown. It will be difficult to enter again anytime soon," the elderly figure said. "What about the second prince? Can you find him?" "No trace whatsoever." The elder sat down. The inquirer remained silent, his gaze moving to the corner. "Viola, can your profession find him?" "I know the prophet can." Chapter 805, Agreement Nullified, Normal Experiment. The cabin fell silent again. The prophet could locate the second prince, but now where to find the prophet? After a while, the cloaked figure in the lead spoke, "Contact the informants in the city, and once we have the target's location confirmed, we'll arrange the next steps." The others did not respond. It was quite some time before someone finally spoke. "If the intelligence is this ridiculous next time, I will leave immediately." "Don't worry, this won't happen again," the leader replied. Everyone nodded and said no more. In the corner, Viola slightly lifted her gaze, sweeping her eyes across everyone in the room, then wrapped herself in her cloak and closed her eyes to rest. Mentioning the prophet brought to mind Gold and Silver Island. This damned profession was more troublesome than imagined. Ever since the plan at Gold and Silver Island had failed, one could occasionally feel being watched. Needless to say, it was the island master of Gold and Silver Island who was keeping an eye on oneself. Humphrey. Never-ending brat. Once this matter is over, I will go back and kill you. I hope you have made some progress. Inside the courtyard of the Kaifeng gang. Listening to the corpse's reply, Wu Heng also frowned. The thief had provided a real name, but the identity was not a businessman. Instead, it was an 18th level professional in charge of intelligence in the city. This meant if one tried to inquire about this name in the city based on the thief's information, one would be watched immediately. Bringing such a tactic upon oneself. Really not honest. Wu Heng shifted his gaze back to the corpse and asked, "How do you know this person?" The corpse answered, "The Kaifeng gang is responsible for gathering some intelligence in this area. Some information is sent to him." That is to say, this guy was somewhat of a boss in the Kaifeng gang. He definitely knew the whereabouts of the second prince. One last question remained. Wu Heng asked, "How can I meet him using your identity?" "Can't see him, just heard of him." After 5 questions, the corpse banged back down. Wu Heng bent down and searched the corpse. Apart from a money pouch, there was also a pass stamped with a seal. It read, "Can enter the patrol guard." It seemed the Kaifeng gang indeed held some status. After stashing the looted items into the space ring, he applied a mask to the corpse's face to replicate the appearance. Glenda floated nearby and said, "That thief, not a single truth in what he said." "That's right, just look at him, not a good person at all," Zhao angrily said. The thief only talked about one person, and it still turned out to be a trap. If it were another profession entering the city without the ghost and Wenshai, they would most likely fall right here. Wu Heng said, "Not without gains though, we can confirm that this Blaze is also a professional in the city, and not low in status. We can find him, and surely find the second prince's whereabouts. The city is on alert, engaging with high-level professionals could likely provoke a siege," Glenda said. "No rush to make a move, let's first see what happens," Wu Heng said, taking the mask back into the space ring. "Right. As long as we can confirm the target, killing this second prince is actually not difficult," Glenda added. Wu Heng nodded, just as he was about to speak. Bella flew over from outside and said, "Wu Heng, gang members have come back. 3 people are carrying a sack, probably have kidnapped someone." "Gang members have returned?" Wu Heng glanced at the scene and quickly thought through his plans, saying, "Glenda, possess a corpse, I'll disguise myself as the leader." Glenda raised an eyebrow, understanding the intention. Looking at the body lying on the ground, his eyes showed some disdain. But still, he flew over and dove into the corpse. Crack crack. The twisted neck was rotated back into place, and the body walked over like a marionette. After a few steps, the movements began to smooth out. Wu Heng put on the mask transforming into the gang leader's appearance, and the 2 bodies were also swept into the space ring. Outside the courtyard gate, voices could already be heard. Wu Heng glanced at Glenda's possessed target. "I'll go in first." Creak. The courtyard gate was pushed open, 3 disheveled figures hurriedly walked in. The 2 behind, together lifting a continuously squirming sack, whimpering sounds indicating a person was tied inside. "Boss here? Inside counting money, who's that?" Glenda emotionlessly asked. Upon hearing that, The gang members became slightly excited and yelled into the inside, "Boss, we've brought the person back for you, alive and kicking." Wu Heng walked out from the room, looking at the sack. "Open it, let me see." Right away. The one leading, excitedly stepped forward, opened the sack, revealing a dirt-covered girl. "Boss, we've brought the person back for you, can the brothers also have a go after you're done?" "This little girl is quite spicy," a subordinate, rubbing his hands, smiling. The girl's eyes were filled with terror. Her mouth stuffed, she seemed to be cursing as well. Wu Heng glanced at her and asked, "Was capturing her smooth?" "Don't worry, boss, just bury her afterward, no one noticed," the subordinate said with a chuckle. Wu Heng then asked, "Why just the three of you, where are the others?" The subordinate looked somewhat puzzled. "Others are still at the marketplace." "Come inside with me, you did well, I'll give you some reward." Wu Heng walked into the room. Their eyes lit up at that. Following Wu Heng into the study, they looked at the bags of silver coins on the table, their eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 805, Agreement Nullified, Normal Experiment. Wu Heng waved his hand, and the room door instantly closed. "Kill them." Crack crack. The necks of the two men were twisted and broken in an instant. The last man looked perplexed at his fallen companions, and the next second, his neck was twisted into a twist, and he fell straight down. "Bella, help keep an eye outside the courtyard for me, and let me know when any gang members come back. Zhao, go and get your Aunt Glenda to take over, and keep an eye on the girl in the sack," Wu Heng said. "Okay. Sure thing, uncle." The two ghosts flew away immediately. Grandes, meanwhile, possessed one of the bodies and walked back. "So you just killed them? Communicate with the dead is still the most convenient," Wu Heng said. Grandes nodded in agreement and sat down next to him. At the same time, she took all the other bodies out. There were a total of 6 bodies. He released Communicate with the Dead on the first body, and the corpse sat up. Wu Heng asked, "How many people are there in Kaifeng Gang?" The corpse answered, 27 people. The number was not large, fewer than what one would normally expect of a gang. Wu Heng then asked, "In the city, what are your main responsibilities?" "We manage this marketplace and are also responsible for collecting some civilian intelligence." "What does the gang leader have to do every day?" After a moment of silence, the corpse answered, "The leader assigns us tasks. If there is something in the evening, we will have another meeting, otherwise, we all disperse." "The money in the room, what is it for?" "Every 7 days, we deliver the money to the guard team." The 5th question. Wu Heng asked, "How is it divided?" "The Minister of Political Affairs gets 40%, the commanders 30%, the guard team 20%, and the gang 10%. Good grief, the entire gang's income, and they only get 10%. No wonder this Kaifeng gang remained in the city." Wu Heng continued to release Communicate with the Dead on the second corpse. He asked, "How many days until the money is delivered to the guard team?" "Tomorrow it will be delivered to the guard team." "Have you heard of any other special places in the city besides the Prince Mansion?" The corpse pondered for a moment, not sure. In the following time, Wu Heng interrogated all the corpses. He got a rough understanding of Kaifeng Gang and the city. Kaifeng Gang's main business was operating the nearby marketplace, somewhat similar to a contracted market in the modern world. They would later deliver the money up and share it with those above. It could be said that they had some say in the current citywide curfew. The Kaifeng Gang would deliver money to the guard team of this area, and the highest-ranking person they could come into contact with was the guard team commander. Going higher, they had no qualification to continue. At most, Kaifeng Gang were just the underlings. However, it was possible to have the ghosts follow the money's trail and then locate the various officials' positions. "Are you planning to continue investigating with Kaifeng Gang?" Grandes asked. "Yeah. Gangs are places where information is mixed, and they're also safe for us. Even if someone notices something, it poses no threat to us," Wu Heng said. The gang members were of low level. Here one could be bolder, and killing these people carried no psychological burden. "Let's try it." "There's no better plan for now," Grandes could only say. Wu Heng nodded, collecting all the bodies. Then, he began searching the study and bedroom. Places like gangs had some accounts, agreements, and various sedatives in the drawers, but there was no more information-related material. After looking them over one by one, Wu Heng said, "Bring that girl in." Grandes stood up, went outside, and hoisted the sack along with the girl, bringing her in. The empty room made the young girl's eyebrows furrow. All the people who kidnapped her had come in, so why weren't they here? The girl was thrown into the middle, and Grandes also sat down beside her. Wu Heng's gaze also turned to her, and he said, "When I let you speak, you must not scream or fuss, or I'll cut out your tongue." The girl opened her eyes wide in terror but still nodded. With a casual flick from Wu Heng, the rag blocking her mouth flew up and fluttered, hanging on the chair. Surprise filled the girl's eyes. Wu Hang asked, how did these people target you? These people? The girl paused, her voice trembling. You're not Sid? Sid was the name of the gang leader. No, I killed him. This is just a guise, Wu Hang replied calmly. You're lying to me. You must want to mock me in this way. With a wave of his hand, a few silver coins on the table took flight, spinning in the air. Would the Sid you're talking about have this skill? You're the villain who assassinated Prince in London City. The girl was quick on the uptake. You guessed wrong. Wu Hang dispelled the magic, and the silver coins clinked as they fell back onto the table. Who I am is not important. What matters is who you were and how they targeted you. The girl said, I came to the city to sell goods. They wanted me to sleep with Sid, and this time they just kidnapped me. By yourself? By myself. They're grabbing people randomly. Won't the city guard team do something? I don't know. Wu Hang talked with her for a while, getting a basic understanding of the girl's situation. She had no one at home and came to the city to sell goods. The Kaifeng gang had their eyes on her. But this time, the city was more chaotic, and they took the opportunity to kidnap her. However, for Wu Hang, figuring out how to deal with the girl had become a troublesome matter. The girl shrank back slightly. Will you let me go? Chapter 805, Agreement Nullified. Normal experiment, Wu Hang said bluntly. If you leave, it will cause me a lot of trouble. The girl's eyes widened in terror. You said you wouldn't kill me. You can't go back on your word. Glenda, standing to the side, revealed a smile. Wu Hang continued, as long as you promise to be obedient, I can spare your life. You're Sid. The girl hugged her arms tight. I'll send you somewhere. Just stay there quietly for a few days, and if there are no issues, I won't kill you. Where is this place? The girl asked in fear. You don't need to know that. Just answer me, do you want to live? The girl hesitated and said, I do. Wu Hang opened the mansion skill, revealing the scene inside, and then said, take her in, just keep her away from the electromagnetic cannon, no need to interfere with her. With a ghastly expression, the girl watched as a skeleton that had walked out dragged her into the mansion skill. The mansion skill closed in time. The girl's returning gaze seemed to say, you are indeed one of London City's people. A human traitor able to control skeletons. In the following time, Wu Hang continued to search and inspect items in the room. As dusk approached, a group of gang members returned. Wu Hang sat in the living room, listened to their reports, and then sent them off to rest. The rest could wait. When the sky grew darker and the gang's building was completely empty, only then did Wu Hang allow the ghost to return, opened the boundary door, and walked straight in. On the other side, it was directly the prison's control room. Switch the surveillance to the thief's room, Wu Hang instructed the skeleton. The monitor displayed the thief's room and zoomed in. The thief lay on the bed resting, seemingly living quite comfortably. He's living quite leisurely, Glenda said with a laugh. Exactly, Zhao agreed. Wu Hang smiled and said, let's go see him. Wu Hang left the control room with the skeleton and headed toward the prison cells. The iron door opened, and the thief jolted upright with a start. He looked coldly towards the door, and his gaze wavered when he saw Wu Hang. You adapt well, huh? Already sleeping comfortably here? Wu Hang said with a smile. You promised me a comfortable environment, naturally, I would take the opportunity to rest, the thief spoke calmly. True, if you don't sleep well now, you might not get the chance later. Wu Hang stood at the door. The thief's gaze sharpened but he still said, Island Lord Wu Hang here for a chat again? Aren't you afraid the second prince will send someone else to kill your little woman? In his estimation, the prison holding him must be located somewhere around London City. After all, to the north of London City lies Beastman territory, where land is vast and sparsely populated, so building a laboratory there wasn't strange. Wu Hang's appearance today also indicated he hadn't left London City. Nor had he gone to find the second prince. Wu Hang smiled as he looked at him and said, did you study acting as a hobby? What do you mean? Wu Hang explained, I've received information that the person you told about isn't some merchant but an 18th level professional responsible for intelligence. So, the comfortable life I promised you is no longer on the table. The thief's eyes narrowed dramatically. You're going back on your word, I didn't lie to you. Wu Hang couldn't be bothered to explain and walked out, saying, sleep well tonight, for you won't have such a life after today. How can you say it's a lie? You haven't even been there. Your information is wrong. Damn you, Wu Hang, come back and explain yourself. The thief's frantic roaring came from behind as the iron door clanged shut. Inside the cell, the thief's shouting continued. Wu Hang walked out of the building, heading outside. The skeleton alchemy warlock came from one side and saw Wu Hang, giving a slight bow. Wu Hang glanced sidelong in the direction of the cells and said, no need to wait, carry out the regular experiment procedure on the thief tomorrow, Arrange for some extra skeletons, his level is not low. Chapter 806, the victor writes the history. Return to the surveillance room. Had the skeleton magnify the surveillance feed of the thief's cell once more. The thief was now devoid of any previous drowsiness. Sitting up in bed, he was restless and anxious. It seems he can't sleep at night anymore, Glenda said. Judging from the thief's state on the screen, it was likely he wouldn't get any sleep tonight. Humphrey. Scared, isn't he? Serves him right for deceiving us, Zhao said indignantly from the side. Bella also said with a laugh, anyway, he won't live much longer, no point in being upset with him. That's true. Zhao nodded. Wu Heng said, that's better, he's been too cooperative, and I'd almost feel bad for killing him. Glenda retorted irritably, he's an assassin, what's there to feel bad about? After all, it's the first time I'm using a living person for an experiment, there's naturally some pressure, Wu Heng said helplessly. Zhao leaned on his shoulder, Uncle, they are the bad guys, it's okay. Zhao understands, Glenda said. That's just me talking, do you think I'd really let him go? Wu Heng said, leaning back in his chair and stretching. He looked away from the screen, pondering how to get more information from inside the city. It didn't necessarily have to be the second prince's location, any other level 18 professionals or members of the secret cultivation hall in the city could also be targets for his information gathering. Now as the leader of the Kaifeng gang, he would give money to the guard commander tomorrow. Could he use this to get some useful information? The three ghosts began to discuss Wu Gen's nickname, while Wu Heng glanced at the time, it was already 11 p.m. He picked up the satellite phone and dialed Li Yong's number. The phone rang twice before being answered, and Li Yong's voice came through, hello. It's me. Wu Heng said. Miss me? Li Yong said with a laugh. The three ghosts all shrank their shoulders. Wu Heng waved his hand to signal them not to interfere, then said, I have a question for you. Go ahead. Do you have any kind of tracker, like the ones in movies that can trace someone's location? Wu Heng asked. The other end was silent for 2 seconds, then responded, yes, some unofficial repossession vehicles have that kind of tracker. Are there any requirements for use? Li Yong said, not really, we have satellites now, so direct positioning is possible. Satellite positioning, huh? It would be useless in the other world. Does it have to use satellites? What I know is GPS-based, without a satellite, how would you determine the position? Li Yong continued. It seemed that a tracker wasn't going to be of use at the moment. Wu Heng said, okay, I got it. Do you need one? If you do, I can look for one tomorrow, they usually have them at the car dealers, Li Yong asked. No need for now, I'll contact you if required. Okay. You should rest, I don't have anything else. After ending the communication, Wu Heng set the satellite phone aside. It appeared the tracker strategy was not going to work. Still required satellites. Which meant it was entirely unusable in the different world. It seemed he still mainly had to rely on the ghosts to help him find targets. As the night deepened, Wu Heng stood up, taking the three ghosts back to the other world. Return to the Kaifeng gang. Doors and windows were still securely closed, no issues there. Wu Heng released the ghosts and opened the mansion skill to take a look inside. Outside the other side of the electromagnetic cannon, a dirty little girl curled up in a corner, trying her best to keep a distance from the skeletons inside. As the stone door opened, she looked over with tear-filled eyes, doubt and fear evident in her gaze. Wu Heng took out a bag of bread snacks, walked in, placed it on the counter in front of her, and then said, you can eat on your own, right? The girl's eyes darted away, and she trembled as she asked, are you going to turn me into a skeleton? Wu Heng frowned, your level is too low, wait until you level up. The girl thought about his words for a moment, I won't level up, I have no profession. Why do you think that London City is the bad guys? Wu Heng sat down opposite her. It's just, they are the bad ones. It was as if, out of nowhere, a child had spoken. The girl's body shuddered, and then she said, I didn't say you guys are the bad people, don't kill me. Tell me, how does the second prince propagate this to the outside? Wu Heng continued to ask. The girl, looking down, said softly, they say, London City led the skeleton army to attack the border, all living people were killed, and the occupied cities all turned to necromancy. It seems the second prince really put a lot of effort into the propaganda. Are you really not going to kill me? The girl asked again. Why would I kill you? We have no grievance. Wu Heng stood up, walked towards the door, and said, stay here for a few days, and then I'll let you out. You're not deceiving me? Wu Heng didn't say anything else and went directly out of the mansion skill, as the crack disappeared. Lies seem to never change, Bella said. During the time at Seaturd Fortress, the official propaganda was indeed all this rhetoric, London City taking advantage of the chaos to attack the Hueco Kingdom, with necromancy following wherever they went. Of course, there was no need for anything to change. This set of rhetoric was enough. As Wu Heng was making the bed, he said, "We slander them behind their back too, it's normal. What we say is the truth, he's the one lying," Zhao said. "Only the words of the victor are considered truth." Wu Heng lay on the bed and continued, "I'm going to rest now, keep an eye on things outside for me." The three ghosts nodded. Wu Heng, staring at the ceiling, pondered over matters as he fell soundly asleep. The next day, in the morning, Glenda controlled the corpse, sitting in front of a mirror, looked left and right and said, "The level of this body is too low, spots have appeared on the corpse. Try to cover it up as much as you can, unlikely to be noticed unless encountered by high-level professionals." Wu Heng continued, "Also change your behavior, don't act like a woman." "I am a woman." "You're playing the role of a hoodlum now," Wu Heng emphasized. "I know," Glenda nodded. Ding ding ding. The courtyard door was knocked. Following that, 6 or 7 gang members walked in. "Boss, the carriage is ready." Wu Heng nodded and said, "Start moving things, we're leaving now." A few members entered the room, took 3 sacks filled with silver coins, and placed them directly on the carriage. Then, like an armed convoy, the gang members escorted the carriage, entering the main road toward the target direction. It was about more than 10 minutes of walking. Bella flew back from outside. "I saw the guard team building, the highest level is 14, and there are others at level 9 and 10. Wu Heng nodded. "Later, you and Zhao keep watch, see where these silver coins are delivered to, and remember the location." "Okay," Bella agreed and flew out to find Zhao. Wu Heng pulled the carriage window open a crack to watch the carriage leave the main road and then enter the guard team building through the back door. "Boss, we've arrived," a voice came from outside. "Got it." Stepping down from the carriage, he saw a small troop of fully armed soldiers standing in front. The person in charge wore standard guard commander armor, long sword at his waist, his eyes fixed on the carriage. Wu Heng revealed a smile and said, "Apologies for keeping you waiting, sir." The guard commander narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him non-stop. His brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 807, Minister of Political Affairs. Wu Heng's mind stirred, and without waiting for the other person to speak, he waved to those behind him. The carriage curtain was pulled back, revealing several bags of money inside. The commander's expression softened upon seeing the money and he waved his hand, prompting the soldiers behind him to quickly go and take the money. After verifying the amount, the commander didn't continue to stare at him. He spoke indifferently, "Well done. Keep it up. The Supreme Commander has mentioned that if you continue to perform well, the South District will also be entrusted to you." Wu Heng nodded. "Thank you for the Supreme Commander's recognition, and thank you, Commander, for your promotion." The commander frowned. "Where did you learn those words?" "They don't suit you." "I heard them from a bard." "Go back then, and focus on your duties." "All right." Wu Heng waved his hand, and the gang members reformed ranks and began to disperse. Upon returning to the gang headquarters, Wu Heng told several gang members, "You heard what the commander said. If we do well, the South District will also become our territory. When that happens, with more hands, you all will be the core members, earning more money for less work." The members' eyes sparkled with zeal.